Folks, can you see me? Can you hear me? Okay. Well, my apologies for that. How annoying. All right, let's try that again. No idea what happened there, folks. Oh, I know, Lee. I have a nightmare with it. Well, let's hope it stays with us now. Electricity. Right, I'm not touching a thing. Oh dear. Hello, Psychos Missus. How are you? Right, I was in the middle of doing something. That's it. Yeah, no, James, William Sampson. Yeah, Marty Blagborough went down to the last court case, the magistrate's court. I think he was going to go anyway, but I asked him to go on my behalf as well. Yeah, he called me the other day and said to me that Sampson's case has been postponed until the 16th or something. So yeah, as far as I'm aware, it is coming up a couple of weeks maybe. But I'm keeping a close eye on that anyway, because I want to make sure that he gets his the correct punishment, shall we say. I was Richard, yeah, I was. How you doing, Tony? John Barry, how you doing? Well, look, let's clear something up. Now, I didn't put that video up earlier, and I know I know none of you in the comments are saying anything about it, but I just want to clear something up. A lot of people have said in the comments on my video that that they've unsubscribed from him. Now, I've not asked anybody to do that. My sole reason for putting that video up was because once I saw it and heard it, I actually felt a bit gutted that he'd put something like that out. It's yes, as I said in the first part of my video, there are people who will play the system. There are people out there that will play the game. Do you know what I mean? And you're never going to stop that. But he did turn around, as far as I'm concerned, words are really important, but he did turn around and say that 99% of people who have mental health problems basically aren't as bad as they're making out. That's ultimately what he was saying. 99% of people that have got mental health problems basically are talking shit. That's ultimately what he was saying, and that really upset me. So yeah, I had to say something about it. I couldn't not. You know what? You know how I feel about mental health. How you doing, Dean? Dean, look, where is it? There it is. There it is. At the moment, you know what that is, my friend. So yeah, but again, I didn't put that video out in order for people, to make people go and unsubscribe from him. I wouldn't tell people to unsubscribe from anybody unless they were a paedophile or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But you all make your own choices. But I just want to make it clear that I felt that I needed to say something. Do you know what I mean? So how's everybody doing this week? Have you all missed me? I bet you haven't. I bet none of you have given me a second thought this week, have you? Have I got room for a police car? I don't think I've got room for a full one. I did see. I don't know if you've ever been. Have you ever been to like these American burger bars where they have like the front end of a like the about 6 inches of the bonnet and the lights and the grill and the bumper of a police car? That'd be quite amusing to have one sticking through the wall like it's crashed through the wall. Yeah, some of you do, Jake. Some of you do. I mean, to be fair, I've actually been drinking a little bit the last few days, and I, I'm not a big drinker, and I really shouldn't be drinking. In fact, I brought some alcohol the other day. There's a couple of people who were in the chat tonight, who I spoke to, who messaged me and said, you know, you're a little bit off. What's the matter? And I was like, look, this was when I was meant to do my live stream the other day. On New Year's Eve, I was going to do the live stream, but I I brought some alcohol and I was going to drink it, and then I felt a bit shitty. So I just thought the best thing to do would be to, go to sleep. Because if I'd have stayed up, I'd have had a drink, and I really didn't want to have a drink at the time, to be honest. It's not good. So that's why I wasn't about on New Year's Eve. But we're here now. Bas Welshman, how you doing, my man? Miss Angela, hello. Watching the Revs live. Do you know what? I'm apparently due to be going on there at some point. Maybe next week it might be, which will be quite nice. Quite looking forward to that. I've only spoken to him very briefly, the Rev, and we've spoke a couple of times on Facebook and that. But I'm quite looking forward to it. How you doing, Common Sense? Oh yeah, Andy. Well, I've got to say what I believe. Do you know what I mean? I can't. I'm not. One thing I've never done to people is intentionally lie about something. Okay, I may have got some of my facts wrong before, but I've always come back, and I'd never take a video down. Okay, that's one thing to understand is I will never take a video down. All right, unless it's taken down by YouTube themselves. What I will do is I will leave the video up, and I will put I'll make another video and I'll put right anything that I might have got wrong in a previous video. I believe trying to hide things just makes it look like you're being deceitful. So I don't like doing that. So I will always try and leave the videos up and then put out something afterwards to put the facts right if they need to be. I do know that Alex has well. I've not looked, but I've been told by too many people for it to be untrue that the video that he put up has now been taken down. Again, if it was me, I wouldn't have done that. You know, I'd have left it up, and I would have then made another video to say, look, you know, whatever the reason was, I said what I said, and I'd explain myself and apologise if need be, and I'll link it to that video. So when people do see it, then they can go and see a video as explaining why I said what I said, or why I was wrong, for example. But you know, there you go. That's just me. I suppose we're all slightly different in the way that we deal with things. Hi, Lynn. Thank you. I hope you had a good Christmas. Mr. Nutt in the room. Hello, mate. I did get your text, but I was getting ready for this. Oh, is Lynn your auntie? We're getting a family on. Wicked. Hello, girls. What do you want? What do you want? Can I have shh, can I have some peace and quiet? Hey. Well, Robert, I'm not sure if he's going to be on or not, because some people have been saying that he's not going to do his phone in tonight. Now, whether that's in relation to that video, and he doesn't want to go live tonight because he knows he's going to get ripped a bit, then you know I can't say for sure. But you know, we'll have to wait and see. He might go live. I thought I'd go live first and see if I can steal some of his viewers. No, I'm only joking. I'm joking. There we go. Hello, Natasha. Welcome. Thank you. Much appreciated. Well, yeah, mauled. We're talking about Alex Belfield, he whore bugger all. Well, there we go. Well, I mean, I'm going to open the phone lines up shortly. I'm gonna do a longer phone in tonight because some of the calls do go on quite long. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not me complaining, okay? Because if you need to talk to somebody, or if you want to talk to somebody, then I'm here to talk to you, regardless to what that's about. As you know, I always say, there's a lot of noise going on out there. I always say you can come and share your story, whistle blow, talk crap, or even call me names. But you also know that if you are one of the people that are suffering at the moment with a mental health condition and you feel like you're alone, you feel like you haven't got anybody to talk to, you feel like you're isolated, and all you've got is, you know, faces on a screen, then when I open the phone lines, I'm more than happy for people to phone in. Even if you just want to hear somebody else's voice in conversation with you. Do you know what I mean? And I don't generally have a time limit on people that call, unless we're talking about specific sort of situations, as in if we're talking about the police or anything like that, then I like to try and keep the conversations, you know, a bit shorter. But if you are if you just need somebody to talk to, I'm not going to cut you off. Do you know what I mean? I think it's important that you know that your voice matters ultimately. Do you know what I mean? So have I heard anything about Vicky? Vicky who? Bobby, Kent, Vicky, who? Hang on, Angela, what? What's going on there? What's going on? Don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. What's up, Angela? Well, love, peace. Again, I don't mind putting a time limit on if you're phoning up to say, you know, the police did this, or did you see this story, or did you see that story. The reason that I'm not putting a time limit on people that are phoning up because they feel lonely or isolated is because, you know, think about it from or try and think about it from their perspective. If you've been locked down and you've got no family, for example, you've not been able to see anybody, and you want to talk to somebody, then obviously it would be it wouldn't be very nice of me to say, right, time's up. So I try and, you know, we'll try and let the conversation come to a conclusion on its own without it going on for too long. But I can't turn people away if they need to speak. Do you know what I mean? If in that respect, I know some of you might get the ump because you might want to get through and somebody might have been on the phone for a while. But again, if you try and look at it from their perspective, if you put yourselves in their shoes, and you wanted to speak to somebody and there was people saying, oh, come on, hurry up, get off, you know, it'd make you feel really shitty. And I really don't want people to feel shitty on this channel. Do you know what I mean? I want everybody to feel that they're welcome and everybody to feel that their voice matters, because, you know, to me it does. Freedom of speech is really important, no matter what you're talking about. You know, we've all got the right to say, well, I don't agree with you. But as you know, if we're talking about somebody that and I've had a few people, I'm not going to say names, but I've had a few people that have emailed me after a live stream and said to me, look, Dan, if it weren't, you know, I don't know where I'd be if it weren't for you, you know, answering the phone to me the other night. And because of that, I genuinely feel that I've got to, you know, I've got to do my bit and you know, at the very least, listen to what people have to say, make them feel that their voice is important. Do you see what I'm saying? Dan has released a response video. Alex has released a response video. Oh, is it like an apology for his video, or has he made a response to my video? Let's have a nose. See what it says. Oh right, okay. So he's right. Yeah, well, that's very nice of him, isn't it? It was a delicious experiment proving everything we've always known. An experiment, right? Okay, if you say so. Shall we watch it? Do you want me to play it through here so you can watch it? Who wants to see this video from Alex Belfield? This response video. Shall we see it? Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, we can do it so you don't have to. So you don't have to go over there. Just bear with me a second. Now, just give me a sec because I just need to make sure that the sound works on this as well. Can you hear that, folks? No sound. Okay. Desktop audio is... Oh, right. That's probably why. Let me try that again. Did you hear that? No. That should be coming through now. Okay, bear with me a second, please, guys. Oh, it should be working. Oh, God, Lee, I know I'm terrible at this. Oh, not yet. No, not yet. Oh, why is it bloody not working? It's showing there as it's working. Okay, give us a sec. As I keep saying. Oh, speakers. Yeah, that's the right one. No. What the hell? Okay, how am I going to do this? I've got no idea. Yeah, I pressed play. It's just that the for some reason the audio isn't coming through. No, I'm using OBS and I've got the desktop audio source and it's there and it's showing it. It's showing in the audio mixer that it's working, but for some reason it's not coming through to you guys, and I'm not entirely sure why. It bloody should be. Desktop audio, yeah, that's right. Oh, and that one, yeah. Well, it shouldn't matter about the headphones. The headphones are plugged in directly to the speakers, and what I've got is the desktop audio as a sound source, so it should be picking that up. All right. Do you know what I'll do? Right, I'll stick the link in the description or in the comments here. Otherwise, I could be here for ages, and I really don't want to be wasting your time faffing about. You can open it in a separate window. There it is. No, Robert, that's not the original video. It's a different one. It's called the same thing, but he's added lefty mental health hypocrites. So yeah, I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, yeah. Well, let's be fair. If it was a joke, if he did put it up taking a piss, then why has he decided not to do his phone in tonight? But there you go. What can you do? What can you do? Okay. Well, yeah. I'm gonna look. I'll have to look at his new video when I finish on the live stream. I'll pop the link in the comments again for you guys, just in case you want to go and have a look at it. But yeah, I wonder if he's seen my video. Besides, why would you want to make a joke out of people's mental health? Why would you want to use mental health as an experiment? I mean, that's just ridiculous. Well, Mr. Moneyman, I've been called many things. A lefty is not one of them. So this is a first for me. Complaining about nasty comments and venom. Most of the comments that I saw were actually pretty respectful, and they were just saying, you're wrong. How can you say something like that? There's people out there really suffering. I showed some of the comments on my video earlier. So how he can say that they were vile and, and horrible is beyond me. Oh, has he decided to go live now? Oh. And the worst thing about it is he'll still end up with thousands of people watching. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm grateful that there's 187 people watching at the moment, and I'm grateful to every single one of you. But to have so many, to have 600 to 700 so far. Well, that's what I mean. I mean, how's he doing it? How's he doing it? Yeah, I'll have to watch that later. I'll watch his live stream later as well. I'm gonna watch that video, and I'll watch his live stream later. And we'll see what happens from there. No, I forgot to put the slow mode on. So yeah, you'll have to forgive me if anybody asks me questions in the comments and I don't respond. Please ask it again and ask it again and ask it again. I promise you, I will eventually see it and I will get round to responding to it. So please just forgive me if you put a comment in the chat there and I don't respond right away. Hiya, Brummy. Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I hope you are. Somebody else has said that, Brent. I didn't see that one, but somebody else has said that. Links is live. Apparently mental health only affects lefties. Wow. Wow. Daisy. I'm a fucking lefty. I'm a lefty. Apparently, I'm a lefty. What do you think, Alice? What do you think? Hello. Do you think I'm a lefty? No, me neither. Hello, Dave. No, Crinkle Sack didn't. Right. The dogs, Daisy, the black and white one, you'll see her a bit later. She's 7.5 now, I think. And Alex is Alex, Alex the dog, Alice the dog, the one that just jumped up. Then she's 6.5, I think. Right. Well, then I'll tell you what we're going to do, folks. I'm going to open the phone lines, and if any of you lefties out there are having any mental health issues and you want to phone up and just have somebody to talk to, then feel free, you lefty retards. No, I'm only joking. Right, so let's get... Right, can you guys hear that? Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello, who's that?
My name's Ricky.
Ricky, just give me 1 second, Ricky. I just want to make sure people can hear you.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Do you want me to take it off loudspeaker?
You will need... Well, no, the loudspeaker's okay, but you might need to turn off the sound in the background. Right, anybody that's watching this, can you tell me if you can hear? You can. Graham says 5x5. Yeah, brilliant.
Oh, sorry, what was that, mate?
No, it's if you can just turn down the sound in the background.
I have done, yeah.
Brilliant. That's cool. That's cool. How you doing, Ricky? All right, mate.
You all right, mate? I can't actually hear you on the phone now, you know.
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you now, yes, sorry.
Right, no worries. No worries. So how's things, Ricky?
Yeah, not too bad. I've been trying to speak to you. I only live down the road from you. I live in Bootle.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, that's literally just down the road.
Yeah. I can't hear you again for some reason.
No, I went quiet then. I was waiting for you. I thought you was going to carry on with saying what you're saying. So what is it you wanted to? What is it you've been trying to talk to me about?
It's about me getting arrested.
Oh, right, okay.
I've got a couple of videos of assaults by police and things like that. Rather than talk to you on a channel, I thought it might be best, my interest, to speak to you in person.
Right, okay. Okay, I could probably sort something out.
Yeah. See, I'm not that good with computers, and that's why I haven't actually sent you any messages, typing and that.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So I was basically wondering when I could actually speak to you.
The best thing to do, Ricky, is if you email me, I'll give you...
I haven't got an email address. I can get one of my children to do that for me. See, I don't know nothing about computers, mate.
Right, okay. Well, if you can get somebody to email me, just because it's the easiest way of getting in touch with me apart from these phone-ins. But if you can email me and just say it's Ricky, we spoke on your live, and what I'll do is I'll reply to you there, and we'll arrange a way to communicate, maybe on the phone or something. Initially via email, and then we can sort out something on the phone, if that's all right with you. Yeah,
that's fine, mate. That's great. And I want a couple of your cards and posters as well. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm sure I can bring them with. If we sort something out for me to come and meet you, I can bring them with me. So.
Yeah, that's great, that, mate. Well, you've got my number anyway, but I'll try and get something done on the internet.
Oh yeah, there is a number there, isn't there? I'll tell you what. Do you mind me writing that number down?
No, I don't, mate. Honestly.
Right. Okay.
I'll be grateful if you do.
I'll jot the number down now. So it's Ricky. I won't read it out. Don't worry.
No problem, mate. I think there's a few things that you could really, really help me out with. You see.
If I can, I will. If I can't, I'll try and put you on.
That's why I want your leaflets, and I'd like to just pick your brain a little bit, because I think that's just the way I am. I'll sooner speak to you when I actually speak or on something else, do you know what I mean? I don't understand none of this.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Listen, I've just written your number down there, Ricky. What I'll do is I'll give you a ring probably sometime tomorrow. I've got videos to do tomorrow because I've been off for about 10 days now. So I need to get videos done for tomorrow. So it'll be tomorrow evening if that's all right. And I'll give you a quick bell and we can arrange to meet up somewhere.
Yeah, that's great, that, mate. And listen, keep up the good work.
No, I'll do my best. Thank you.
Yeah. Keep up the good work, mate. I'm watching, like.
No worries.
I'll carry on watching now. I'll let you speak to someone that's more important than me, mate. Can wait till whenever.
Oh, mate, listen, every call's important. Every call's important. Unless it's somebody trolling me, then they can fuck off. But other than that, every call's important. So.
Right, mate. Okay,
right,
thank you very much, and I'll let you go and I'll get back to you, or you get back to me. Thank you.
No worries, Ricky. Take it easy, mate.
So that's that. I'll keep watching. So that's that.
So, mate. Excuse me. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Hello there.
Hold on a minute. I'm just going to turn. I'm watching you and Belfield at the moment. Hold on a minute. Because I can't believe what that twat is fucking saying. I'm really disappointed in that twat. It's Mike, by the way, from Bastion. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Are you talking about what he's saying on his live or what he said in that video?
No, well, both actually.
No, I mean the second video, because he took the first video down and he's uploaded another one saying, "Oh, it was a prank," type thing.
Well, the second one I can't find. He must have taken that down as well because it's not on his site.
Oh God. Okay.
I reckon he's changed his mind about doing a live, and he's took that apology one down, and he's tried blagging his way through it.
Right. Okay.
Since he'd come on, someone put in the comments that it's a lefty thing, so we're all fucking lefties.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
But as I said earlier, I've been called many things, but a lefty is not one of them until now.
Exactly. Yeah. I've always had suspicions about him being a bit of a shield, to be honest. He says the right things, but he's not willing to go on point with any subjects. He just sort of skirts around it.
Right.
And I find that most of the time, when he gets callers in, he's always talking over them, and it's all about him.
Yeah.
So I saw your sort of response video to it earlier this afternoon, and I saw there that he's quite a well-off guy, to be honest. I mean, he's not. Well, that's
literally just what I could find. It took me all of about 3 minutes to find those two things, and they are not completely accurate. I have to say that, which is why I put that underneath when I brought those figures up on the screen. I said, not completely accurate. But it does give you an idea that he is doing quite well out of what he's doing.
Oh, he's doing quite well. Don't worry about that.
So,
no, he's doing quite well. But I just thought it's just the hypocrisy of it, because he's for the last few weeks he's been sort of saying how hard this pandemic's been hitting people, or scamdemic, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And then it just seemed like when I saw that, it's like that video was just like a kick in the bollocks.
Yeah.
Because he's well aware of what people are going through, and I'm not just talking about people that have been affected because of COVID. I mean, I'll be honest and candid with you. Over the last couple of years, I've had my issues. I've had a breakup nearly 3 years ago, which is, as it's pretty tough, especially when you've got children involved.
Of course.
I've been going through my own battle. I've not quite yet manned up, gone to the doctors to try and get any fucking help around it, which is my fault. And I'm realising now that maybe I should, because COVID's given me another kick in the bollocks, and we were all made redundant on the 18th, just before Christmas.
Right. That's a shitter, isn't it?
For my job. So it is. And you get to the point where, you've got to turn to something. You can't keep trying to think, oh, you're a wimp if you've, try and get through it. And
listen. One thing I'll say is, and I said it. I think I said it in a couple of comments to people on my video, and that is that it's not about being weak. Sometimes we have to ask for help. Now, whether that's help from a person or whether we need a crutch, be it a tablet. Okay, not everybody is able to get out of it on their own. Some people can, and that's great. Do you know what I mean? But some people have a chemical imbalance, and you can't fix a chemical imbalance by pulling your socks up. Do you know what I'm saying? So
exactly. No, it's right. You're right.
So sometimes you need that crutch, even if it's just to get started and then come off of it. There are people that don't agree with taking medication, and I understand that. I do. From my point of view, if I don't take my medication, I can't function. I genuinely can't. 48 hours after taking my last one, and I'm a mess. So for me, it is really important for me to take it. For other people, maybe not so. But I can't tell people not to take medication. It's entirely down to them. But there's nothing wrong with asking for help. And it doesn't make you weak. It really doesn't. I thought it did, and I went years without taking anything.
That's the trouble. That's the trouble with blokes, isn't it? Blokes tend to sort of, be in denial much longer than I think women are with these sort of problems, mental issues or mental health issues.
Yeah.
And I just think sometimes you've got to hit rock bottom before you, realise, well, hold up a minute, can't keep doing this, and like what you say, you can't keep pulling your socks up and stiff upper lip and all that.
Yeah.
You've got to seek help with it. It's going back to the Belfield thing. I just saw the hypocrisy of it all this afternoon, which is why I unsubscribed. I have been following and listening to him because sometimes he is on point.
Yeah.
But he sits there every fucking night. He's doing them live broadcasts, knocking back probably half a bottle of vodka.
Right.
He's knocking people that are on drugs for mental health. Well, he's doing pretty much the same thing, although it be alcohol.
Yeah.
So it was just like, I don't believe this, And I saw your video come out, and I thought, no, surely not, because he's been perceiving to be helpful to people that have had issues. Which is why I went until I saw the video, and I thought, oh no, this guy, he's either too much vodka, and he's just ranted out because of the story that was in the Daily Mail this morning, because that's where that story emanated from, was the Daily Mail. And let's face it, even New Year's Day, that fucking paper was putting doom and gloom out about how we're all going to be dead by spring if. So if that's his main research for everything, I don't know. It's just I just find it hypocritical. So anyone else out there that is struggling, I wouldn't listen to people like that, whether you're left wing, right wing, or in the middle. I mean, I don't necessarily believe in all that crap about left wing, right wing. I think that's another divide and rule thing. But it doesn't matter. We're all human, and we can only tolerate so much as it is. Or things affect people in different ways, don't they? Of
course they do, absolutely. And everybody's experiences are different, so everybody's mental health issues are going to be slightly different, which is why there's no blanket cure for any of it.
Yeah.
And everybody has to be treated differently. So yes, medication's going to help in some cases, it's not going to help in others. The thing for me is the bits that I slowed down on my video. And it's the bits where he, as far as I'm concerned, ridiculed and said, because some of my subscribers have said, "Oh, don't be such a snowflake. He was talking about the lefties." Well, he didn't say that throughout. He didn't say that throughout his video. He did say about people, being mamby-pamby and whatnot. And I think he may have referred to the left once, I think, but he turned around and said 99% of people with mental health issues just need to pull their socks up as if there's nothing wrong with them, and they're making it up.
Well, I don't think they realise, Dan, that I hear lots of people saying, "Oh, I'm feeling depressed." I don't think they actually know what the fucking word means, because there's a difference between feeling down or feeling off or angry about something. Depression is debilitating.
Yeah,
it is. How can I say? It's not just a state of emotion. It is some imbalance somewhere that just debilitates people.
Of course.
I've seen it with my own mother for years. So it's something. It's not. It's a word that's used like love. It's a word that's used as loose termed as that.
Yeah.
And I think people don't really know until you've got it, just how bad it can be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've suffered with depression since I was 15. Okay. When I was 15, I tried to kill myself.
Oh shit!
And I've suffered with depression since then. Now, it was only 2 years ago that I got diagnosed, and I was 15 when it first started, and I'm 42 now, and it was only 2 years ago that I got diagnosed. Not for the want of trying, because I kept going to the doctors. Do you know what I mean? Help me out, help me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Oh, you've got recurring depression. You've got recurring depression, and that was it. And it was only 2 years ago I managed to get a diagnosis.
So basically, you've got like clinical depression, which is
I've got
totally different.
well, I've got EUPD, which is emotionally unstable personality disorder, which sounds really bad.
Right.
But it just means that my emotions are all mixed up, basically.
Right.
And there's there's more to it than that. It's the way that they sort of describe it is, if you know somebody with bipolar, they say that it's like bipolar,
Similar to that,
but much less on the scale of severity.
right?
So you can still have those, the kind of traits that bipolar have, but it's on a much lower sort of scale.
Lower scale, yeah.
And
I would imagine bipolar is more personality sort of disorder, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, well, I think most of them are. To be they call them borderline personality disorders.
Right.
And that's what mine is. UPD is a borderline personality disorder, but it's a specific type of it. I mean, I put that video out earlier simply because it pissed me off. I don't like people that mock people with mental health issues.
Well, he was blanket covering them, wasn't he? He was tying everyone with the same brush there. Out of 6 million people, he's saying, they're all lazy left-wing bastards. That's what it is, and that's what I just saw someone flash it up in the messages now, that laziness causes depression. Well, I mean, I've worked since I fucking left school, and it's the first time in my life I've been made redundant or been without a job.
Yeah.
And I'm 53, so it ain't down to fucking laziness. I can count on one hand the amount of sickness I've had from work physically.
Yeah. Well, you think about it as well. Is a lot of people look at somebody who, I mean, I still had my dressing gown on after 1 o'clock this afternoon. I mean, I actually woke up earlier than that, but I just didn't have the oomph to go and get dressed. Do you know what I mean? And some people will look at somebody like that and think, you lazy bastard, you've just got out of bed. They don't think as to why they might have just got out of bed. Maybe they'd been up all night. Maybe they couldn't sleep. Their brain's been fucking churning all night long. And they might not have got to sleep until 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. And they just see that person getting up late in the day and thinking you're a lazy twat. But they don't understand what's going on behind that. And it annoys me. There's lots that I don't know about mental health, and I'm still learning as I talk to people through these live streams, and but if I might not be able to give somebody the advice that they need, but I can listen.
It's just good talking, isn't it? That's the thing, and someone listening as well. Yeah.
So I mean, that's kind of where I'm sort of why I do what I do now. And I never used to talk about mental health in these live streams, but it started to come into it, and I do think it is important to talk about. If I can talk about my mental health issues, in front of 214 people now on a live stream, and more than that because the live streams stay on my channel, then it means that anybody that's watching in the comments at the moment.
You say it's not relevant to your channel. I think it is. Because if we look at the police aspect of things as well, there's a lot of them that seem to have mental issues, and you can tell by the way their attitude.
That's very true.
So I think it is all connected. And there is validity in bringing it up and talking about it. I mean, we're not all perfect. At the end of the day, we are human, whether you're wearing a police badge, a uniform, or whatever, or a clown's outfit. But I do honestly believe that certainly in the last, since 2000, since it became a police service.
Yeah.
That they're actively looking for people that's got no empathy, the sort of narcissistic traits and
Yeah.
mental issues, because that's all I'm seeing. That's all I'm seeing. You don't, just a normal response from a police officer now today is, defensiveness is not the right word. I'd say aggressiveness and, not all of them, but I'd say the majority of what I've come across, and from what I'm seeing, certainly on these protest videos up in London. I mean, today they were marching in squads in Hyde Park. It just, to me, it's like a group collective mental illness.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this is something I touch on in one of tomorrow's videos, actually, to do with what's it called? The use of force, and I touched briefly on sort of the mental capacity of some of the police when it comes to this whole use of force thing on people. Sorry to interject there. So I apologise for that.
No, that's fine. No, it's right. No, you're basically going to say what I was going to say, and I think it's been a drip thing. It's been progressively put in, and you can tell by the protesters. There's no, how can I put it? There's no comeback from it. People just disappear. They disperse.
Yeah.
Whereas in France or Italy or Spain, they'd be, I'm not taking this shit.
Yeah.
We seem to just have been passively, over the years, been mushed down to, these are heroes. You can't, not, I wouldn't say physically attack, but you can't give the heroes the shit. A bit like what they're doing in the NHS at the moment. It's like a fucking cult at the moment.
Yeah.
Religious cult. It's strange times. But, thanks for listening, Dan. I don't want to hold up. I know there's probably other people getting on.
That's fine. No problem.
I just wanted to, respond to the video you put out and support you in that. I tried to reply in the chat, but I don't know. I seem to be blocked in it, mate. I can't even send you a super chat. So I don't know what that's about.
Let me give us a sec. Let me have a check. What's your
Bastion Radio? It was.
Bastion? We've spoken before, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Yeah. Maybe I might have on a drunken moment put something in the comments, and one of your mods has gone, "Shut up, you twat."
Well, just give me a second, and I will see if I can see if I can find you here. Right, let's do a Control F. Bastion Radio.
That's the one, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay, if you refresh your page, you should be able to comment again now.
Top man. All right, Dan, well, you look after yourself, mate, and I've held most of the chat up, as I say.
No, it's fine, mate. Listen, it's nice to actually speak to you. As I said, we've spoken in the comments before, haven't we? So it's nice to actually get to speak to you.
Yeah, I spoke in the comments. I spoke to you on I think it was the first time you went on Reverend's channel.
I've not been on his channel yet.
Was it Reverend's channel? It must have been someone else's. Christ.
Could it have been Active Patriots?
It could have been, yeah. It's one of those guys. It was like a Discord call, I think.
Right. Well, I will. If you're a subscriber of the Rev, then I should be on there at some point in the next couple of weeks. So keep an eye out for that.
I look forward to that, mate. All right, then you take it. You take it easy, pal.
Yeah, you too. Thanks again.
Thanks, Dan. Take
care,
care.
Mate. Bye.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Hello.
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 Hello. Who's this?
Hello. It's Deb.
Deb.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, Deb. Right. I just wanted to have a go at Alex Belfield over this bloody depression thing.
Okay. Just don't get me confused for Alex Belfield.
No, you're better looking than him. You're not ginger.
Oh.
Before Christmas, I I was volunteering. I was taking food out to elderly people.
Okay. Fair play.
Now, one of the blokes, he was an ex-rugby league legend. He won the Lance Trophy, I'll get it out in a minute. Lance Trophy Cup.
Okay.
Lance Todd Trophy Cup, that was it. In 1965.
Right.
Lovely fella, but he did like a chat. So I'm delivering this food to him, and he said, I've been stuck inside because he had COPD. He's been stuck in his house since lockdown, since it first started. So that was like 9 months.
Yeah.
And then he said, I want to throw myself under a train. Now, what do you think Alex Belfield would say about that?
Well,
he's trying to put him on depression tablet. He doesn't want bloody depression tablet. He wants to get out the bloody house and meet people.
Yeah, well, a lot of people will get over it once they get, and I'm not talking everybody, because obviously some people have got serious, issues in their past that they're dealing with, which is causing their depression. But there are people now who have got depression because they've got 4 walls, nobody to speak to, no interaction with anybody. They've got the same shit on the telly all day long, being drilled into their head, making them feel like shit because they're just going on about the for example, the simple fact that they changed from how many deaths to how many cases just because the numbers are higher. Do you know what I mean? And when you're sitting there, if you don't notice this stuff, for example, you're sitting there thinking, oh my God, woe is me, the world is ending, the sky's falling down type thing. And that's what the mainstream media is doing. And it's causing people to have these massive mental health issues. And as soon as they start letting people out and meeting people again, there are going to be people who will get over their mental health. But the problem that we've got at the moment is that the doctors, the psychologists, the psychiatrists, they won't see anyone. So you've got nobody to talk to diagnose a potential mental health issue, or whether you just need to speak to somebody and get out a bit more. And so people are being fobbed off with tablets. So don't get me wrong. And
this fella, like, he was in his, I don't know, if he won the trophy in 1965, that's 55 years ago.
Yeah.
He's an elderly bloke, and he's not been out the bloody, he's not seen anybody since bloody it first started. So they warned me when I was like, because I got all the aged people, and I like having a chat with them, and I was saying, oh, you're all right, Flower, I was calling people lovey. I never called people lovey before in my life. But I would have a good chat with them all, and I'd make sure they was okay, can I do anything else for you apart from this free food?
Yeah.
But Boris Johnson needs his bloody head chopping off, because he's a dickhead.
Sorry,
people like this
Deb,
fella.
Just one second, Deb. I just want to say thank you to Bastion Radio. He's just done a super chat, so I just want to say thank you.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Mike. Much appreciated. Sorry, Deb.
That was another thing as well, Dan. I live in St Helens, right?
Oh, just up the road?
Oh, yes. We'll have to have a meet one day and have a good chat.
Why not?
So, the delivery place was a pub in St Helens.
Okay.
My car has Warrington plates on it. I was driving up to Billings, and as I'm driving up to Billings, what's behind me but an unmarked police car? I thought, oh, here we go. Because I would have been, if I'd gone a bit further, I would have crossed over to the boundary, Greater Manchester, and they was in the lockdown at the time. So, come on, I will go, try it.
Oh, dear.
I was okay. But it was a shame, because I got all the elderly ones, because, I like having a chat with elderly people.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense.
Well, the thing is, all you Northerners are the same. All you Northerners are the same. You once your mouth starts going, that's it. That's literally it. You've either got to wait for the batteries to run out, or you've got to take control and say, "Oh,
and you know what, Dan? People accuse us of telling us of being bloody scousers, and we're not. So. All right, dear lad.
Yeah.
No, but I'm a bit down now because since it stopped, I've got nothing for bloody doing myself apart from torment the dog.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, the way I've seen it is that when people retire, so people get to retirement age and they retire, and they've worked all their lives and they retire, and some of them die quite soon after retiring. Now, I'm not trying to say people are going to start dying of depression, do you know what I mean? Because they're not doing anything, but the sort of the similarities in the fact that when they stop working and they feel they've got nothing to live for anymore, and they can give up. And I think a lot of people are feeling that way at the moment. I think a lot of people are giving up because, you know, their jobs have gone. They've been furloughed. They've been laid off. Their businesses are going down the drain. They're not sure whether they can afford the rent. You know, if this all ever finishes, how are they going to be able to pay the rent and pay for the kids' foods and clothes and everything when they've got no job to go back to and all this. And you know, and I think people are getting to a point where they feel like giving up, and obviously, you know, we can't let that happen. I mean, don't get me wrong, I feel like that sometimes. I genuinely do. I've been lucky enough to meet some people through YouTube who can tell when I'm not myself when I put a video out, and then I'll get text message after text message saying, "Dan, are you all right? You didn't quite look yourself in your video," and I wouldn't call them.
Well, Dan, if you ever need a chat, you know I'm pretty chatty.
Well, this is the thing. I wouldn't call them, you know, because I don't want to put my issues on other people, because I know everybody's got their issues at the moment, and I feel bad. Yeah. But the fact that people find the time to text me and see if I'm okay, but obviously that then kick-starts a conversation, and you know what I mean, and then I'm talking to somebody and I get stuff off my chest, I get it out of my mind, and I can cheer up a little bit. And it's one of the reasons why I don't mind doing these phone-ins, to give people that opportunity if they've got something they need to get off their chest or clear out of the, you know, out of the brain space. Then I'm quite happy to lend my ear for people to do that. It's the least I can do, really. So.
Well, to be quite honest, you're the first human being I spoke to in quite some time, because I'm just bloody stuck in doing bugger all. Like I said, tormenting the dog.
I try not to speak to human beings.
Yeah.
But then I try not to speak to these two girls either. Oh dear.
That's the best thing about having a dog. I would say they don't answer back, but mine bloody well does all the time.
Oh no, these two, I'm quite lucky with these two. They you know, Alice will have a whinge now and again. If she knows that I'm a bit down, she'll just come and sit in front of me and look at me, and she'll just go like that. Well, not actually like that, because it sound nothing like she does, but that was a really bad impression. But that's what she'll do, and she'll just sit there making noises until I go down and give her a cuddle. Daisy, on the other hand, doesn't really care. Daisy just sort of lifts her head up, looks at me, and goes, "Oh fucking hell, not again," and goes back to sleep.
It sounds like that. Oh, go up her, will you? Come on, take me out.
Oh, dear. Everyone's saying about
torment the wildlife.
Everyone's saying in the comments that Alex Belfield's going mental. He's having a breakdown on live stream. He's gone full blown rage mode. People are calling him, goading him, is what I can hear. The caller has just told Belfield he's been inappropriate, making sexual comments at her. Oh, crikey.
Oh, the ginger wing is going down.
Wow, okay. Well, you know, as I say, folks, I didn't put my video up to get people to unsubscribe. I do think that some of his stuff is on point, and I said that in my video. It was that particular issue about mental health, and to be fair, to turn around now and say, take his original video down and then turn around and say, "Oh, it was just a trick, it was a joke, it was an experiment," at the expense of people with mental health. Nah,
a bit like Sean Atwood making suspicious videos. Oh, don't start me down. I'm into all of them now. I've got nothing better to do.
I better watch what I say then. Go people trolling through my my videos looking for things that I've said. No, as I say, if I say something and I get it wrong, I'll apologise. Do you know what I mean? I won't take it down, because that's part of, you know, I've said it for a reason. Now, whether that reason is because I was misinformed or whether that reason's because I was drunk, for example, I'll always come on, which doesn't happen often, but I'll always come back on and I'll apologise, and I'll say, look, I made a mistake, you know. I won't try and turn around and go...
turned off if I get drunk, because you don't know who will be ringing.
But I certainly don't turn around and go, oh, you know, it was an experiment to see how you'd react. I mean, oh, come on, you can do better than that.
Yeah.
So,
Right, it was lovely talking to you. I might talk to you again sometime.
feel free to give us a ring anytime. You know, whenever this banner there, that one there, if you
Yeah.
can see it, is whenever that banner's on, you can always give us a ring.
Right, okay. I can see you pointing at it now because I've got you on my telly.
Sorry? Got me on
But
the
I can see
telly?
you pointing at it now 'cause, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's not high definition, is it? I look terrible on low definition. Never mind high definition.
I want one of them pigs for me dog. She'd rip it to pieces.
Oh, this one. Oh, it's great, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant. I've got some amazing subscribers on this channel. Literally all of the teddies here, apart from 2 of them, have come from subscribers. The truncheons come from a subscriber. The pigs come from a subscriber. You know, it's, you know, the people on this channel are absolutely brilliant. You know, I wouldn't be doing what I do if it wasn't for the people in what I call the core community of the channel. It's just help me to keep going.
Well, I only found you recently. I thought, oh, this looks interesting. And I was right.
Was you?
For a
Sure.
change.
Oh dear. Well, I'm glad you enjoy the channel. It's, you know, it's always nice to hear that people enjoy it, or even if they've got some criticism. You know, if they don't like something in particular, again, it's always nice to hear that, because it helps me to develop the channel as well. So
Is you smoking rollies?
it's a habit.
That
It's a
vaping.
habit.
Vape away.
I've got a vape. I have got a vape, but the problem is it actually makes me cough more than a rollie. And I literally end up with it in my mouth all day long with a vape. So
You need Nick salts. That's what you need.
I need what? Sorry.
Nick salts. Nicotine salts.
Oh right.
Smoother.
Oh right. Okay. I'll have to have a look.
Oh,
at that.
I'll teach you all these things, Dan. Oh, when we have our chat.
Oh dear.
Right, I'll let you go.
No worries. It was nice talking to you anyway. And as I say,
And you.
whenever you see the banner on the screen, feel free to drop us a line.
Okay.
All right. You take care.
Toodles, all bean. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello, Noli. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I can hear you now.
Can you hear us? Hear us?
Who?
Can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
Oh, right. I didn't know I was connected.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's all right.
Sorry. You know what it is? I was ringing you off this phone and it wasn't ringing. It wasn't ringing. It was keep cutting us off and I didn't know what was going on. But anyway, you can hear us. You're right, brother.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Right. I'm Raymond. I live just outside of Newcastle in South Shields.
How is it up there? Well, over there. Oh, yeah, it's kind of over, isn't it, rather than up? Or is it up a bit?
Have you heard of South Shields?
Yes, I've heard of South Shields.
Yeah, that's where I'm from, brother. All I wanted to discuss, I have spoken to you before, right? I just want to know what is going on with all these cops around the world. I mean, all these draconian measures, right? I mean, how are they? They're not stupid. There must be a lot of intelligence. I know there's a lot of good ones. I don't hate them, right? Yeah. But I know there's people starting to hate them now. They detest them because what they're doing. It's absolutely ridiculous. Well, I mean, they're arresting old women, some in the 80s, man. I mean, there was an elderly lady that escorted out to Hyde Park, I think it was yesterday. She must have been well in her 80s to 90s. It's absolutely disgusting. How do they sleep at night?
I know. The problem is, even the good ones, and I agree that there are good ones out there. I mean, I've met some good ones in my time when I was younger.
Yeah.
I have to say that when I was younger,
same as me.
I was an arsehole when I was younger. I had a big chip on my shoulder and I used to get in trouble all the time. Okay, always getting taken home by the police, right, for doing something or other silly. And I've got to say that I very, very, very rarely met an arsehole copper back then. Now, I know that there are still some like that are out there, and they will deal with people fairly. You very rarely see them, okay, because of the narrative that especially these TV programs want to push on people, is that the police are constantly under attack. You know, everybody is against the police, and we need to support the police, and we need to give them more powers and everything else. When, yes, that does happen occasionally, but the TV programs are indoctrinating people to think that that is all that they go through all day long, is being attacked by people, and it's not. This is something I'll be talking about in one of tomorrow's videos. Is to do with the amount of attacks on police that doesn't fit the narrative. The figures just don't add up. But yeah, the problem with today is that a lot of the cops that see themselves as good police, they won't stand up to their bad colleagues. Therefore, that then by default makes them just as bad.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? So, so again, it's even though there's police out there that will deal with people in a respectful way, when it comes to their colleagues, they won't stand up to them. They won't do anything about the bad practices.
I mean, they're not even bothering about crime or anything. Now it's about dirty words and about the COVID-19, which CV-19 is a hoax. I've seen enough evidence from top officials around the planet for over the months now. It's a total hoax what's going on. It's because they're bringing the Great Reset in, and they want everyone vaxxed. Which the vax is full of nanobots, which it is. It's full, I've seen the stuff behind it. It's full of nanobots, gene altering, DNA changing, and it changes their binary system. I've tried to put it out to loads of people. Do not take it.
Yeah. Well, it's
do not take it. I mean, everyone's got their own free will, and if they don't want to believe in to take it, that's up to them.
Of course.
But there's lots of people. There's at least a few hundred people, if not less, could be more, who have already died because of this vax.
Yeah, I know. There's been a fair amount of.
I wish I could send you something, but I'll tell you what to do. You know the United Nations.
Yes.
Go on the United Nations website, right? It is on there somewhere. I've just seen their plan for Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. You must have heard Agenda 21.
Yes, I have, yeah.
And Agenda 2030, right? Well, it's on there about the depopulation of the planet. Everyone must be vaccinated. People who own their own home, all the homes are going to be taken from them. Anyone who owns a vehicle, all the vehicles are going to be taken from them. They're going to get a microchip in the right hand or forehead and all that, which is part of the mark of the beast, which it tells you, warns you in the Bible, do not take it, because you will go into the pits of hell. But it's on there, yeah, and it's getting rolled out this year, believe it or not. It's going to get, if you thought 2020 was bad, you've got no idea what's coming this year. Honestly, it's going to be really bad, so I hope your viewers are listening. They've got no idea what's coming down the pipe, but I do, you see, because I've knew for a while.
Yeah.
It's going to get really bad, brother. Really, really bad. But I'd advise you and your viewers to go on the United Nations website. It's on there. It tells you exactly what their plans are, from depopulation of the world to giving full acquiescence to them, capitulation, to all the horrible, evil, wicked stuff what they've got planned. I only seen it today, and I couldn't believe it. They've even got their own stamp on it, like the United Nations stamp. It's like their symbol. Oh, honestly, it's wicked what's going on, brother.
Yeah, I've seen some information. Now, some of it, it is on places like the WHO website and things like that there is some information on there. Now, whether or not I've misread some of it, and I'm not going to go into it because I can't remember word for word what I've read, and I don't want to put out misinformation, obviously, because that's not what I want to do. But I have read stuff, and maybe I think to myself, maybe I've misunderstood it, But there is some stuff on there that sounds quite insidious, shall we say?
Well, I have seen two videos from Bill Gates, that he wants to depopulate the world. I mean, who is he? Is he God? No, he's not. But he wants to depopulate the world.
Yeah.
And it's on the United Nations agenda's on their website, their agenda. They want to depopulate the world. They want to give you a universal basic income. You've got to acquiesce to them. You've got to hand over your car. You've got to hand over your property to them. So they're in control of you. They want to hook you up to they want to give you the microchip in your right hand or forehead, which is the mark of the beast. That warns you in the Bible regarding that. Do not take it or you go to hell. And hell's very real, by the way. If people believe it or not, they shall find out. There's some really, really bad stuff going on. And it's all going to start coming down the pipe this year. That's why Event 201 or Agenda 21, which is 2001, it's all going to start kicking off this year. It's going to get really bad, brother. And you know what it is? It's a shame. It honestly upsets my heart and everything to everybody. But see, a lot of people are aware what's really going on. Are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. You see, there's a lot of people who are aware what's going on, but there's a lot of people who do not want to know. I mean, I've had many arguments with my family that do not want to know. People are in their own bubbles and they don't want to know, or they're frightened of the fact of what's really going on. So they won't say anything. They'll just turn their head.
Well,
when it's too late, they'll wake up when it's too late. One
of the problems that we've got is that because people are being isolated, okay, and we're not just talking about, sections of society, we're talking about individuals and families. We've broken it down to the point where we're isolating individuals and families now, and they're now being targeted without having the resources of friends or family to talk to discuss things, and this stuff that's being force-fed through the telly box into their minds is making a lot of people actually. It's like a form of mind control, and again, I go back to I go back to the news when the news turns around and says X amount of total amount of deaths, and then underneath it says that have died, in small writing, that have died within 28 days of testing positive. And the problem is that big writing is what you're looking at. You're not noticing the little bit of writing underneath, and because it's on there, they can't say that they've lied to anybody about it now but they've just put it in such small writing. It's the same as some of the information on the World Health Organization's website. It's out there, but there's no link to it. So you have to have a direct link to it. Go on.
Well, do you know what these evil people? I mean, you would have heard of the Rockefeller Foundation and the Rothschilds and all that.
Oh yeah,
All these are behind all the media. How they've got to lie and they can't tell you the truth, right? Well, they're part of the deep state of cabal, right? But there's many more. And a lot of them are from well overseas. I think they're from Italy.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them are from Italy. But what they've been doing, they've been given, I mean, don't get us wrong, I'll admit it, I was brainwashed. I woke up in 2018 by Almighty God, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He was the one who woke us up, at the end of 2018, to see what's really going on, and all the truth floods into us now. I see all sorts. My eyes are wide open. Even when I'm asleep, I'm awake. I see everything what's going on now. Where I was asleep before and I couldn't see anything, right? And I'll tell you, the amount of stuff I get is unbelievable. It would turn you, put it this way, if you are young with a black hair or brown hair, it will turn you grey overnight. Yeah. That's how much shit and evil is going on this planet. It's been going on for decades. Mind control has been coming through the TV screens, from the news, through adverts, through documentaries, through films and programs for decades and decades, and it's still happening to this day. And people don't see what they do. All these evil tyrants, what they've got to do, they've got to push out and tell people what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's part of the thing. But what they do, they only give you a proportion to what's going on. They only give you a little snippet through the TV to what's going on. Honestly, they're absolutely wicked. I was dying to swear, but I wasn't sure if I was allowed to swear, so I'd best not, because once I've started, I didn't stop.
What, on here? You're not sure if you can swear on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. Of course you can.
Well, you know what it is? I'm fucking sick of a lot of them. They're fucking evil bastards.
That they
And
are.
you know what it is? I'll tell you one little thing, brother, right? I've spoke to you before, Dan. I think this is the second time I've spoke to you. The hand of the restrainer is very soon, right? It's in the scriptures of the Bible. We're in the last days. If you believe it or not, everyone's got free will. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. That's up entirely up to yourself. But we are in the last days. This is the last generation. There's no more generations after this. Believe it or not, this is true, right? The hand of the restrainer is soon, which is I, the Holy Spirit, which is in with. Once that leaves, I'm gone. I've already seen heaven 4 times this year by sitting in my own chair by 4 visions, right? I've got a purpose to do. I've got a job to do in heaven. I'm not going to mention what it is, but I've got a job to do in heaven. I've already seen where I'm going, and this world is going to be turned upside down, because it tells you God is going to wipe out the wicked, wicked people on this planet, the paedophiles, the monsters, the lot. He's going to wipe them all out. The asteroid believe it or not, we're going through an asteroid belt now. The asteroids are coming in all the time, but the news don't tell you, but I do know. It's amazing what I find out. I find out even stuff from the Pentagon, from the military intelligence over in the United States. But there's stuff coming in from out of space, which is slamming into countries and knocking things out. But God is going to literally send the asteroids, got to literally smack into the planet soon. The hand of the restrainer, which is I, is rapture of the church, then the 7-year tribulation kicks off. Very, very soon. I don't know when. I honestly don't know when. No one knows the day or the hour, but it's very, very soon.
Well, I'll tell you something.
Very soon.
I'll tell you something, and I'll say this to everyone watching. That I mean, I'm not a religious person. Okay, that and that doesn't mean that I knock anybody that has religious views. Okay, but if there is a God,
there is.
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking it. I'm just from my point of view. Okay, because
no, that's fair enough.
But if there is a God that is coming to wipe out all the monsters and all the demons on this world, he or she has got their hands full, because that is a job and a half. Because there are far too many monsters and demons in this world.
Well, not necessarily. You see, not necessarily. I've actually seen. I'll be truthful with you. Hand on heart, and God is my witness with me right hand. I've actually seen Father Jesus, right? I've been up close and personal. I've spoke to him, right? I've seen him a few times. I've had him through my dreams. I've seen him in visions. I was actually in heaven, believe it or not. I'm not dead. I was actually taken into heaven earlier this year.
Right.
But anyway, moving forward, he's going to wipe out the wicked, right? The asteroids are going to come in and literally smack into this planet, right? There's something else you don't know, or your viewers, if they believe it or not. World War III, I know we've never been through it. We've had World War I and II, but it was all orchestrated by the deep state, and you would have heard of the deep state, Dan.
Yeah.
It was all done. Money, power, and control. It was all about money, right? It was all orchestrated. But anyway, nuclear war, World War III, nuclear war is about to kick off. And you know who's behind it? China. They're the main contributors. China, Russia, and Iran. Now, I do know, I've seen war simulations, because the deep state, they make war simulations. I've actually just seen a war simulation, which hasn't long been made, only so many months ago, what they've planned to do, right? Obviously, they make war simulations before they do the real thing, right? The United States gets attacked and nuked. Parts of England get nuked. Across London gets nuked. I've seen the war simulation. A lot right across Europe gets nuked, in other countries, right? But apparently this is what they do, these wicked, wicked people. But apparently, and not just that, I've had lots of intelligence coming through that there's China, the United States, apparently there's Britain, or England, should I say. There's Russia, there's India, and other countries out at sea over the China Strait, oh, apparently there's hell on, man. The tensions are so high.
Yeah.
Apparently nuclear war is very, very, well, it's very real, and it's about to kick off. But it's when, I don't know. But it is going to happen, because it's what you don't hear on the telly is actually happening now as I'm speaking overseas, right? And it also tells you in the Bible, which is biblical prophecy, that World War III will happen. It tells you in the Bible, because it must come to pass. But it's actually happening. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm telling you the truth. They're all out there now. There's hell on. There's hell on. I know war hasn't kicked off yet, but there's hell on out there. Just
one second there. Brummy AVFC. Can you just give us the last 3 digits of your phone number, and I'll make sure that I answer next. Sorry, go on, caller.
Sorry, what were you saying?
It's all right. No, there was somebody in the comments saying that they're trying to get through, and I just wanted to get their last 3 digits so I can answer them next.
All right. No, I'm just being as honest as I can with you. That's all, Dan.
Yeah, no, I know that.
You and your callers, I wouldn't phone up and just give you bullshit. I'll be as honest as I can be, because God is my witness. I'll be as honest as I can be. But that's true. Nuclear war is knocking at the door, right? And like I said, it's part of biblical prophecy. And everything what's going on now around the planet has all come to pass in the Bible, even though it was written over 2,000 years ago. Right. There's lots of stuff coming to pass, but it's all starting to come to pass now, so exponentially, as quickly as possible. Everything's coming to pass. But like I said, the restraint of the hand, the church, is the believers in Jesus, the true followers, are going to leave this planet very soon. Then the tribulation moves in, which is, i.e., God's wrath, because he is going to wipe out the wicked. He's going to wipe out all these wicked, evil doers, politicians, people in government, people who are high up on the perch around the planet. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
all these police officers that have been committing battery, murder, rape, and the people who have heard God's children over the decades raping these children, slashing their throats, drinking adrenochrome and all that. You've heard of adrenochrome?
I have, yeah.
Well, it tells you in the Bible about that. Well, they're all going to hell. They'll all go to the pits of hell. It's the second death they want to worry about, not the first death. It's the second death they want to worry about, because they're all going to be cast into the lake of fire. And that is actually fact.
Right. Well, let's
hope. It's not fiction. It's actually fact, that's done.
Let's hope they do. As I said a little while ago, there's far too many.
I don't go to church. I'm not a Bible basher, right? But I believe in God and Jesus. And my home is my church.
Right.
It's my castle. It's my church. And that's exactly what is coming. If people believe it or not, they'll sure find out. Because I'll tell you what, this year, Dan, is going to get really, really ugly and bad. You've got no idea, brother, what's coming down the line. Well, I do. You see, I've had my head above the parapet, and I've seen both sides of the coin, and I know exactly what is coming.
Right.
And it's not. But anyway, I want to go. Love you and leave you. I don't want to bore you.
No,
I don't want to be how condescending or I don't want to be how could I put it? I'm trying to think of the word. Boring or anything like that. I'm just telling you the truth. What's coming, and that's the same for your followers.
Listen, people.
But if they believe it or not, that's what's coming. But one last thing, I'd advise you go onto the United Nations website. It is there somewhere, and it tells you what their evil, wicked plans are. And the same for your followers to go on the United Nations website. Because what they're going to do, they're going to take everybody's property who owns a property, all their cars off them. And that is starting from this year.
Right.
From this year up to 2030.
Okay. Well, I'll look into that myself then, because that's something that will interest people, I think. So I'll definitely have a look into that myself.
Yeah. No bother, brother. God bless you.
You look after yourself and stay safe.
And you, brother. Much love.
Take care.
Amen now.
Bye-bye, mate. Bye-bye. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Hello. How you doing?
All right, mate. Yourself?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. I'm good.
Yeah, good. Just 3 things, really. Obviously, with that video that excuse the French, knobhead did,
Right.
You know, I suffer
Oh,
with my men.
who are you talking about there?
Oh, yeah, that one that we shall not name on your amazing channel because he's a bellend. But yeah, and obviously because you know, I suffer with my mental health, and just listening to people like that who, you know, I'm not saying that they're posh and you know they've got the money, because it doesn't matter whether you've got money about mental health.
No,
But just for someone that hasn't suffered with it or doesn't have to deal with it on a daily basis and telling people to throw their meds away. I did that 6 months ago, and then within a week of throwing my meds and stopping my meds, I was in hospital and under reception. So how can he turn around and tell people to throw their meds away? Because it's just going to make the matter worse.
Yeah, it's a
because
dangerous
people
thing.
see him as a famous YouTuber, and they listen to him.
It's a very dangerous thing to have said and to say. I already said before that I would, you know, I know there's people out there with lots of different views and points of, you know, and opinions. Some people won't agree with taking medication. Some people say, "Give me the meds." Okay.
Yeah. And if it's the patient's choice not to take the meds, then fair enough. But if someone's telling them not to take them, it's a joke.
Yeah, of course it is. It's dangerous. If somebody's on medication and for example, let's imagine somebody's sitting at home and they're feeling really down, they're feeling really shitty, and somebody comes along and says, "Oh, look, just pull your socks up. You know, you're not as bad as you think you are. Stop taking your meds and get on with life." And now, if they followed
that's the worst thing. Worst thing that anyone can do.
Of course, if they followed that advice and went and done that, and you know, and they could end up, you know, ill, more sick or injured. As I say, I could never tell somebody not to take medication. If they're on medication, then that's something that they've got to deal with their doctor.
That's it. And they get slowly weaned off them. You can't just stop it.
Exactly.
Because as well, the chemical balance that the medication give the brain and all that sort of stuff, you know, you can't just stop it. It's like any drug. If you stop it, you've got consequences of that.
Of course.
And your mood goes from a good level to a seriously low level quite quickly.
Yeah.
For him to turn around and, like I say, with no mental health knowledge whatsoever, it just makes me so angry.
I mean, the video itself upset me, as you all know. But the fact that he's turned around now, and I've not seen the videos yet, but apparently they're up, so I'll watch them later. The fact that he turned around and said, "Oh, I've done it as an experiment."
Yeah, he's done it for likes and spikes, as I call it. He's done it for likes, comments, and tried to get his viewing up, because something like that is going to bring people to his channel. It's going to make people want to watch it, see what the idiot's saying.
Yeah.
And instead of trying to support people with mental health, because mental health is a massive issue at the minute.
Of course.
Why throw a grenade into people's lives that are suffering with mental health? YouTube should now block his channel, and he should be done, because he's going to have, in my sense, he's going to have blood on his hands, because someone's going to watch that, they're going to stop taking their meds, and then next minute, we ain't going to know, but next minute, a family is going to be mourning someone that they've lost, because this idiot has turned around and said, "Stop your meds, pull your socks up, and get on with life."
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to get really angry.
No, listen.
Really.
If I wasn't really riled by it, I wouldn't have put a video out. It takes something to piss me off to do a video like that. Okay, and it does take a lot to piss me off.
Yeah.
But as I say, the fact that he's said now that it was an experiment, I think is rubbing salt in the wound a little bit. And it seems to me, because he's never done that before that I've seen. He's never done an experiment before, and this is the only video. I went through all of his videos, and every one of them has got a like ratio, because I use I've subscribed to a website called IQ, which gives me statistics on YouTube. Yeah. Right now, on that, it shows me the like ratio of all of his videos, and it's green or red. Now, all of his videos for months and months and months have got a green like ratio. Okay, that one was red. Okay,
and it should be. Everyone should be reporting it. Everyone should get him off YouTube because it's a dangerous game.
Yeah,
it really is. And then the other thing, completely off that subject, because otherwise I'm going to be so angry when I finish the phone. Another one that really riled me. New Year's Eve, I went to spend with my mum and my dad and my sister and my brother. Okay, we're in a social bubble, and as far as Boris Johnson has turned around and says that if people are in a mental health crisis, they're allowed to go to a place of safety apart from hospital.
Yeah.
Well, I went there and someone reported us saying that we were having a rave, in the copper's words at the door.
Really?
We were having a rave with 5 people in the house. That's all. So we were
that's some rave, that is. That's some rave.
Massive rave. Yeah. We had disco balls and everything. But the copper turned around and said, he doesn't live here. He's got to be out the house in 45 minutes, otherwise you're getting fined. Now,
okay,
this is just mind-boggling because the government have turned around and said if you're in a mental health crisis, which New Year was a very hard time for me. I wanted to be around my family.
Okay.
Because of the fact that we lost Nan and, I wanted to be as close. I didn't want to do it on a Zoom call. I did it with my sisters on a Zoom call because they were in another house.
Yeah.
But I wanted to be around my mum.
Of course.
And the coppers turned up at 5 to 12 and it just ruined New Year. It was just like, we never even wished each other a happy New Year. After the year I've had, that's all I wanted to do. I wanted to hug my mum at 12 o'clock and just say, sorry for last year. Next year is a better year. But these coppers weren't having any of it.
No, because the reason they're not having none of it, okay, is number one, because they're heartless bastards, okay, because they have to work, they've got the ump and they're taking it out on people, okay. Yeah. Now, it pissed me off when and I think I said it in a comment somewhere on the my last live stream, maybe I said it, I can't remember now, but they're going on about, you've got Police Federation going, look, the police have put themselves out to work on Christmas Day to keep you safe, blah, blah, blah. No, they fucking haven't. They're working because they've been rotated on to fucking work. So don't come out with all that bollocks. Do you know what I mean? Don't try and get people feeling sorry for the old bill because they're working on Christmas Day. I was a chef for God knows how many years. I worked Christmas Day for fuck knows how many years. Nobody felt sorry for me.
And me.
Do you know what I mean? That was my job.
I worked in the restaurant trade for 10 years and I missed every Christmas, every birthday, every family party. And at the end of the day, it's your line of work you chose. You do it at the end,
100%. But they're taking it out on people.
To turn up at my mum's house was, one, a waste of police resources alone, where they're turning around and going, they're on the thin blue line. How can they, on New Year's Eve, turn around and go, we can justify sending 9 coppers to a house?
Oh, they can't. But they will. What they'll do is they'll say, well, we didn't know how many people were in there. That's what their excuse will be.
If they turned up and there was disco lights everywhere and the music was blaring, fair enough, call them back up before you come and knock the door, because that sounds like an actual party and an actual rave. Yeah. But for a little bit of background music and we were playing games at the time, it was like I walked to the door with something on my head with who I was, and I was trying to work out the character. Right. And I opened the door and I was like, hello, you all right? He was like, hello, Margaret Thatcher. And I'm like, what? And that was the name on my head. So I thought, oh, he seems... And then all of a sudden, boom, hit me with a sledgehammer and goes, do you live here? I says, no, I don't live here. He went, well, can I speak to the homeowner? So I brought my mum, and he was like, right, he don't live here, he shouldn't be here. And Mum tried to explain about...
You know what you should have said when they said, can we speak to the homeowner? You should have said, well, you could do, but they're on holiday, we've just broken in.
I didn't think of that, to be fair. I'm one that I do listen, to the cops. I'm not one that, I haven't really had any dealings with them apart from my mental health, and that's all I've.
Yeah,
all
no,
I've
of
had,
course,
but,
absolutely. A lot of people, a lot of people in the same situation. Okay, they don't deal with the police normally. They haven't dealt with the police on a regular basis, so it's easy to, you open the door to them and they say you've got to do this, that, and the other, and it's intimidating, especially when you've got 9 of them there.
Because he tried to barge in, the one cop out, and I was like, hang on a minute, watching your videos, and I'm not shouting him out, but crime badge.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.
And
No.
I've learned,
no rights to
I've
make
learned some
entry.
things, and I said to him, you can't just barge in. You haven't got no warrant or anything. And then he sort of took a step back, going, okay, this fella sort of knows a little bit. We're not gonna. But he tried to push straight through. So if my mum and dad's at the door, would they have just barged her out the way and just come in and?
Of course they would.
And then,
of course.
We would have had more than 6 in the house.
If you don't say get out, that's that they then take that as like acquiescence to that I want to come in. It's your yes, come on in without saying yes, come on in sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So if you don't say anything, then they'll just take that as a positive response to their actions. So you've got to say, oi, no, you're not coming in. But what you say about, you've got some police turning up at your door or at your mum's door. Now, did you actually went home, I take it, from then?
No, I stayed because my mum was like, no, I ain't going nowhere.
Right. So have they issued you a fixed penalty notice?
They haven't at the minute. He said they were going to come back and just double check. They never came back in the end.
Right.
But
Did they take your details before they went the first time?
they took my mum's details because mum was like, I'll just give you my details because she wanted them gone off the doorstep.
Okay. Well, just be careful because your mum might get a letter from ACRO saying that she's been she's been fined. So just keep an eye out for that.
Okay. What could we do if that happened?
Contest it. Take it. You take it to court. Yeah, you don't pay it.
Okay.
You're not going to pay it, and you want to have your day in court, and then you go back and you what you do is you print off the directions that the government have set, and you say to the judge in court, "This is what the government said we can do. That is what we were doing. Nothing more, nothing less."
Yeah.
And then there's not a lot they can do about it.
Because like I say, it just ruined New Year, and it was just like.
Of course, well, like
all I
say,
wanted is that one night where I could have spent it, the family and
like I say, they had to work. Okay, so they've got the ump. Right? They don't want to work on Christmas. Nobody wants to work on Christmas Day. But if you do a job where you have to work Christmas Day, then you've got to work Christmas Day. Suck it up. But they're out there. They've got the ump. They're coming to your door. They're taking it out on you. Ultimately, you know what I mean? And the same as everybody else that had to go and knock on the door. But the best thing to do, if moving forward, they've got absolutely no powers to enter your property unless, number one, they're chasing a criminal who enters the property. Number two, they've got reasonable suspicion to believe there is a criminal on the property for I believe it's for an indictable offence. Or number three, to save life and limb. And none of those are occurring if you've got a few people over.
Yeah.
All right. So So just don't, look out the window. If you're not expecting a knock at the door, look out the window. Don't just answer the door. Look out the window.
Because I said to Mum, put the chain on because we heard the right man turn off. I said, put the chain on and open the door like that. And they were like, no, we'll just open it. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
He put his foot in the door and I was like, do you want to move that? Because once we're finished, I'm closing the door. You're not coming in. And he's like, I've got power. And I'm like, you haven't got no power. You can't, And he was just a right knob.
I wish the police had turned up at my door over Christmas. I really do.
I've had it at my flat. I've had music on my disco lights, and they've knocked the door at my flat. I've opened the door, and they're like, "Are you having a party, young man?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, oh, how many's in? I says, well, I've got one, and then I've got sticks in my head. Does that count? And he was like, he's trying to be funny. I'm like, no, I'm just telling you the truth. There's 6 people in the head. He's like, so there's one of you in the property? No, there's 6, and me. So I'm breaking the law. He's like, right, we're coming in. I said, no, you're not. He said, well, you've just told us that there's 7 people. I said, they're in my head. 6 people are not in the building.
Got multiple personality disorder.
Yeah,
we're all partying up here, mate.
Yeah, I was like, I'm raving it up. But he just knocked the door and he was like, I'm coming in. I'm like, nah, mate. You're going to have to fight me to come into this property because this is my castle and you've got no rights. I said, I haven't called you, so off your pop. Because they got in through the security door. So they never even rang up to my flat. They just got in through the security door.
Yeah, well, a lot of the time they ring on somebody else's door to let them into the block, so that you can't.
No, they broke the door because I went down and the door was broke. The lock was broke.
Right.
But you can't prove it was them. It could have been someone before. But in the morning it was all fine, and then as soon as they turned up, I went to the shop, came back up, and I opened the door, and the door was off.
I'm disappointed that none of my haters that watch my videos. I'm disappointed that none of them have called the police on me to have the police come around and knock on my door.
Just for spite, yeah.
Yeah, I never have any fun here.
But to be fair, Dan, they know how you would handle them, so there's no there's no point.
Oh dear.
But no, well, it's lovely chatting to you, Dan, and I wish you all the best for 2021, mate.
And to you, my friend.
I hope the YouTube channel, smashes it where you deserve.
Oh,
because you're an amazing guy.
Who knows? I might even get some of Alex Belfield's ex-subscribers.
You might say, I'm going to go up there now and say subscribe to Place of YouTube Powers. He's awesome to get this knobhead.
Oh, dear. Oh,
but
you
no,
look
Dan,
go on.
Yeah, you look after yourself, mate.
Yeah, you too. And just without being disrespectful, just educate your mum a little bit.
Yeah, I will.
You know, and again, it's not being disrespectful at all. It's so easy for older people or the older generation to simply take the police's word and not have a clue what they've actually got the right to do and what they've not got the right to do. So man, listen, you
I might pull her onto your channel so she can watch some of your videos. You might get a new subscriber as well.
No worries. Well, you look after yourself,
man.
And thanks again for the call.
And you, mate. No worries. Thanks for talking to me.
No worries. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello.
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 Hello, Dan. How you doing, mate? It's Ian.
Hello, Ian. I'm all right, mate. You?
Yeah, getting there, mate. Yeah.
Good.
Anyway, what I wanted to say, right? I was sitting here yesterday because the old government have this coronavirus dashboard business.
Right.
About this thing. I was looking at that and I was thinking, they're just bullshitting, right?
Yeah.
All their figures and that. Just don't get it. So that got me thinking, right? So I was working it out, and they can't even get their own damn models right. So how the hell do they expect us to believe to believe anything they're saying?
Yeah, no, it's not. I completely agree. This is stuff I've been saying as well. Is we can't. Yeah. How can we be expected, especially when we know for a fact that they upped the numbers of deaths initially, because they've already come out and said that. We already know that's a fact. And then when they put out the number of deaths, and then in that tiny writing underneath, who have died within 28 days, even though they make out that they've died of the lurgy.
Well,
it's just there's too many people that don't know how to read the news, if that so to speak.
Well, I was working it out, right? Now this was based because they updated it yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. Now. Their thing said yesterday that they have 57,000 positives a day, right? That test positives a day, but they say they've had yesterday the highest recorded deaths of 445 a day, right? Now, if you work that out, that is only a pathetic 0.075% of the people tested positive that are dying. So that's minute.
Of course it is, but this is why you'll find in some cases they'll say actual figures, and in other, and when I say cases, I mean some things that they talk about they'll say it in percentages, and other things they'll talk about they'll say it in full numbers, depending on what sounds the biggest.
Yeah,
does that make sense? So they won't say 400 and something people have died when 50,000 people have been, tested positive, because for example, they won't use the percentage in that respect. They'll say the full number, because the full number sounds more than the 0.0 something percent.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, I thought they are. The way I look at it, right, is the government are the world's best salesmen for the drug companies, the pharmaceutical companies.
Well, they get paid a lot. They get great commission.
Yeah. I mean, if someone like bloody PC World, like, was to come out on their adverts and what have you and say, right, do exactly what the government's saying, right, you will buy what we tell you to buy, or we're going to send the police round because we're going to make it law, they would be up in prison for that.
Yeah.
But
of course,
the government are doing exactly the same thing. They are the salesman. They've got the police on their side to turn round and say, right, well, if you don't do what we say, we're going to come and kick down your fucking door, and fine you tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah.
No other business would do it. And, let's face it, the government's a business at the end of the day, isn't it? I mean, they're making fortunes they're putting it in their back pocket, half of them.
Of course, they use their position. They use their position in government to get high level jobs, or become what's the word? What's the word I'm thinking of? Consultants for companies, and get big money on top of their government wage, and it goes in the back pocket, as you say, and it goes on their second and third house, and all the rest of it, and it's sickening. Yeah. It's absolutely sickening. Yeah. And again, as somebody's just said there as well, as what you said about the MPs making fortunes from drug companies, and they are, of course, they are.
They are. If it's not that, it's all the damn holidays they're getting, and all the damn, trips on luxury boats, and I bet half of them get free. That is it the Burj Khalifa, the sort of 6-star hotel over in Dubai?
Yeah.
And I bet half of them are getting free stays in that, because they're selling so many hundreds of thousands of their bling drugs.
Well, listen, when I used to do sales, I used to do door-to-door sales. Okay, and when I used to do that, we used to get things like tickets to the football matches, to the derby, and things like that. We used to work with sales departments in large companies, or at the Liverpool football ground, for example, and they used to be like, look here, have a free ticket to come and see the match, and have a free couple of nights in this hotel, and all this kind of stuff. We used to get loads of freebies, and we was just doing normal door-to-door sales. Now you imagine the amount of money that the government can make these companies, and you imagine of the freebies and the backhanders that they're going to be getting. It's sickening.
It is. I mean, and another thing I was working out, right? Because I have Asperger's, right? We've talked about it before, right? And the way I look at it, if I could play chess, I'll be the world's greatest chess player, because I always think about 50 steps ahead. Right. I can't help it, but I can't play chess. Don't even know what the damn pieces are called. But anyway, but now I was looking at this, and of course, with me, I tend to have to research everything. Yeah, I have to know everything. I tend to research everything and try and put it in ways that I can understand. Right. And I was looking at these PCR tests, polymerase chain reaction that they use for detecting this thing, right?
Yeah.
And even that's flawed. Right, because the way I put it, right, is it's like, you know, all these cleaning agents that you have on the shelves, not one of them will turn around and say 100% effective, right? Because they can't, because if you magnify a surface enough, even if it's with something like electron microscope, you're always going to detect you're always going to detect something, so you can never get rid of it.
Yeah.
Right. And the same with this polymerase chain reaction is exactly the same, because basically in a nutshell, I don't want to bore everyone, but in a nutshell, right, they take your DNA from your nose and your throat, they put it in a Murray solution. Well, I'm not a scientist, but from what I can gather, they then put that in a Murray solution with a single strand DNA. I think it's like just a carrier DNA, right?
Yeah.
Because you know the human DNA is a helix, double helix.
Yeah.
This is a single strand DNA. Then that is then put into a cycle of heat cool, right? And every time it heats cool, the original DNA splits in. So you've got the original DNA and a copy of the original DNA that's binded to the single strand DNA.
Right.
Which the Murray solution actually copies the DNA, and then that heat cycle and cool cycle is done thousands of times. So effectively, you're copying a copy of a copy.
Right.
Right. So and every time it gets stronger, it's amplified more and more. And as you know, if you take a photocopy of a copy, you're going to get degradation, aren't you?
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
And then the same list. I reckon this is the reason why they are detecting so many positives, is because the original DNA is being amplified so much. It's detecting even the minutest trace, which in a lot of people would do bugger all. That's why. Yeah. Because
they've already said, you know, even a full dose of COVID, in most cases, is not going to give anybody anything other than flu symptoms in most cases. Yeah. Now, I'll explain something. I didn't record it. For some reason, my phone wasn't recording the call. I phoned NHS 111 last week because I ran out of tablets, okay? And my doctor ballsed up.
Oh, I remember you saying that, over Christmas, yeah.
Now, on the recorded messages, it turned round and said, this is 111, NHS service 111. On the recorded message, it said, if you have... the majority of people with COVID will need nothing more than over-the-counter flu medicines.
Yeah, like paracetamol or something, yeah.
Okay, over-the-counter flu medicines for the majority of people. Now, yes, and I've said this before, I do not doubt that, I do not doubt that there's a virus out there. It most certainly is not as bad as being made out. The amount of deaths has been hyped up ridiculously. Yes, some people will have a severe flu, a bad cough, and it might take them a little bit long to get over. But that is the
but then some people won't even get a damn snivel.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and even the amount of people that have died, and this is what people aren't realising. If you say this is the amount of people that have died and this is the amount of people that are in the world, the percentage is minuscule.
Yeah,
minuscule.
It is.
But go on.
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing that, because the government, it talks about ONS data. They actually base everything on ONS data, Office of National Statistics, right?
That's right.
Well, I was looking at some of their reports, and in 2019, they done a report. They looked at 4 years from 2015 to 2019, and they done an average recorded deaths per day for them years. Right, now even the ONS, even Office of National Statistics say the average recorded deaths in England, right, is 1,125 a day. So that is just an average without any viruses.
Yeah.
And yet the government are moaning about. I feel sorry for people who have lost somebody because of it. But the government are making it sound as though it is such a massive big thing, but we're nowhere near the daily rate of people who are dying. They don't.
No, it's being made out to be a huge killer, and it's not. I said this the other day. cardiovascular disease is currently more than 10 times the killer than COVID is.
Don't surprise me.
The shits, people are dying from the shits, from diarrhea. Even the amount of people dying from diarrhea is twice as many as dying from COVID.
Yeah,
And that's on the ONS website as well.
Yeah, I mean, they don't. I mean, World War II, right? That was affected the whole globe. Well, I think it did, right, near enough. Right? We never had. They've never done a national lockdown during World War II.
Yeah.
Right? We had restrictions, but we never had it as severe as this. Right? And since 1918, not including this pandemic, there's been 4 pandemics.
Yeah.
Since 1918, right? They've never had a lockdown because of it. They never have a lockdown because of all the people that are dying from AIDS or alcohol, drugs.
Yeah,
cancer.
yeah, of course.
They never say, well, so loads and loads of people are dying, so we're going to have to lock down. It's just literally why I go back to my thing. They're salesmen because they've done it with Pfizer-BioNTech. They were all over that, and then as soon as they turn around and come out with the Oxford-Zeneca, they ditch Pfizer-BioNTech to go for Oxford-Zeneca, just like the damn salesmen do. The next big thing, they try and plug that. And, it's just, I'm like a lot of people. A lot of people now are getting fed up with it because at the beginning they were all for it, and now they're getting fed up with it. And the government are just, if you look at the country, the country in another couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, is probably going to be in full lockdown anyway.
Yeah.
And for what? I mean, most people, their immune system does actually sort it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there's always going to be some that their immune system is fucked, right? People that are on medication is not, it's never going to do it. And what I was going to quickly say is I sent you a couple of links a while back for the, when they've done this Pfizer-BioNTech, they were sent to me from a person that I know that actually works in the Havant supply depot for Pfizer. And they were some, all the gumps they give you about these medicines and what have you. They were all about that. Now, they're giving 2 lots of information, right? They're called Reg, for anyone who wants to know. It's on the government website, but it's buried so damn deep, no one's going to find it, right? It's called Reg 174, Information for UK Recipients, which is the stuff they give out to the general homeowner, householder. And they've got another one, Reg 174, Information for UK Healthcare Professionals.
Right.
Now that has got all the information on there, and it's exactly the same format for both the Pfizer and the Oxford-Zeneca one, right? And the one they give out to the people is just bullet points, got no data in it, right? They lie. The one they give the healthcare professionals, they openly turn around and say there's been no studies done for if it can be transmitted in breast milk. No studies whatsoever. No studies done on fertility. No studies done on interactions with other drugs.
Yeah.
So these people are relying on what the GP says, but the GP knows fuck all about it. Because if the company that make it know nothing about it,
then the GP,
how the hell are they going to know
can't
whether it interacts?
Yeah, absolutely.
I take anabolic steroids, right? Because I have a condition. Oh God, I'm trying to say it now.
That's right. Well, you haven't got to tell us what the condition is if you don't want to.
No, I mean it's just that I have to take anabolic steroids, right?
Okay.
And the problem, what they aren't telling you, if you're on anabolic steroids, it plays havoc with your immune system. It weakens your immune system anyway.
Right.
Right. If you're on any steroid, but what they won't tell you is all the research suggests that if you're taking steroids or anabolic steroids, you've got to be very careful about taking any vaccine, because at the end of the day, it's a live vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your immune system is not very good anyway. Yeah, they will never tell you this, and this is why so many people are just not going to take it, because they're waiting to see if their next door neighbour has grown another head.
Yeah. Taking a dip in a toxic waste dump.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, this isn't going to solve anything, because how is this? I've always said, they still haven't shut down the borders.
No, of course they haven't. And if they'd have done that right, and I said this months and months ago, when they realised this was going on, when they told us in what was it, March, they knew about this way before then anyway. But even if it was March that they'd found out, and they turned around and said, right, we have to do something to stop this. So we're shutting the borders down. Nobody in, nobody out. Okay, simple as that. No one in, no one out. Anybody that does come in gets automatically isolated. Even if that's in a detention centre somewhere, they have to be isolated. Even if they turned around and said to everybody, right, we need to make sure this doesn't spread, so everybody is on a 3-week lockdown. Yeah, for example, if they'd have just said that at the beginning, I think people would have been fine with that. Personally, I think people would have said, okay, I can see why they're going to do that. And it's like having a line of gunpowder and you kick a bit out the middle. Do you know what I mean? It will go along and it will fizzle out there and it won't be able to jump over and carry on. So that, a 2 or 3 week lockdown right at the very beginning when they knew this was happening, anybody that comes up with symptoms in the meantime, go and isolate, go to a hospital, whatever it might be, and do it that way. I think people would have been much more accommodating to that than,
of course they would,
than to have full lockdown.
To do what the government say, yeah.
Full lockdown. Then we're going into tears. Then we're having another full lockdown. Then we're having a fire break. Then we're doing this and that and the other. And people are getting pissed with it.
They're still allowing the twats in. They're still allowing all the twats in. So what's the point? And on top of this, right? The Public Health England have just announced. Well, they've done this just before Christmas, that we've got another avian flu spreading again. So they're reminding people with birds to either net them or keep them in. So that's on the spread. And also, again, just before Christmas, actually, I think it was sort of like end of September, beginning of November, the WHO, whether you want to think, whether you want to believe that they actually know what the hell they're doing or not, but they have just announced that they have noticed an increase of Ebola in the Congo region.
Oh, fucking hell.
So if all these people are saying all these things, one thing, then all the more reason for us to turn around and say, well, fuck that, the clue is in the actual shape of what, the landmass with a fucking island.
Yeah, yeah.
You can easily close it.
Of
We're
course.
surrounded by damn water.
Absolutely.
But no, they're never going to get it unless the whole globe is on the same day is totally vaccinated or immune to it. It's never going to go away, of course.
But even then, it's already been said that there's no evidence at all, and I can't see how it would anyway, that the vaccine is not going to kill the virus. All the vaccine does is make your symptoms less worse than they would be, allegedly.
Yeah,
which means you're still going to catch it, which means you're still going to pass it on. But
you might not need to be on a ventilator.
So, and again, most people won't be, though. That's the thing. So, the people who are most at risk should be the ones that are protected.
Yeah, I've been sort of like sheltering since this happened because of my conditions. I've been sheltering, But again, I've had no support. I've had to do it all on myself. I mean, I'd like to be able to have someone do my shopping for me because I haven't got to go down in these bloody crowded shops where they're not. They turn around and say, "Oh, you've got to keep your 2 metre distance outside. If you don't, we fine you."
Yeah,
What are you talking about? A couple of inches in the supermarket? But there's just nothing, and it's just I just can't get over it. And what the hell are we doing about China? We just forgot about what they've done.
China are loving it. I mean, they had a New Year's Eve party, didn't they, in the streets?
Yeah. I mean, I've asked my MP, old Richard Drax, right? Sent him so many emails when is he going to bring it up in Parliament about what the hell are we going to do about China? And because at the end of the day, we've got ourselves into billions of pounds worth of debt because of what they done, because they wanted to try and hush it up. Then it's just avoid it. And I thought, bollocks to him. I just don't fucking get it. It's just, so I'm sick of it, and I think everyone else is sick of it now.
It is a damn headache, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just think of it now as, don't give a shit what they say. I'm going to make my own mind up. I'm going to protect myself, and by protecting myself, I'm helping protect someone else. You know, but it's bollocks. That's all I want to say, buddy. Actually,
no, mate, it's absolutely fine. It's, you know, obviously, I'm interested by everybody's opinions on this. Do you know what I mean? I've got my own opinions, but it's nice to hear other people's opinions and to see what other people think. And maybe I learned something from somebody else that I didn't already know. And you know, so it's always good. You know, it's always good to have discussions and to hear people out. So yeah, I appreciate you calling in. It's always appreciated.
It's just brilliant. I mean, it's just, you know, opinions are opinions, isn't it? I mean. Someone might learn something from it. I mean, before I read about this, I didn't know much about the old PCR test, but now, you know, I think, well, there you go.
Yeah.
But so anyway, buddy, what I'll do is I'll let you go and let someone else get on, yeah?
No worries. Well, listen, you look after yourself. You still there? Oh, sorry, it's all right. Can just talk.
All right, buddy. I hope them 2 dogs of yours are all right.
Oh, they're fine. I think there must be some fireworks going on because Daisy's currently curled up in between my legs on the floor here. Aren't you, Daisy?
Here's something going on. Fireworks. I need to ban them, I'll tell you. But all right, Dan, I'll let you go, mate, all right?
Yeah, no worries. You look after yourself and I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, and you. See you later, Dan.
Bye, mate. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Hello. Can you turn the sound down in the background, please?
Right, Danny boy.
Thank you. Who's that?
Danny boy, it's the Rock Dog, Graham.
How you doing, mate?
The nut with the spanner. How are you doing, my friend?
It didn't sound like you.
Oh, well, I'm on my usual landline, but yeah, my fault for not turning the mobile down earlier. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, not so bad, mate. Not so bad.
I've been very worried about you, and I must admit, last Sunday on the live stream, I might have upset a couple of people inadvertently. Just because of a comment I posted, and it was probably because I misheard something, and I sort of said something that in hindsight, having reviewed the footage earlier, I thought, oops, misunderstanding there. So my apologies for anyone I might have upset around about the 40-odd minute mark.
Okay. Well, I can't say that I recall anything in particular, so...
But I had to sort of review the footage earlier to sort of think, well, hang on, what was said? And I must have misheard something, because I had said on the comment, I'll turn it in, Dan, but I hear where you're coming from. So I obviously misheard something where you were calling yourself, I thought you were calling yourself an idiot, but what you actually did say was you felt like a fucking idiot because of the Kling film.
Right.
So, yeah, one of the other subs called me on that, and that's fair play to him. But it was a misunderstanding. So my apologies. I wanted to clear the air on that.
No worries, mate. No worries. Appreciate that. Appreciate you.
Very much so. And obviously since then I've been very quiet on the emails and stuff simply because I was well aware that you were probably going to be without your meds and so on. So, but obviously you've been in my thoughts massively, as you know.
Yeah, I know you've texted me a few times. You tried to call me. The last few days I've been a bit drunk.
Well, that's all right. We're all entitled to have a few bevies now and again. Do you know what? I'm sorry, the first half hour or so, I missed some of it because of the notification fail. Then it was the case of I had to go upstairs and have some dinner.
Right.
And when I'm having my dinner, if I've got the sound on, my housemate, well, let's not go there. So I had to turn the sound off. Then when I started coming back and albeit with the sound down while I was just letting the dinner go down for 5 minutes, inadvertently I deleted Roger Whittington's comment, but you reinstated that. So fat fingers.
Yeah, no.
That was an unfortunate mistake.
No worries.
So again, right, air cleared. Anyway, good evening, everyone, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, innies, out and in betweeners. It's bloody lovely to be here. And where are we on the timestamp? About an hour and a half, I don't know. What's the plot already?
2:14.
2:14, right, I'll take a note of that.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it hadn't been for your earlier uploads, I would not have been aware of a certain video that was uploaded.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
obviously,
great.
having seen that,
Graham,
and I know that people have already been commenting about it and ripping him a new arsehole, fair fucks.
Graham.
You've done the right thing by bringing it to our attention, Dan. Go on.
Graham, just 2 seconds.
Certainly, mate.
Spirituality. If you're trying to get through, can you just give me the last 3 digits of your number, and I will try and answer yours next. Sorry, Graham.
So you don't have to apologise to me, my friend. You've got comments to read and other calls to take. So, well, do you want to hear a couple of stories?
Go on, mate. Go on.
Or shall I start off with a recent story? Because I can always keep the other stories in abeyance. Yeah, blow it. Now, there's a certain auditor from my neck of the woods.
Okay.
And he likes filming various things, whether it be police stations, COVID sites, and so on and so forth. Well, long story short, we heard about a new testing site that had turned up in our neck of the woods. So he decided to pay it a visit, and I thought, well, yeah, I fancy a bit of exercise, so I sort of met up with him.
Okay.
And within 2 minutes of us turning up at the site, yeah, we got the site manager and about half a dozen all out there giving it the large. Oh, can we help you? Blah, this, blah, that. Now, I chose to leave my phone and camera in my pocket. I thought we'll play good auditor or bad auditor and sort of like, you know, silent witness, if you like, yeah?
Right.
Whichever way you want to play it. Now, had I known that his footage was going to get corrupted and fucked up, then I would have had my phone out, but I kid you not. Within 5 minutes, they're on the phone giving it 999. 999, right? Now, I turned around and said, hang on a minute. Section 33, to which the auditor turns around, trying to tell them that they don't fucking know anything about it. And the two of us had a bit of a chuckle. So I sort of kept a bit of a distance from the geezer. Sort of made out that I was just an interested bystander, shall we say, yeah? And again, because I didn't have my phone in my hands, they couldn't really pin a lot on me. But they certainly gave out my description, said, oh yeah, there's two of them, blah, this, blah, that, and all the rest of them. And I was just quietly listening in, just, you know, smoked a few cigarettes, trying not to freeze my arse with the bloody cold wind and everything. And, oh, they were right in our face. They were really giving it some attitude.
Yeah.
Then they're trying to make out we're intimidating members of the public. And I said, nah, he's not filming the public. And I looked at him, he said, no, I'm not. And then a member of the public said something. I said, nah, he's not interested in you. He's turning his camera away. Crack on, mate. There's no issues with you. We're not interested in you. You know, it's one of them. Now, I did later on speak to these people after they come out from testing, yeah? And, you know, things were said. And I said, well, it's a hobby. It's a hobby that the geezer's got. And I just happened to know that he was going to be down here. So I thought, oh, yeah, I'll come and have a look and see what he's doing. And they actually started to warm to what I was saying. Listen to what I was saying.
Right.
I mentioned, you know, the Pinnack movement.
Yeah.
And when it all comes down to it, you turn up at these places, they get all stroppy because someone's here with a camera. I mean, these people need educating. A couple of times I mentioned Section 33, but isn't it weird though, right? So the police turned up about half hour, 40 minutes later, yeah, by which time I was freezing my nadgers off. They walked straight past me, totally blanked me, even though they had my description. There was a sergeant and a constable, yeah? And I went straight up to him and said, oh, good afternoon, Mr. Such and Such. They knew straight away who he was.
Right.
Totally ignored me, didn't want to say nothing to me, and I thought, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just leave it and crack on. But here's an interesting thing, right? Now, it's just unfortunate that the footage was corrupted. He'd obviously not formatted his memory card to start with, and it was a new camcorder. Because it was a bloody good audit. It was fucking brilliant. It was a case of, when they thought the camera wasn't rolling, and out of earshot, I could hear the old Bill Sergeant and the site manager talking to one another, right? And what was said was, well, there's a lot of funny things going on at the moment. This is the plot, yeah? Blah, blah, blah. We don't know what to make of it, but we know who this is. Then something else was said about, well, yeah, they can be escorted off the property. Well, at this point, my auditor, Moke, turned around and said, well, yeah, we could be escorted off the property, but hands on, that's assault. To which the sergeant turned around and said, well, we'll be the judge of that. And do you know what? I thought that's almost as though these security people are being incited to, you know, maybe overstep the mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even, you know, that and the security are saying, oh, we feel intimidated. It's like, fuck off. There were 10 of the bastards. There were only 2 of us. 2 of us and at least 10 of them. At least 10, if not more. There was still a few more bodies sort of like stood around moseying about inside, for fuck's sakes. They had plenty of reinforcements.
Yeah.
So to turn around and say, oh, we feel intimidated. I mean, you know, we've got me, yeah? Mr. Blobby, slightly overweight, middle-aged male, chain smoking like God knows how many fags in the time I was down there.
And we all.
And then we've got this other guy, the old bloke. He's like, well, he's in his 70s, yeah? And they're saying we're intimidating. What a fucking joke.
Well, of course it's a joke. It's exactly the same as the police using the stop resisting. It is a line that people use now. It means nothing. It means nothing. It is a flippant line that they've heard so many times that they just say it without understanding it anymore. Okay, they do not feel intimidated. They do not feel concerned because they're on camera all day long, and it's only because you're standing there in view, and they've noticed you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
well, we weren't exactly trying to hide our presence, that's for sure.
No, but they don't moan about all the other cameras. They don't moan about all the other cameras that pick them up. Just very quickly, Graham, just while we're talking about photos and stuff, not me has just asked what is Section 33. Now, it depends what you're talking, what act you're actually talking about. But if you're talking about to do with photography, and Section 33 is distributing like indecent or pornographic images that you may have taken of somebody without their consent in order to cause them alarm. So it's basically revenge porn. So if you take pictures or video of somebody and you've got them on your phone, and this is if you're talking about the photography, the Criminal Justice and Courts Act, Section 33. It's to do with having photos or videos of somebody that are, let's say, private sexual photos or videos.
Well, it's nothing to do with sexual and nothing to do with revenge and nothing to do with doctor members of the public.
Oh, no, I know that. It's just
Criminal
because
Justice Act 1972, something like that.
It's just because somebody's just asked what Section 33 is.
Yeah,
that was all. Sure. So I was just, if he means the Section 33 to do with pictures, photographs and stuff, that's the only one that I can think of off the top of my head. But that's what that Section 33 would be, not me. I hope that helps. Sorry, Graham, for interrupting you there again.
That's all right. I sort of interrupted back as well. So, but yeah, now 1 minute they're claiming it's private land, then they're saying, oh yeah, Port Authority, then they're saying council land, but it's all accessible to the public. Now, my understanding is, if it's accessible to the public and public were driving in and out and coming in for appointments, well, if it's accessible to them with or without an appointment, it's accessible to us. There's an implied right of access as far as I'm concerned. But at no point, well, they might have asked us to leave, but they didn't specifically trespass us, if that makes sense.
Right, yeah.
It was, they tried to intimidate, and we had one bloke, he was holding up something in front of the camera and trying to block the view, and, my man, he weren't having none of it, and he stood his ground. It was such a shame, because it was the footage was just absolutely sublime, and it was probably the best audit he'd ever done.
Yeah.
So all I can do is take some pleasant memories from that one. But I kid you not, if people like Marty and a couple of others, once all this lockdown and stuff is ended, that's a site that's going to be worth a visit. I kid you not. Because that site manager and a couple of his minions were a little bit like Sigourney Weaver's Alien. Slightly unpleasant.
Well, I was looking today actually for the local drive-through COVID test centres, but there doesn't seem to be any drive-through ones in Liverpool. They all seem to be just walking. which seems to defeat the object a little bit. Because if you go down there and you actually haven't got it, and you're walking in with all these people that might have it, whereas if you're sitting in your car,
or otherwise,
if you're sitting in your car, then you've got some kind of protection going on there, haven't you? So,
indeed. I mean, here's another thing. We've got all the false positives that I keep hearing about.
Yeah.
Then we had the French shut the borders down a couple or 3 days before Christmas, but I think that was, I think they were using the so-called new strain of COVID as an excuse. I think they were kicking off more to do with the fishing rights.
Yeah.
I think they were just playing silly beggars. Do you know what? The world has gone mad, and I can't see anything improving rapidly in 2021, and I'll tell you for why. Every time the government say one thing, you get to a point, and then right at the last knock-ins, what do? They move the goalpost again, then they move them again, and then they come out with more bullshit. That's where I'm coming from. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I can't help but feel as though they want to kill off all small businesses, pubs, clubs, restaurants. It's almost as though they want to make sure that all the big boys survive, but all the little businesses and the self-employed and, taxi drivers, Uber drivers, this and that, it's almost as though they want to kill the economy. But why? What are they hoping to gain from this? There's more to it than just the COVID-19.
Somebody said that in a comment earlier. What do the government aim to achieve? They're spending so much money. The problem is they're spending all this money, so our eyes are on where that money's going, okay? Our eyes aren't on the money that they're pocketing. Our eyes aren't on the money that they're putting into companies that their friends have just recently set up.
We know about all the backhanders and the new companies because there's at least a couple or three that you and I have sort of exposed this year, as a newly formed company or another company got given this contract and they had no previous experience. And yeah, it's all the old school tie and jobs for the boys and greasing the right palms, isn't it? But I also question how much money is being wasted or spent on these testing sites that have very little footfall.
Ridiculous amounts, and they're paying people to start. We've got all these security there. You've got the other staff there as well. You've got no doubt they're paying to rent the land that they're on from whoever owns it, the council or whatever it might be. And again, it is.
Yeah, in the case of Port Ramsgate, apparently it belongs to Thanet District Council.
It's a ridiculous amount of money, for what? As you say, there just doesn't seem to be any real point behind it. I understand you want to find people that may have it and you want to get them to make sure that they protect other people, for example, and self-isolate or whatever it might be. But yet again, we know
who the most vulnerable people are. It's, those that are sort of like 60 plus, generally speaking.
With underlying conditions, health conditions.
I mean, as far as I know, ONS says less than 400 under the age of 60 with no pre-existing conditions.
Yeah.
Have died of this kung flu. So where are they getting the 50,000 new cases here and the 80,000 new cases there and this number of deaths and all the hospitals are full? I'm sorry, where are they getting that information from?
Yeah.
It seems as though they're lumping in normal flu deaths and other deaths and calling it all COVID-19.
Well, they are, though. This is the thing. If you've got... I mean, the normal flu, this is a coronavirus, isn't it? The flu is a coronavirus. So... excuse me, somebody may have the normal flu, okay, but they may also be a carrier of COVID, okay, but it may be that their body doesn't give a shit about COVID-19. Do you know what I mean? Maybe their body is immune to it, maybe they've got an immunity to it, or whatever it might be. Just because they have it, it doesn't mean that they've died from it. And we've been through this so many times. Just because somebody has something, it doesn't mean they died from it. I mean, I'd fucking well, I was going to do? I was going to use an example and say that I had something, but all the things that kept coming into my head were really bad. So I'm not saying any of that stuff.
You can say something bad if you want, Dan. You're not going to upset me, and I don't think you're going to.
No. I'd get taken a piss out of.
Well, I could say you can't take the piss out of shit, but you can. You just got to squeeze a bit harder. You can say that about me. I'm not bothered. You can call me anything you like, Dan.
It's like if it's like if somebody's got fucking I can't even remember the fucking name of the thing now. No, do you know what? Don't worry about it. Forget it. I can't think of the fucking words. But anyway, I mean, just because you've got something doesn't mean you've died from it. Right now, you could have fucking rickets. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know, and just because you've died, just because you had it, that doesn't go on your death certificate.
Well, it's a bit like the geezer that fell off the ladder.
Yeah.
He didn't die from COVID-19. He died of a fucking broken neck, but it went down as a COVID-19 death.
Yeah. Horace, I'll try to. I've got to answer in order, unless I've got the last digits of the phone number, then I can try and answer. But normally I just try and go through in order. And occasionally, if somebody has been trying to get through for ages, then I'll get the last digits of their number. So I've already got somebody trying to get through that I need to answer. But drop us the last digits of your number, and I'll try and get you answered as soon as possible, mate. Sorry again, Graham.
Not a problem. Well, look, I'll cut you loose. I've got a couple of stories that I can sort of like save for another time that I've got noted. We can leave that for another time to give other people a chance to get through and so on and so forth. It's all good, mate. It's all good.
No worries. It's getting busier on the old phone-ins, that's for sure.
Well, I'm not surprised, but you know, you're doing a lot of good to a lot of people, and I kid you not. Last Sunday's stream, I think, did a fair number of people a fair amount of good, just to be able to have someone to talk to.
Well, I hope so. You know, I don't always get to hear back from people, but I like to think that somebody's got something out of something that I've done.
Well, even if it's just a case of hearing you giving other people support, and even seeing some of the comments, you know, there's a lot of love and a lot of support in this community, and it's, you know, dare I mention names of people that nah, let's not go there. They know who they are. They know who they are that called in, and I would like to think that they were helped by being able to get through to you and so on. Even the calls earlier today, you know, it means a lot to people just to have someone to talk to and to listen, you know?
Yeah, of course. But Ricky is not going to give the name out. I know who he was talking about, but I know he's not going to give the name out. As Ricky Police Watch wants to know if it was Kent Audit that you was with.
Yes, Ricky, it was.
Oh, right then. I didn't think you was going to give the name out. I thought you wanted to keep that. No,
I'm only choosing not to mention the bloke's real name.
Right. Oh, right. Okay, got you.
Even though a couple of people do know his real name, and the old Bill certainly mentioned his name. Yeah, it was Kent Audit. Yeah.
Yeah, you just really showed me up there, Graham. Thanks.
No, I haven't shown you up at all, Dan.
I'm joking.
You were being polite. You were being very careful about what information was doxed or not doxed. I chose to confirm it simply because, yeah, the man knew that I was probably going to be phoning in live at some point and having a word about our audit, and he said, that's fine, not a problem. He even said I could slag him off for failing to fucking get the camcorder set up properly, but we had a bit of a laugh and a joke about it afterwards, and it was quite gut-wrenching to have lost that footage, it really was.
No worries, anyway, I can understand that.
One last thing.
Go on.
Christmas did get slightly ruined, not just for me, but for a number of other people. Even my own parents went, there.
Yeah, well,
come round for Christmas dinner.
Mine have done the same thing. I was gutted when I spoke to my mum the other night, and she said,
even though we're support bubble allowed and it's all legit, no, they decided to be good, compliant little sheep.
Yeah.
And I was not impressed. So it took me fucking ages to get through that turkey. I was getting sick of the sight of that fucking big bird. Now, I don't usually have a problem with big birds, or even little birds, or birds of any shape, but that one, I was getting fucking sick of the sight of it. Bob. And any ladies on this channel could take whatever they want from that one. I'm having a bit of a piss take, all right? I love women, but there were certain birds, different matter in it.
Yeah, well.
I could start going on about pussies, big pussies and little pussies, but I've got a couple of Maine Coons and a little black and white psycho. Now, I love my cats, but I kid you not, they're definitely not bedfellows.
No, I'm sure they're not.
Definitely not. I mean, apart from anything else, I ran out of gaffer tape months ago. Oh, no, don't even go there because people will get the wrong idea. Anyway, on that note, I'm making myself like a complete and utter pervert, which I'm not. It's laughing and joking, all right? So I'll cut you loose.
All right, mate.
Love you and leave you, everyone. It's been a bit Vinnie Jones, I guess.
No worries.
And I am getting drunk, so my apologies, whatever.
No worries. All right then, Graham.
Okay.
Listen, I will speak to you soon, my friend.
Okay, and I will keep watching this, and hopefully I won't doze off. So all the best. Take care, everyone.
All
Cheers
right,
for that.
mate. All right. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. You need to turn the sound down in the background.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, sugar, Jesus Christ. No sure what happened there. It was just like, bloody hell, a whole mix of stuff, wasn't it? How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing okay. Who's this?
This is Andrew Welsh / Horace. You know.
Have we've spoken before, haven't we?
We have last week, yeah.
Right.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. I hope you are. Hope you had a good Christmas.
It wasn't too bad. I'm in a bubble, so I was able to, visit my mother at the time. You know, she's doing fantastic. You know, get me a clip round the ear roll, as I say, for my misdeeds per se. But yeah, apart from that, not too bad, I must say. I was going to answer the call with a bit of a joke, but yeah, I kind of didn't see it getting answered right away. Bloody hell! How are you doing there?
No, I'm all good, mate. I'm all good. I had a bit of an up and down as you do. You know, it was just me and the dogs this year.
Yeah.
But
oh, that's not bad at least. At least
yeah.
you've had a good time though. Did you do much for Christmas? Did you? Or just a short one before I get on to the topic.
No, I didn't do anything, to be honest. Just radio on. Smoked my head off, drunk lots of coffee, and listened to the radio.
Don't blame you. I mean, I've been vaping and just drinking gin and beer for the past bloody week and a half, 2 weeks, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much been me for the past couple of weeks, to be perfectly honest with you. You know, but it could be worse. But yeah, I was just calling really to give you an update on the whole situation, because I think I mentioned it last time with regards to me.
Okay.
Wearing the uniform, etc. I'm assuming you remember that, you know.
Yes, in fact, I was thinking about you earlier, and I couldn't remember who it was. Now I was watching I wasn't watching. The telly was on earlier, and it was Mr. Bean, and I can't remember which one it was. But he's in France, and he dresses up as a German, and he does the German salute, and he does the frog marching around, on location. It was like they were filming but there is a it's a Mr. Bean film, and he's in France, and he dresses up as a German soldier, and he does the frog marching, and he does the German salute and everything. So if that's allowed on the television, you should be allowed to walk around the street.
Well, that's my point. I mean, as you said before, and as I completely agree with, you know, as long as it's not going outside of a synagogue or, let's say, something else, you know, doing it to be offensive, per se, against a certain group, then of course, I mean, it's all in comedy's good work. I mean, Ricky Gervais, I mean, he does some quite amusing things. Also, at the same time, you know, other people, let's say, for example, Carl Pilkington, he says some weird things.
Yeah.
Various different people. Yeah, Carl Pilkington, he's an interesting chat. But I saw a guy in the comments actually, After69 said, "What do you think about Khan and the ants in the fireworks?" I don't know what that means, to be perfectly honest. To be fair. But yeah, I mean, just going obviously to the point. I mean, as I say, I was giving you an update. To be fair. How can I describe it? I got in contact with the group you mentioned, which was the what was it called again? The Free Speech Union. That was the one. Yes. Yeah, they weren't the most useful.
Okay.
Basically, how can I describe it? they sent me an email back after I described everything, and they said, "Are you currently a member?" And I said, "No, I'm not. I'm just calling because I want to get advice, or so on and so forth." And they said, "Well, if you subscribe, we'll be able to help you out." So I thought, okay, well, they offer legal advice and legal help, so I'll subscribe. It's only £5 a month, and that could also help in the future. I'm always for free speech anyway, so I'm more than happy to support such a group.
Yeah.
Since I subscribed, though, I've heard nothing back.
Really?
Which is a bit of a disappointment, I must say, but as we say, you never know unless you try, and at the end of the day, I've tried, and seems to have fallen on deaf ears, per se.
Right.
Bit disappointing, but as I say, it's just to give you pretty much an update on the whole situation. I've got to go to court next week.
Okay.
But I was actually just very curious because how can I describe it? Because I told you before I work in the financially regulated industry. And I need to tell my employer whether I'm being prosecuted or if I'm getting in trouble or anything like that. So I told my employer.
Okay.
A lot of my colleagues told me, don't tell the employer, they don't need to know, it's just a public court offence, many people have them. And I thought, well, no, I'd rather be honest about it, I'll go and just tell my employer. So it's been passed to HR, who basically going to come back to me tomorrow, fingers crossed, and just give me the okay for it, because at the end of the day, a few of my colleagues have been to prison, a few of them have had drink driving offences and all that sort of good stuff. So I'm kind of just waiting for a response in that regard, but I'm just curious, actually. One thing that I'm really worried about is my issue going into the press. How often does that happen, do you know?
What do you mean? What, to see whether you end up in the newspapers, for example?
Pretty much,
I suppose it depends on how quiet their week is. I mean, yes, sometimes they'll pick up on minor issues, and they'll publish and they'll make something big out of it sometimes. Now, with everything that's going on at the moment, they seem to have their hands full with scaremongering people with COVID stuff. But it's impossible for me to say for sure and to put your mind at rest. I can't do that, okay? And I'm not gonna kid and lie to you. I would imagine that that it wouldn't end up anywhere. Maybe it may end up in local rag, but I would imagine it's not. I would imagine it's not important enough to make
that's what I would think as well. That's what I would think also, but then again, I get the Prince Harry vibe from it, so it doesn't really help in that regard. Bit of an odd one. But yeah, it's just an odd situation, to be perfectly honest. I mean, there's a few things I didn't mention last time, which I thought, realistically I should have mentioned to you, because at the end of the day, you're the pro in this regard, you're here standing up for free speech, and I thought, well, probably best to tell all these things to you, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I'll do my best to give good advice, and if I can find the facts of what people want to know, then I'll give them the facts. But again, like I've just said, if I'm not going to blow smoke up your arse and tell you something that I can't be sure about. Do you know what I mean? So
no, I completely agree with that. And at the end of the day, and this is my opinion as well. It's like, if you've done something wrong per se, of course, I say it's not even something wrong, but I mean, if you've done something which is necessarily going against you, you should say, yeah, I've done that, and also at the same time, it's a difficult one, to be fair, but I always believe that if you've done something, even if you don't believe that it's wrong, you should always say, yes, I've done that,
yeah, of course, absolutely. Put your hands up and admit it. Be a man, do you know? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, exactly. And the thing is, I mean, I'm ex-army as well. I didn't mention this last time. You know, I've served in the Royal Engineers. I was in 42 Engineer Regiment, Geographical Regiment of Royal Engineers. And I've served in Afghanistan as well. And it's like, you know, a lot of my colleagues when I was in the army also, you know, they were all into this sort of stuff, you know, not necessarily the German World War II sort of style sort of thing, but I mean, you know, they were into like reenactments and all that sort of good sort of stuff. And it's kind of like, well, you know, where does the law scale lie in this regard, you know? You know, if you can go out, let's say, and buy pizza, yeah, a bit of a weird one to say, but if you can go and buy a pizza, and let's say a small pizza, yeah, and the pizza is quite nice and warm, and somebody likes the pizza, but then again, somebody else gets the same pizza and says, oh, crikey, that's cold, isn't it? You know, crikey, that's offended me, that is. That's a cold pizza.
Yeah.
I'm going to report you for offending me because you've given me a cold pizza. It's the same sort of thing, really, you know, me dressing as a German and somebody, let's say, dressing as a, I don't know, a Roman legionary.
Listen, the way I see it, okay, is that if somebody on the telly can wear a German uniform for a joke and do the German salute and frog march, okay, on the telly on main channels, okay, if somebody can do that and the people that are sitting in their home have the opportunity to turn over if they don't want to see it, the same people have the opportunity to turn around and not look at you when you're out in the street.
Exactly, and that's my point as well. My point as well.
You're not out there. Well, as I said to you last time, you're not out there frog marching up and down a synagogue pathway. You know, saluting everybody that comes out. That obviously would be deemed, no doubt, as upsetting some people.
Oh, exactly.
But the simple fact is, you was out in the street. You was dressed in fancy dress as a German officer or German soldier, whatever it was. You know, and somebody decided that they was going to phone up and take offence over it. That's not your fault. Okay, and I've got to say, if it was me, and I'm not telling you to do this, I'm just saying, if it was me and I was going to court, I would go in there and I would say to them, I would go in there with the Mr. Bean movie example. Okay, I would go in there with that and I'd say, look, well, if this is allowed on the telly and this is beamed into, you know, millions of people's homes without their say so, okay, and they've got the opportunity to turn over if they want, they're not going to phone you and bring the TV company into court over it. The same way as they can turn around and not look at me. I wasn't walking up to people and German saluting in their face, and I wasn't frog marching up and down a synagogue pathway, you know, upsetting people. It was fancy dress. It's something that was freely available to buy from the shop. If I had to go to the black market and buy the uniform in order to wear it, then I can understand, but I didn't. So therefore, just because somebody was decided to take offence to it, you didn't go out there and purposely. Well,
I was going to say, a funny thing with that as well. I mentioned before I was looking into a solicitor. The solicitor in question didn't give me very much good advice. You know, he basically stated, how can I describe it in uncertain terms? It kind of really pissed me off the way the guy described it. He's like, you've made a mistake. You know, you need to accept your guilt. You know, you've done it wrong. You need to accept that. And I'm just like, I'm calling you for advice, you know, and you're telling me to accept my guilt? Yeah, I mean, what have I done wrong? You know, I only did what I thought was okay, you know. Yeah. And this is solicitor telling me this, and he told me, you know, the thing that really got me agitated, I'm just opening my window, is he said, I'd be satisfied if I saw you on the front page of the paper, you know. I'd be rather laughing if I saw that. And I'm just like, oh really? Would you really be laughing if I paid you to support me in court and then you see on the front of the paper? Are you going to really laugh about that? And he's like, well, I wouldn't support you anyway because I think you'd lose. And I'm just like, how charming you are, aren't you? You're a proper piece of shit, you scumbag. I told him, and he hung up on me.
No,
it's just like stuff.
Somebody's got the ump. Somebody with a stick up their arse didn't like the fact that you was dressed as German, because they perceived it they perceived that you was doing it to cause alarm to somebody when clearly you weren't. It was a time of the year when people dress up as all sorts of different things. Okay, you decided to dress up as a German soldier because it's not illegal to dress up as a German soldier. That I know of.
Wow.
I think unless the uniform is for like a political. If you was dressed up in the uniform for a political statement or a political reason, then you might, there might be something there. But the simple fact is, it was a fancy dress. You bought it from a fancy dress shop. If Rowan Atkinson can do it on Mr. Bean, on the movie, and beamed into millions of people's homes, then why can't you do it going to a fancy dress party?
And that's my point as well. And it's kind of like, how can I describe it? Somebody can go dressed up as a potato, let's say, for example, when they go into a local cosmetics shop, for example, for a party there. Yet there's another person dressed as a bean, and they may not like the look of the potato. It's kind of the same sort of thing, isn't it, really? Bit of a bad analogy, but you're quite right. But as I say, I mean, the reason why I'm calling tonight is obviously just for a quick update on that. I thought I'd just give you the update, really, I suppose.
I did ask you to keep me updated, didn't I? And I'd like to hear the outcome. I think if it goes against you, I think you definitely need to appeal that.
I was going to say, though, this is the thing that's really bugging me. I really don't know. I mean, I'd also like to hear from other people in the comments section as well, their opinions. But should I realistically plead guilty or not guilty to this? Because I really don't know. I've never been in court before.
No, I would say not guilty. Personally, I would say not guilty. They're trying to say that. Now, what was the actual charge again? It was, what was it under the Public Order Act? Was it 4A or 5?
Oh, crikey, I've got the charge sheet here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, this is a bloody BC thing. 1 second. Oh, Christ, where is this now? Oh, there we go. It's shoved under a pile of shit, which is pretty much what they're worth anyway. Basically, under Section 5A for what's visible? What's it called? Visible. Like showing a sign or image or something which could cause harassment, alarm, or distress to somebody in the vicinity.
Oh, so it was Section 5.
Yeah, that's Section 5.
Section 5B is displays any writing, sign, or other visible representation which is threatening or abusive.
Pretty much, they did arrest me for Section 4A, which is the racially aggravated factor. But obviously that was vacant.
Key thing to remember here, okay, is that it needs to be representation which is threatening or abusive. Okay, offensive has been taken out.
And that was what I thought as well. I wouldn't consider a swastika or a salute to be abusive. Abusive, in my opinion, is like going up to somebody saying, "Hey, you've got a flat forehead. Why don't you go and iron it out on the floor?" You know what I mean?
And it's not threatening and it's not abusive, and that's the very key thing to remember here. Offensive has been taken out of Section 5. Okay, that was taken out quite a long time ago now. I would definitely go not guilty. Remember what I said to you last time. Speak to the on duty solicitor in the courthouse when you get there. be careful of taking all of their advice. Okay, it's you just want what I would ask them is, how do I need to address the court? Okay, that's what I would do. I would ask them how I need to address the court, and then I would do it. I wouldn't need the brief in there unless he turns around and says to you, yeah, absolutely, I'll get you for this, no problem. If he says that, then you've got no issue. But other than that, you just want you want to know how to address the court. I would then go in there. They'd say, right, are you representing yourself? I'd go, yes, I am. They'd say what they've got to say. They'd ask you whether you're guilty or not. I'd say not guilty, because you're not guilty of Section 5. You caused nobody threatening. There was nothing threatening or abusive about wearing a fancy dress costume. So therefore, it is out the window, and I cannot see it going any further. If it does, again, the key things to remember is threatening and abusive. And there is absolutely no way that even in a Crown Court that anybody would turn around and say, under that definition, that you're guilty of it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Threatening or abusive. It's not really either of those, is it, really, to be perfectly honest? And it's kind of like, well, I could go into the court and say to the magistrate, for example, well, I was only wearing a costume because at the end of the day, it was Halloween. Everyone in Halloween wears, dressed up as things, and also at the end of the day, they sell these in costume shops. The only problem I've got there is maybe somebody, they could come up with the counter defense on their part, which is a bit.
But there is no counter defense to that, from what I can see. Remember, the wording is very specific here. They've taken the word offensive out. That was taken out back in 2013, if I remember rightly. So we're talking a good 8 years ago now. The fact is, it displays any writing, sign, or other visible representation which is threatening or abusive. If you had a weapon on you, they could say, well, that was threatening. Yeah. Yeah. I'm presuming you didn't have a weapon on you.
Apart from my voice, but that's not really a weapon, is it?
Being abusive, you didn't abuse anybody. He wasn't abusive to anybody, verbally or in any other way. He was dressed up in a fancy dress costume. Okay. If it was illegal to wear it, if it was going to get people into trouble, then why are fancy dress shops allowed to rent them out? Simple as that. End of. You didn't, as I say, you didn't go marching up. You didn't go looking for the nearest synagogue to go and upset the Jewish community. You simply wore it for a fancy dress, and that was it. End of.
True. That's a good point. Yeah, I'll probably take on to advice. You're available next week as well? You're doing live stream next week?
I should be, yeah. I should be. When's your court date? This week coming, is it?
Oh, it's on the next Tuesday. So not the Tuesday coming, the Tuesday after.
Right. Okay.
So I can probably not the next live stream, because obviously nothing would have happened by then. But the one after that, which will be on the 16th, I think.
You might
be able to give you an update on that.
You might even find by next week, you might even get a letter saying that there's no further action. It could well be that the Crown Prosecution Service might even look at it and just go, what? There's no way we're going to get a conviction on this.
So they drop it.
So you could. It is possible, yeah. Of course, it's possible. Sometimes they leave it up to the last moment before they let people know that they're not following through with it.
Oh, right. Well, fingers crossed.
No, I'm not. Obviously, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it is a possibility.
Probably won't know my luck, because knowing my luck, they'll try and charge me with this shit as well. But
well, they can only do that if they get you in court and find you guilty.
That's true. Quick one as well. Just before I go, I told my employer this. Do you reckon I'm going to get sacked for the Section 5? I mean, it's such a small thing.
No, I can't see it. You didn't threaten anyone, and you weren't abusive to anybody. There, again, just explain to them. It was a fancy dress. You went out in fancy dress. You know, look. I mean, even if, and I'm not telling you to tell fibs, but even if you lied and said, look, it was the only costume they had left in the shop. Do you know what I mean? What can they do? What can they do? They can't do nothing about it. You know, you didn't intentionally go out to upset people. You just got it because it looked cool. You know, it looked better than a fucking Superman one, you know, for example. And you got it to put it on, and that's it. There's nothing anybody really can do. And if they sack you for it, then I think you've got a case for unlawful dismissal.
Yeah, good point. And as Bastion Radio says, I should just go into the car and speak German to everybody. Not a bad idea. Guten Tag, ja. Guten Morgen, ja, das ist nicht gut. Yeah.
So you do speak German then?
A little bit, yeah. Not the best of German. I speak better Chinese and Korean than I do German, but you know.
Or you could say you went in looking for a police uniform and that was the closest thing that they had.
Well, you never know. Yeah, want to go to the cop, but there's no cop uniform, so I've got a German Nazi uniform. You know, they're pretty similar, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, figuratively speaking as well. You know, they're all the same. Yeah. Big Gestapo. What are the cops in the UK Gestapo anyway? You know, what's the problem with that? You know. Jesus Christ.
I genuinely think you've got nothing to worry about. I honestly do. Now, again, I've got to say I could be wrong. Okay, I could be, but from what you've said and from the actual legislation, I can't see. I really can't see them being able, unless you admit it, and unless you admit guilt. I can't see them being able to do anything about it. I genuinely can't.
Good point. It's better to just walk into the court and say, you have no charges here. I am only here on behalf of the Reich. You know, what charge do you have against me that the Führer will not, you know, go against?
or just hire it. Just hire the costume again and go to court in it.
Maybe a good idea.
Just go. Oh,
not advise.
I do reenactments.
Yeah, go dressed as a full, you know, Gestapo agent. You are under arrest for undermining the Reich's authority. And the magistrate replies, "You're in a British court, my friend. No, you are in a court of the Führer."
Yeah, they probably wouldn't do you for Section 5. They'd probably have you away under the Mental Health Act.
Probably right, but either way. A rather amusing concept either way, I must say. Probably wouldn't do it, but hey, just have a laugh, you know. Bloody hell. Oh, God. Anyway, Dan, I'll probably catch you later, right?
Yeah, no, I'll be about somewhere, mate. So it'd be good to talk to you again. Give me an update on that when you can.
Yeah, no worries. And it was a pleasure talking to you. And hopefully it's been an amusing conversation. But I'll probably catch you later, and I'll give you an update next time. And
no worries.
Stay safe, and as I say, Happy New Year and Merry Christmas in retrospect. Either way.
And
catch you in a bit. You too, man. See you in a bit.
Speak soon. Bye bye now.
You too, man. Bye bye.
Right, folks, I've got to apologise in advance because you're going to have to put up with some of that shitty music for a few moments, because I've really got to go and drain the vein, so to speak. So, unfortunately, for those of you who weren't feeling depressed, you will do once I play this music. But don't worry, it'll only be for a moment while I go and have a quick, going for a piss. But I shall be back in just a few moments, folks. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. And no, I wasn't emptying my colostomy bag. I don't have one, thankfully. I always wash my hands. Not because the government tell me to either, but because it's just the normal thing to do. Okay. Oh, what's going on? And it looks like we're back on with the calls. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hang
Hello.
on just a sec.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, it's all right. I had the same problem with my mate out of London. When I found him, he couldn't hear me. And I
No
got the other
worries.
phone, he still couldn't hear me. And I don't know if it's a fault on his line.
No, to be honest, I think it was my fault. I think I had the wrong audio stream muted and I couldn't hear you. I think that was my fault.
How you doing?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Okay, not too bad, not too good. Yeah, it gets to you with the lockdown and everything, you know what I mean?
It certainly is, mate. It certainly is.
Yeah, I find, like, you know, when it gets to me too much, I have to go to bed and see if I can get a few hours sleep. And then when I get back up, I feel a bit better after.
Well, I had that feeling on New Year's Eve. Got to a point where I just needed to go to sleep and just sleep through it because it was just doing me head in.
It don't matter what you do, like, like if I sort my films out or, if whatever I do, like, after a bit you don't feel like doing it, and then you start to get fed up, and then you get the headache, and then you need to go to bed, and then I need to go to sleep, and sometimes I call sleep, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just gets on top on you. And, it's a bit, a bit much sometimes, like.
It is. It's a tough situation for a lot of people at the moment. And I mean, I wish there was something that I could say that would make it, that would make it all right for people. But unfortunately, we're all, we're all having to deal with this pretty much on our own. There's very little help out there at the moment for anybody. Everything's been shut down. All the support services are no longer in operation at the moment, and we're just being left to crack on with it. And and it's no good for anybody. It's one of the reasons why.
I've seen my brother like Mondays and Thursdays, and I've seen my mates sometimes, but like when they've gone, sometimes you just, when you're on your own for a few days, it just starts to get to you, you know what I mean?
Of course it does, mate. Yeah,
People
absolutely.
go out and socialise, Yeah. I just wanted to say a few things. I don't know if you know about it. Did you hear about what was it now? At Dover, about the two chaps went over to Dover. I heard it today on the internet news. Two chaps went over to Dover to film some immigrants coming over.
Right.
And when they got when the time they was there weren't no immigrants coming over at that particular time. Anyway, what they did find, they found a dinghy, and they decided to claim it for themselves under a certain law. And right. I don't know what that law is, I forget. Yeah, but the two chaps, what they call, I don't know what they call, the sea police or something. The ones that look after the docks and the immigrants and everything, you know.
Yeah.
And they came over to them, these place, these, I don't know, call them the sea place, because I call things what they're called. And it says, like, what you're doing, and it says, we come to have a film, like, but there was nobody, you know, nothing to film. And it says, we're declaring this dinghy for ourselves. And it says, yeah, okay, that's fine. Under certain law, it says, yeah, that's fine, like. And they help them in the dinghy, and help them to get the, you know, the jackets on, the life-saving jackets, you know, just in case they fell in the sea or anything. And and then show them on the way down the river, like you know, so they could do harm in the dinghy. And when they got out so far, some of the sea police come up to them, took them aboard, and arrested them for stealing the dinghy.
Yeah, this is something. This happened a while back. This incident actually, because somebody got in touch with me and asked me for some advice with this exact situation. In fact, I think it was on. I think I got asked about it on the live stream, Active Patriots live stream.
Yeah.
When I was on the live stream a few weeks back. And I looked up what I could, but it's quite a, what's the word? It's not, the law is not very clear. So let's put it that way. With regards to, well, some of them thankfully are quite clear, but the majority of them are so broad that you know, police can pretty much make up what they want. But absolutely, the incident. They was helped into the dinghy by the Coast Guard or whoever it was that was there, and gave them advice on to, you know, put your life jackets on and all the rest of it. And then as they went off, they got picked up. Yeah, I did remember that.
You sound a lot different on the phone than you do on the computer.
To be honest with you, there's a bit of post-production editing on the sound on the actual videos, whereas this just comes through as it is on this one. This is the same mic I use, but
my brother told me today, I ain't heard about it, but my brother, when I was talking to my brother on the phone today, he told me in an hotel somewhere there was 4 people who was playing dominoes in the cellar in an hotel, and the coppers arrested them.
Somebody said that in the comments earlier. I've not seen that yet. I've not seen or heard about that yet. But it's it's something I'll have to look into.
Yeah, China, they keep on about COVID all the time. Yet I think it's about 3 or 4 months ago there was my brother was on about in China. There was an outbreak of the Black Plague in China, and they said they got it under control, and you've heard nothing of it since.
Oh no, I've not heard about that.
Yeah, but there's been nothing of it. But the new strain, as I say, there's this new strain of COVID. I'm not sure if there is a new strain, you know what I mean? They might be just saying that to keep, you know, I don't know, keep the lockdowns going and keep everybody under control. But I can't understand why they are having the lockdowns and putting people out, you know, ruining the economy.
Yeah.
You know, I just can't understand why they're doing it.
There's definitely something else going on in the background, and for all of the people trying to figure it out, you know, never going to know. We're never going to know for many years what's actually going on and why. But you know, there's documents that they don't necessarily have to share, even under freedom of information requests, for example, which they can keep for many years before they need, before they have to be made public. Sorry, what's something going on in here? I keep hearing noises and it's annoying me.
There was it's all right. I'll my mind's just gone. I forgot what I was on about now. What was I just on about?
Sorry, you were saying about the oh fucking hell. Joe, what is
Still on my mind, it's blank
so what it is?
from time to time.
I can hear something in the background, and it sounds like it's coming through my headphones, but it's not. So I just took my headphone off to listen. It's actually the dog eating. But it just sounded really weird. I could hear it through my headphones for some reason. It's just fucking just freaked me out a little bit. What was he saying? Oh God!
I can't remember. It's just my mind just went blank.
It's making me look really ignorant now, isn't it? I can't remember what you said.
I have the like, you know, when your mind goes just blank and there's nothing. You know what I mean? I can't hear you now. The sound's gone.
Oh God!
I can hear you now. I don't know. I've got a. What was I can't remember what it was now. I forgot. It's gone.
That's right. I'll come back to you in a minute.
I've got a few copper jokes. Do you want to hear a few copper jokes?
Yeah, go on then. Tell us some jokes.
Yeah. Some of them are a bit, you know, there's one about, some of them a bit near the nut. There's a bloke having it away. Well, I'll tell it the way the comedian tells it. I was having it away with my girlfriend in the car, and this copper comes up and knocks on the window. So I wind the window down. The copper says, I'm next. I says, that's good, I've never fucked a copper before. And what's the other one? Oh, two guys having it down an alleyway, and the copper's walking down the alleyway, and he sees them, he goes, oi! And he runs after them, he catches the one by the scruff of the neck. He goes, if I'd have caught you, mate, I would have shoved this truncheon right up his arse. And his voice goes, I'm in the bin! Because I watch a lot of stand-up comedians, old comedians. One about a punk rocker having his away with his girlfriend in the car, and there's some music playing in the background. And his missus says, "Is that Johnny Rotten?" He says, "I don't think so. I've only used it twice." I took a woman out last night, and says, "You smell nice. What you got on?" I says, "I've got an hard on, but I don't know how you smell it."
I like that one. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that next time somebody says. Next time I've got me my smellies on, and some girl goes, "Oh, you smell nice. What you wear? What you got on?" I'm going to use that one.
It's a good one there. And the other one, our copper stopped me in the car the other night. And he says, "This is a spot check." I says, "I've got 2 zits and a ball on my arse." And our 2 couple women walking down the road, and the one says, "Oh, it's drafty, I forgot my knickers." The other one says, "Well, if you lift your skirt up, let the dog have a sniff. He'll run off and go and get your knickers." I said, "That's a good idea. So lift your skirt up, let the dog have a sniff. The Alsatian runs off. He's been gone half an hour, and he comes back, he's got the sergeant's bollocks in his mouth. A couple says to me when I was driving down the road, he says, he stopped me, he says, "Excuse me, do you know any road signs?" I says, "Yeah, take you down Strawberries."
Sorry, I missed that one.
It says, I was driving down the road, the copper stopped me. He says, "Excuse me, sir." He says, "Can you drive one-handed?" I says, "Of course I can." He says, "Well, you better, you know, as he's running." He says, "Do you know any road signs?" I says, "Yeah, take you down Strawberry." I used to, there's a lot of jokes I know, but I can't tell them now because, you know, them being politically correct, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
One about, why does Boris Johnson always have sex lying down? Because he can only fuck up. As I say, I know stacks of them, but, you know, I have to write them down, like, what's pink and hard? Pink with a flick knife. What did you call a nurse with dirt on her knees? The head nurse. I can't tell that one, that's a bit bad. Yeah, I of any. I've got them all written down now.
No worries. Well, listen, you can always phone in another time, and you can do a little set if you like. I don't mind.
Yeah.
We'll give you a 5 or 10 minute set, and you can just cheer people up with some jokes.
Here's one for you. There's this bloke, and he's a truck driver driving down the road on the motorway, and he drives in at the terminus, and he gets out his truck, and he sees this place for a massage. That's it. He's having the massage, and this is on the side. As it turns his head, this is a sign on the wall, and he says sausage and bacon, 50 pence. That's it, sausage and bacon, £1.50, egg and chips, £2, and rack off, £3. He goes, "Am you the girl who does the rack off?" I says, "Yes, I am." He says, "Well, can you wash your hands, please? I want eggs and bacon."
Dear. Oh, dear. Sorry, just 1 second there. I just want to say,
Okay.
Dan James, I totally get what you're saying about the pills making it worse, because the pills will, in a lot of cases, just disguise the underlying issues with mental health and depression. The problem is, at the moment, everywhere's been shut down. All support services are gone, and therefore people need something in order to be able to get through. Because if they haven't got something like the pills, which they're using as a crutch to hold them up for the time being, a lot of these people are going to go over the top. Do you know what I mean? And they're going to do something really silly. So as much as I don't like taking the pills myself, I literally cannot function after 48 hours without my pills. And that's not because, like Alex Belfield says, I need to pull my socks up, I've got no backbone, and I'm a fucking lazy bastard, because I certainly ain't. But because of the chemical imbalance that I have, I physically cannot function without that crutch. And if I don't have that for 48 hours, I am literally a mess. But I do get what you're saying. They do and can make things worse in the long run. But at the moment, there's all of the support services for people that need help are gone. There is nothing for anybody at the moment. So people are being left to just try and cope on their own. And the only way they're going to be able to do that in a lot of cases is with some pills. Sorry, caller. I just needed to respond to a comment there.
I'm still waiting for my pill for my vertigo. I'm hoping I'll bring them tomorrow, like. Because if I don't take them, my head starts spinning.
So I'm sorry, you're broken up a little bit there on my headphones.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my tablets for my vertigo. I think they should be here tomorrow, like, because they said they were delivered on Friday. But, if I don't get them, like, I start feeling dizzy and that, and my head goes all funny.
Right, you're actually being serious now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean to take the piss out of you, obviously, but you just told so many jokes. I wasn't sure whether that was a set up for a joke or not, so I just wanted to verify that was you being serious.
Yeah.
I've not had vertigo, so I can't imagine what that would be like. But
I think it's vertigo because I've been having a tablet for vertigo, but how it starts is that, like, I started feeling this sensation in my head, and it's like, it's weird. It starts off when I start feeling like my head going forward, like I'm chucked forward, but like, and I start hearing this sensation in my head, like, and my head feels like it's getting jolted forward every so many seconds, and then, like, after, if I don't take my tablets, I start feeling dizzy, like, and like if I'm in bed and I get up, it's like the room spinning round.
Right. Well, that doesn't sound very nice at all.
No.
Well,
as I said, I'm like bringing them now, like.
Well, I hope you managed.
Christmas, probably.
Well, I had a similar problem. I went to see my doctor a couple of days before Christmas. I wanted a repeat prescription. They said I'd have a phone call by the next day. That came and went, and then it was Christmas Eve. That came and went, and then it was Christmas Day. Thankfully, I had 2 pills hidden away in a box here, so I managed to find them, and I had Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. But then I went Boxing Day, the day after, and the day after that without any pills, and my head was a mess. So I ended up having to go to the hospital 12 miles away to get 3 tablets. It was an absolute pain in the arse.
Because they deliver them like, but it's you're waiting like for them at the moment.
No, well, I hope they managed to turn up. And and you don't go without them for too long, because I know what it's like when you go without your meds. So I hope you managed to get that sorted out.
How long do you think this lockdown will go on for?
Oh God. Personally, I can see on and off for at least another 6 months, in my opinion. And again, could be wrong. We might get cut. Might get to February and they turn around and go, "Well, it's cured," but I can't see it somehow. So I have a horrible feeling.
That time, like, what's going to happen to the economy? You know what I mean?
Well, it's already fucked now, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? They've already ballsed it. Do you know what I mean? And unless people get back to work and get back to running their businesses now, then they're never going to be able to get them back again. Unless they start over. Unfortunately, that I can't see that changing anytime soon. And I genuinely can't see the economy getting back anywhere near normal for maybe another 3, 4, maybe longer in years.
What's it? There's a bloke on the internet who does London Rail, Brian Rose, and he wants to apply for mayor. But I hope he gets in. But of course, because he's all for stopping the lockdowns, because he's putting the economy down and getting the country back up and running.
Yeah.
And he's had David Icke on his show and shook hands with David Icke. So of course he ain't getting in because of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've got nothing against David Icke. I mean, I find him interesting in some aspects, but because he wants to stop the lockdowns and all that, and he's had David Icke on his show and that, I don't, it could probably work against him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, what can you do?
All right. It's a fucking nightmare. That's all I can say. It's well, I don't even know what to say at the moment anymore, because I think everybody said pretty much everything. You know what I mean? So it just seems like people are repeating the same thing over and over and over again, and but nothing's changing. And again, I know I'm sat here and I'm using words, and everything I do is about words, but unless we start taking action and not just using words, then we're not going to get anywhere.
I don't know if we're in tier 3 or 4 here I think it's tier 4 now in West Midlands.
Right, okay.
But, tier 5, I don't know what tier 5 is. I know what tier, 3 and that is, but I sure what tier 5 is.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't even know what tier I'm in. I genuinely don't know what tier I'm in, because I don't give a shit. To be quite honest, I hardly go out anyway, and when I do go out, I mean, my habits haven't changed. I still do the same thing now. So if I need to go out take dogs for a walk, if I need to go to the shop, I'll go. But I don't care. Do you know what I mean?
I don't watch much telly.
So I don't know what's changed. I don't go to the pub. I don't drink in the pub. I don't go out to eat very well on my own. So I just nothing's changed for me. So I don't keep on top of what tier is what at the moment, unless I'm reporting on for other people. But it's a pain in the arse, mate. So
I don't watch much telly, you know. I used to, because I got, you know, like my films and that. I usually watch one of my films and, you know, and listing them on the computer what I got, like, and that. On the program I bought, like, and you get the, you know, it's just, and like, it, you know, that takes a lot of my time and that, like, and now I just can't be bothered with telly because it's that depressing, you know what I mean, when you put the news on and stuff, and you think half of it's bullshit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was depressing, mate. You know, that's enough to make anyone want to do themselves in watching that news all day long.
Yeah.
It's a fucking nightmare, mate.
I had to write some more jokes down for next year.
The what, sorry?
I had to write some more jokes down for your next year.
Yeah, honestly, listen, write a few down, right? And you come on the next live stream, and I will give you a slot on here to tell some jokes.
Yeah.
All right, because I think that'd be nice for people.
But I got it fixed up, like.
Well, that's all right. I mean, just come on, do it this way. Just come on here, you know, to ring, tell us some jokes. Yeah. I'm sure it'll cheer a few people up. So yeah, go, all good.
I'll somebody waiting to come through probably, so I'll let them have a natter now.
No worries. Yeah, listen, thank you for calling in. Thank you for the jokes. Very good. And we'll speak to you next week when you got some more jokes for us. How's that?
Okay, thanks.
Brilliant.
I'll catch you later.
All right, take it easy.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi, is that Dan?
It is Dan.
Hi, Dan. How you doing?
I'm very good. Who's this?
You can call me John, mate.
John, mate, or just John?
Either or. It's not my name, but
that's fine. That's not a problem.
Yeah. I've got a bit of a story to tell you about the police.
Okay.
Honestly, it's quite hard for me to talk about this because of the subject matter that it involves, and I'll try my best. But we'll see. So, a number of years ago, my missus and myself were involved with a custody battle of her daughter, and that went on and off for many years. And it wasn't me trying to get custody over the kids. It was my wife trying to get custody of her kid from her ex-husband. And there's a young child involved. And at one point, one of the social services workers who was involved in this said, "Oh, well, there's a concern here about what's happened to this child." And because of that, the police were called.
Okay.
And the police called both myself and the father, and they invited us both in for a voluntary interview.
Right.
And I asked my dad, and I said, "Well, fuck, what do I do? You know, like, I don't know what this is about. They want to talk to me, a voluntary interview. I don't know anything about this. I don't know what to do." And he spoke to a neighbor of his who's an ex-police officer. Now, in hindsight, all of this was pretty bad advice, I think, but let me continue the story. So their advice was, well, if you've got nothing to hide, just go in and talk to them.
Okay.
Yeah. So I foolishly said, "Yeah, okay, I'll do your voluntary interview." And I went into the police station, and they were like, "You know, do you want a on-duty solicitor? Do you want this? Do you want that?" And I was like, "No, I'll just talk for myself." And I did that, and then they started interviewing me, and they, you know, put the tape recorder on and everything else. And then they said, "Right, okay, we want to talk to you about I'm trying to remember the exact accusation, but it was something of a minor under the age of 13. So effectively sexual assault of a minor under the age of 13.
Okay.
I was like, what the fuck? And I was explained prior to all of this, because it was a voluntary interview, that unless they decided to charge me with anything, that all of this information and this interview would be kept private.
Okay.
So I went through the interview, and then several weeks later, because there was a court case going on, and the solicitors had got wind that we'd both been invited in for this interview. And when the father went in for the interview, he actually did take in a solicitor. And since all of this happened, it's like I've seen my interview transcripts, his interview transcripts. It's quite interesting to look at the differences between me dealing with it as an individual versus him dealing with it with a solicitor. But yeah, one of his solicitor requested a copy of the transcripts and the tapes. And the police said, yeah, no problem. We'll send that over to you.
Right.
But I was not a party to that court case. I wasn't involved in the court case, and therefore my voluntary interview had no bearing to be handed over to that court case, if you see what I'm saying. If he decided to have his interview released to the court case, well, fair enough. That's his prerogative. But the police just turned around and said, yeah, we'll send you that information. And at no point did they ever come to me and say, we've been asked for this information. Are you happy with us releasing it? They just said, yeah, we'll release it. And I only found out about that because of my missus' solicitor. Okay. And they said, yeah, do you know that the opposition have said, we want a copy of these transcripts? Don't know if you were about that, but we're just letting you know. I was fuming at that point because prior to all of this, they were like, you know, all of this is going to be kept private unless we charge you, unless we do something. And they were preparing to hand everything over. So I phoned up, I can't remember now, it was about 8 years ago now, but I phoned up whoever it was that I was dealing with, and I was like, you can't do this. You haven't asked me for my permission. And they said, oh, yeah, actually, you're right. We shouldn't be releasing this. We haven't asked for your permission. But you know what? If they want it, they'll get it anyway. And
right.
I was just, this entire thing, this entire situation is what has ultimately, I think, has given me the anxiety problems that I have and the trust issues that I have.
Well, the thing about sorry to cut you off there. The thing about
no, sure.
Voluntary interviews is that number one, you're giving up your rights. Okay. In a voluntary interview, if you refuse to answer any questions in a voluntary interview, it's almost like you saying, yeah, I'm going to come in and tell you voluntarily what you want to know. But then if you don't, that looks bad on you and they can use that against you. Okay, they can use that as
so whatever you do or don't say can be used against you, whereas if you are arrested and are therefore taken in for an interview, anything that you don't say or don't decide to answer can't be used against you.
Pretty much, yeah. You've got the right to remain silent if you're arrested. Okay, that is your right, and to say no comment if you're arrested. The reason that they do these voluntary interviews is because you don't have the same rights under voluntary interview as you do if you're arrested.
Yeah, so I know that now. I didn't know that at the time.
But it also means, and we already know the police are legally allowed to lie to you. Okay.
So they came up with all kinds of tricky questions because they kept mixing up the child's name and my wife's name, and they would say things like, have you ever penetrated the vagina of, and then give my wife's name.
Right.
And now, in all of those circumstances, because I was very aware of the situation and like what they were like questioning me about after they said what they were going to be questioning me about, and I was like, oh shit, I was being, I was listening very carefully to what they were saying, and I was like, well, don't you mean so-and-so's name, not XY's name?
Yeah.
And oh yeah, sorry about that. But if I had just, taken that of like, well, have you ever penetrated your wife's vagina? It's like, well, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, it's just so slippery, the way that they deal with those things. And, I mean, ultimately, at the time, I did say, okay, fair enough. So if they're going to get the information anyway, then yes, just release it to the solicitors, because of the fact that I was trying to hold up and say, no, you haven't done this properly. You're not allowed to have this information. Then even our side of the court case was saying, oh, well, you've got something to hide, don't you? You don't want this information released. And it's like, no, you've violated my rights in trying to do this. Yeah. That's the problem that I have. It's not that I have anything to hide. And I kind of wish that at the time I did say, no, I don't want this to be released. And if you want it, then you're going to have to fight for it. I wish that I did that in hindsight, but I didn't. Obviously, like, nobody was charged, nothing was found on either side. But that entire experience, just that is the thing that has slanted me against the police, because before then I always thought, they're out there to help the public, they're out there to do right, but they're not. They're just slippery. And
well, if you look at what's happened at Manchester, Great Manchester Police recently, okay, they've gone into special measures. The HMICFS have taken over, and people who have never needed the police before, who went to the police and had their reported crimes ignored, is in exactly the same situation as what you felt. Okay, when that happened to you, right? So you expect the police to be a certain type of organisation, a certain type of person, shall we say, when you've never dealt with them before, and then you deal with them, and then you realise that they're actually a bunch of cretinous morons. Again, not all of them. Yes, there are some decent ones, but again, if those decent ones simply allow the bad ones to get away with stuff, then they're as bad as the bad ones. But
yeah, exactly.
But they do. There is 80,000 crimes over a period of a year that were reported but weren't recorded, and the police just no further action to them after 24 to 48 hours, and some of those were serious offences as well. And these people like you learn the hard way that you cannot trust them.
So there's one other thing that I'd just like to mention about this whole experience, and that is I went into that voluntary interview and I dealt with that myself. Yeah. Because I did figure, right, I haven't done anything. I don't have anything to hide. It's like my dad's neighbour said, I've got nothing to hide. I'll go in. I'll tell him the truth. I'll tell him what I know. And that's what I did. And the father went in and he took a solicitor in, and every question his solicitor answered, no comment. Yeah. No comment. No comment. However, the way that the judge perceived both transcripts and the recordings of both interviews is that I was callous and unloving and cold because of the way that I answered the police's questions, and he came off as being brilliant. And he didn't answer a question. He didn't even speak apart from like saying his name and everything else, because his solicitor answered everything. No comment, no comment.
Which shows you the power of actually making them arrest you in the first place and giving a no comment interview.
If I was to ever be asked for a voluntary interview, then I would just say no in the future. And I think that's the thing that I wish that I knew at the time, but hopefully other people who see your video might pick up on in the future is get arrested.
Yeah.
And then say no comment.
Don't be frightened. Getting arrested is nothing. Being charged is the issue. But being arrested is nothing. Yes, you have to sit in a cell and you know, and you have to be, you know, spoken to like a piece of shit, unfortunately. However, getting arrested is not going to ruin your life. Getting charged can. And therefore, exactly. Let them arrest you. If you've done nothing wrong, let them arrest you. Give them a no comment interview. They've got to let you go, unless they've got proof that you did do something. Then you haven't not done anything wrong. You've actually done something wrong, so it's your own fault. But if you've done nothing wrong, let them arrest you. No comment interview. They've got to let you go eventually. And obviously, if you've done nothing wrong, then they're not going to be able to take it further, and therefore your life will just carry on. It'll be a little glitch in your life, and then it will carry on. But if you talk and give them any information, they can try and twist that around to you know, make you seem complicit in some kind of crime, and that obviously it does happen, unfortunately.
So I've got one kind of question related to this to ask you. I don't know if you know, but they kept this interview. Or said that they would keep this interview under, I think it was under PACE, which I believe is that they can keep all of this information for 8 years. Now, I actually want to know if it has actually been removed. But at the same time, I've done nothing about it because it's just thinking about this whole situation just...
Subject access request.
It just riles me up.
Subject access request.
Okay.
Go to the Force's website. Look for or type in. I mean, if it's West Yorkshire, for example, just type in West Yorkshire subject access request. So Police Force subject access request. You'll come to a page. You'll either be given a form, which you don't have to fill in. You can just send an email. Okay, it doesn't have to be the form that they give you that you have to fill in, so you can do an email. And what you want to do is you want to put on their subject access request. Within that subject access request, you want to give your name, your date of birth, your telephone number, your address. Now, I know we don't want to be giving them these details, but it's the only way you're going to get the information. Okay. And it goes to the data department, which is separate from the actual police themselves. Okay, so you want to give them that information. If you had a different address at the time, you want to give them that address. Okay. Again, I understand and I appreciate that nobody wants to give them any details, but unfortunately, it's the only way to get that information out of them. Then you want to ask them for any and all records, custody notes, emails, notepad entries, digital records, written records that relate to you, your email address, your phone number, your address, car registration number, anything that relates to any of those things. And they will send you a list of all the stuff that not all the stuff, because sometimes they forget conveniently to find certain stuff. I mean, I'd done a subject access request, and one of the worst things I've done in my life wasn't even on there. Right. To be fair, it weren't even that bad. I had a fight. This was many years ago. I used to drink and I used to go out looking for fights, and I got in a fight, and me and a friend, we put a couple of people in hospital. You know, not proud of it, but it happened. I was like 18 or 19 at the time, and that was not even in any of the information that I received back. And that I actually
been in?
Yeah, I got what did I get? I got a suspended sentence, For that,
So is that something that
I
never gets removed from your record?
It will always, it'll always be on there. It'll always be on there.
Right.
Listen, no matter what the police say, okay, when they say, "Oh yeah, it won't be on your record," it will. It just means that they can't use it against you in the future. So
right.
after,
This is kind of why I'm curious to know whether or not they have it. Now, I've never had any dealings with the police since in like about 9 or 10 years, but it always weighs on my mind. Like, well, if I ever get pulled over or something, are they going to see something about this of sexual abuse against a minor or something, and then like just that's going to go bang. They're just going to completely sway their kind of attitude towards me. And that's the thing that I'm worried about.
On a PNC check, I'm not sure whether a basic PNC check would bring up something, that was of a certain time frame ago. It might not come up unless they do a deeper search on you, like when they get back to the station. It might. I couldn't tell you because I've never seen the system and I don't know, exactly how that works. And again, I don't want to give you any incorrect information.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
But it could well be that on a basic search, only the stuff that's relevant will show up. So, for example, anything within the last 10 years, as an example, would show up. Anything before that might not show up on a basic PNC check, but might show up on a deeper search of information. If that makes sense. And again, I'm just using that as examples. So I can't imagine that would come up on a PNC check if you got pulled over, for example, if it happened a time ago.
So the main reason I've kind of thought this, alongside being, just interacting with the police in general in the future, is one of my other kids is getting to the age where they could join beavers.
Okay.
And I'd quite like to get involved in that because my wife is involved with brownies and guides, and obviously you've got to go through the checks that they do for people who go and work in schools, and I forget what it's called now.
Disclosure type thing.
Sorry.
So you need to get like a disclosure, a criminal record disclosure thing.
Yeah, and just to make sure that you're safe, working with kids and stuff like that. And that's always something that I thought, well, I just, unless I knew that nothing's going to come up, I just wouldn't even bother, because I just wouldn't want to have that come back as a negative, and then the people who are running the organization to then look at me and my kids and be kind of,
Okay. Well, what you want to do then? What you want to do then is, as well as do that with your local force, as well as do a subject access request with your local force, also do a subject access request to ACRO, the Criminal Records Bureau, okay, or the Criminal Records Office.
ACRO.
ACRO. Do a subject access request to them as well. Okay, because ACRO is the place where a company or an organisation will send a disclosure for your criminal record. So if you do it, you'll be able to get everything that they've got on you at ACRO, and you'll be able to see if it's on there.
Okay, cool. I shall do that. That's my story, but thank you very much, Dan.
Okay, no worries. Well, listen, thank you for calling in. It's you're a first-time caller, are you?
I am, yeah.
You are. Well, it's been nice to speak to you, and I appreciate you taking the time to call in. I realise it's late now, and I appreciate you staying up to give us a ring.
Yeah, well, no, I appreciate the work that you're doing, Dan. Keep it up.
Thank you. I'll do my best.
Okay. Cheers.
Right, take care now.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hiya, Dan. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Who's this?
This is Keith, first-time caller, pal.
Hello, Keith. How are you, my friend?
Yeah, fine, thanks, mate. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
I I'm just phoning in. You. What it is it's all new to me. This police audits. You know, they do the audits around the country.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think they're doing a good job, and sometimes I think they're doing a bad job. I think, from what I can see, it's all new to me. Obviously, I'm just starting to get into this audits and the police, and it's opened my eyes how the police react.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a few people on YouTube that are quite prolific in how they deal with it. But do you think they're doing it for a reaction, or do you think it's beneficial to the public, or and do you think the police should be trained in, because now with it being on YouTube and it's in the public domain and everything, you would think there'd be somebody in the police to say, look, this is how you should react to the public, because every time it just seems as though they're setting themselves up for a fall, and you think,
of course they are.
More trained. You should be trained in better to deal. I was 10 years in the military. I'm 50 years old. I've never broke the law. I've never been in trouble with the police. So, you know, I'm sort of like a silent majority of the country. A person that just I've got a successful family. I've never been in trouble. Blah blah. So I'm watching YouTube on how the police react, and I've never had any personal dealings with the police. So it's interesting to see, and I think a lot of the time they're so out of order. And I think if they would have just said, "What are you doing, pal?" Yeah, no problem, mate. Carry on filming. Then the issue would be stopped straight away. But they don't do it. They rise to the situation every single time. And you think, really?
The problem is it's ego. It's ego. That's what it is. Okay. Now the police are trained never to leave the scene. Okay, without asserting their authority. Okay, they cannot leave a scene without asserting their authority, and they're trained to be like that. All right. So which means if they interact with somebody, it's almost instinctive for them to make sure that they get the last word in, so to speak. Okay, and make sure that their authority is known. All right. And that gives them big egos. Now, I do think, and I'll be honest, I'm always honest, okay, whether it upsets people or not. I think that there are people out there who go out simply for a reaction, for views, and watch time on YouTube. I'm not saying that everybody's like that, not by a long shot. There are people that have gone out there with their sole intention of proving a point that people don't know the law, or the police don't seem to understand or know the law themselves, or whether it be council workers or security guards, for example. And some people still genuinely go out there for that reason. I think that some people may start with that intention, but when they see that they're making money and when they see the amount of subs they're getting and things like that, I think that can in some cases push them in a slightly wrong direction. Okay, now don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that what they're doing is wrong per se, because they're still going and they're still showing that the police or security or whatever it is haven't learnt. But I think in some cases they do go looking for, specifically for a reaction. However, they still have a right to go and do that, and I'll still say that I'll still argue their right to go and film or video in public places. But then you have to you've got to kind of take the rough with the smooth, and if you're going to go out there to try and provoke a reaction, then you've got to be man or woman enough to face the consequences of it, and not sort of whinge at it when something goes wrong, if that makes sense. Now, with regards to what you're saying about the police and that should be, maybe trained better, I done a freedom of information request to the Metropolitan Police a few weeks back, and I asked them for any and all internal memos or emails or training that police have received with regards to public photographers. they replied to me under the exemption, freedom of information request, whatever it is. We don't have to give you that information because it would take us more than 18 hours to find that information. Now, I don't think that is a reasonable response. I don't think it'd take more than 18 hours to find out whether or not the head of the Metropolitan Police or senior police constables have sent out a memo to the rest of to the staff.
Yeah.
But yet that's what their reply was, and they didn't want to give me an answer. I think it's because they are still using very broad scope legislation to target these individuals, to try and get them to stop doing it. And if they turn around and say, well, yeah, we told our officers not to do this, that and the other, but they're still doing it, then it's going to look bad on the senior police.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, I'm getting quite addicted to these audit videos, and I am, and it's broadening my horizons big time on the good and the bad of the police, because they're not all bad. You know, there are some good police officers, and I have seen when a police officer comes out and he is genuine and he says, like, what you doing, which you would do if someone stood outside your premises filming, you would say what you're doing. Yeah. And the blokes I'm auditing. And he is quite per se just saying, yeah, fair enough, then you can do that. And I was a bit of a crack with him, and there's no animosity or no issues or anything. And then the response from the viewers on YouTube is, yeah, that cop is, he's a good cop, blah, blah, blah. But I would say 90% of when the cameras return, it's all right when you see this police interceptors, blah, 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 on the telly. And obviously the bloke behind the wheel or whatever, he doesn't get a chance to say, no, I don't want to be filmed. But role reversal, when the cameras are pointed at the police or PCSOs or whoever, straight away they just change. And you think, and when you're watching it, you think, how bad can it be? I mean, straight away, when they think they proved wrong, they go straight to Section 43, the Terrorism Act, and you think, really?
Yeah.
If you're a terrorist, you would not be stood outside a police station in broad daylight with a camera.
Well, no, of course you wouldn't.
When you look into the Section 43, when you look into that Section 43, and you look in depth into it, you could argue the case, but they come out then with, like, we're going to search you. It's just that petulant child thing. You put a camera into me, I don't like it, so we're going to do it this way.
Yeah, well, this is what I mean. They can't leave a situation, they can't leave an incident or an interaction without asserting that authority. And if that means talking to you like a piece of shit and treating you like crap, then that's what they'll do. It's ingrained in them all now. That's what they're taught to do. But what was I going to say then? Yeah, somebody's just said something, because I did a video, one of my first ever videos on the channel. Now, I was out walking my dogs, and I'd not long had my new phone at the time, and it was a Samsung Galaxy S9 at the time, I think it was, and it had like advanced camera settings on it. So I'm walking the dogs by the docks near me. And as I walked past, all the lorries were going out with all, how the cabs have all the lights in. Lorry drivers spend thousands on lights and stuff on their cabs.
Right, I've seen it. Yeah.
And they're driving out of the docks, and I thought to myself, well, this is a perfect opportunity to try, what's it called? Long exposure. When you get the streaks of light across the picture.
Yeah, I've got you.
So I didn't want to upset anybody. Okay, I wasn't out there for any other reason other than I was walking the two dogs, and I just thought, for that moment, I thought I'll take a couple of pictures. So I walked to the gatehouse and I asked them. I said, listen, I just want to take some pictures of the lorries coming out. Okay, exposure. Where can I stand that's not on private property? And the guy turned around to me, goes, well, this side of the fence is private property. I said, so out here is public? And he was like, no. You're not allowed here. You have to go the other side of the sign over there, which was about 60 metres away. And I was like,
yeah.
But if in there is private, then out here is public. And he goes, no, you can't take pictures, otherwise the police will take your camera from you. And that's the wrong thing to say to me.
Yeah, definitely.
So I was like, well, don't threaten me with shit like that. So I did initially. I went back to where he said, okay, and I set the camera up and I tried to get some photos and that, and it ended up turning into like an audit. But it was just the first video I ever put up. I didn't go out with the intention of an audit. I've only ever done one audit since I've been doing YouTube, and that was at a Jacob's biscuit factory, and I hated it. So I've never done it since. But the police ended up coming out, at that situation, and I was a bit frustrated by him being a bit of an arsehole, and I told him where to go. But I don't disagree with people doing what they're allowed to do.
No.
If it's not unlawful, then it's lawful, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm all for that. I'm all for your rights, definitely.
I don't agree with people baiting.
Yeah, that's my issue.
However,
that
there's nothing to stop them doing that, if that makes sense.
That's my issue. When you're seeing these audits, and if they kept it professional, I think that. But sometimes they seem to top the guard. The lads are doing the audits. I'm not going to mention who I'm watching because it's not fair on the people. But they start calling names and start saying silly things, and you think you've just lost all credibility there.
Yeah.
To me, if they had a body of people doing the audits and keeping it professional and doing it that way, then fair enough. But it just makes a mockery when they start calling names and they start getting personal with things. I think you've lost all credibility there, and you've made a good audit bad by going down that road of, because I've seen how the police react, or not just the police, it's PCSOs, it's council workers. They have this standoff. As soon as the cameras are turned on people, they seem to just have this standoff. You can't do this, you can't do that. And it's opened my eyes, and I enjoy watching it. It's something she's watching all their shites on Coronation Street and all bleeding. You've got a celebrity and all that bollocks, and I'm on YouTube either watching 80s videos or watching, and this is why I come onto your channel.
It seems
I
like
enjoy it. It's really good.
It seems like we have one of the bigger auditing channels in the room as well. Auditing Britain. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah.
Yeah, AB's in the house.
I watch Auditing Britain a lot.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
yeah. I watch him a broad spectrum, basically, not single out Auditing Britain, but a broad spectrum, and it's good. It's broadened my horizons and educated me on things that I don't see, because I don't have any one-to-one with the police. Hopefully I won't do in the future, but in the situation where I do have one-to-one, I'll certainly record it straight away, whereas before I wouldn't have done. But now the first thing I'll do is put my phone on record.
Right. I just want to say, AB, the amount of times I've called you out in my comments here on this channel, it's about time you called me out in one of your videos, innit? Give me some exposure.
Yeah. He certainly gets around and about, doesn't he?
He does indeed. He does. I don't know where he finds the time.
No. Well, like I say, I'm a working. But the reason I've been at home for 2 weeks. I'm back into my digs now, away from home. So I'll be away from home for the next month and a half. So I'm back to working mode now. Well, day off tomorrow. It's travel day tomorrow. Then start work Tuesday. So.
Right.
So, no worries. Yeah, it's good. And there's other people trying to get through. So, yeah, it's good to speak to you, Dan. First time caller, and keep up the brilliant work, mate. I really appreciate it. People like me, silent majority, just like to watch and take note and, take it on board.
No worries. And I appreciate you calling in as a first time caller as well. Thank you for letting me know that you're out there watching. It's always nice to speak to people.
Keep up the good work, pal. Brilliant.
Yeah. Thank you, my friends. You take care. Bye-bye now.
See you, pal.
Bye. Spirituality. I'm still looking for your number to pop up, and it's not. That's not you either. Hello.
Oh, hello, Dan. How you doing, son?
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, you?
Yeah, not too bad, my friends.
Yeah, not bad. Happy New Year to you, Dan.
And to you.
And Happy New Year to the side room. Dan, I just want to address a couple of things, if you don't mind. I've been watching that all night, but I've not been able to comment. As someone's removed me from the chat room. So I've not been able to engage under Scott Andrew Horn or Daddy Horn. I believe it was Molly that's done it. The only moderator there, so it can only be her or your good self.
Okay.
But I'm here to say something, Dan. And this goes out to everyone. I'm no liar. I've never lied about anything. And I care about my brothers and my sisters good on this YouTube.
Okay.
With mental health that's in decline, human beings that are as good as me that are ready to commit suicide, some of us, and I've been pushed to the wire. And when I come on your chat, I don't bully anyone. But what I will do is I will speak the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Now, you have someone in your chat room and a group of people that are connected via WhatsApp, I believe, that are going round in a little group of them, trolling names, trolling mine, trolling others, trolling Miss Angela maybe, trolling a few other like-minded good human beings. I'm here to say it, and I'm going to say it once and once only. Petrolhead is a scumbag, okay? Petrolhead trolled me on a Men of God video. Petrolhead laughed at the loss of my son. Petrolhead called me gay, bipolar, mental, schizo, that he's calling Ilford welfare, that he's worried about my health. He went on and on and on, even when I was begging him to stop. Now, if you want to be taken in by this foolish that's talking nicely, that's behaving himself in the chat room, even some of the posts he's posting like me, how I would talk, you know, to my like-minded good brothers and sisters, then you'd be taken in by him. Okay? I'm here to warn you that that gentleman, and I'll use those words very loosely, on Father's Day, notification me, how's your boy? Sorry, tell him I don't lie, Father Jesus is listening to this. When he messaged me and I woke up at 7 in the morning about Father's Day, how's your wife? How's your kid? Ha, 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 ha. You haven't got your son, have you? You lost him 16 years ago. This nice petulant that's talking in this chat room when I'm getting blocked for telling human beings to be very mindful of some of the satanic cretins that have crept in your room.
Okay.
Right, so I'm not holding any animosity to you, Dan, because I love you like a brother. I'm not holding any animosity to Molly, because Molly's got a job to do, and it's very, very hard, Molly, when these people are able to pull the wool over your eyes. But I promise you on Father Jesus' name, these scum, yeah, I would love to meet them. Yeah, so be mindful, everybody that's good like me in the chat room. They're not nice human beings. They're soulless people that are going around videos on YouTube, trolling for names, looking for names. They've got some of their friends in the chat room as well, if you can use that word lightly, because who'd want to be friends with a scumbag? Any problem with it, Petrolhead, run along to the old bill, you fucking monster. Go to the old bill now. I applaud you two. They're fully aware of what you've been doing. So if you've got a problem with me coming on a live after blocking me or getting me blocked, please feel free to go to the police, where they're fully aware of your threats to call them to get me sectioned and everything else that you said. And I know exactly who this idiot is, but I won't name it. They've got multiple personalities, Dan. They're not a well person as far as I'm concerned. And if you've got children and you're laughing at the loss of my son, you fucking cunt. Yeah. Right. Sorry, Dan. Sorry, my brother, Dan. Sorry, the women. Sorry, my lovely, beautiful sisters. But this bastard laughed at the loss of my son. And he's got his own kids, has he? You fucking monster. So you be mindful. It's free will, brothers and sisters. You're entitled to use your own free will, Dan. But I'm here. An angel of Father Jesus is on the earthly world as I will be in heaven, and I don't say that lightly. I'm here to tell you, be very, very careful of these people in your chat room right now.
Right. Okay. All
All
right.
right,
Now-
my brother. Now, I'm not going to go on much more about that. How was your Christmas? How was your New Year? All right, is everything hunky-dory with you? Also, very quickly, Dan, my brother from another mother, let's not Charles win the day. Let's liven up the mood. Let's raise that octane bar. I had to warn you. I have a right to warn you. I will get off that subject now, all right? And I will never mention this. I want everybody to know, just before I get off this subject, Dan, it's important, I'll let you know this. I will never be talking to this petrol head again, even though he's been trying to notification me on other videos that I comment on. I will never mention another thing in your chat room about this person. You're all entitled, my brothers and sisters, to make your own mistakes. And you're all entitled to lead by example on the free will that you've been blessed with, that Father Jesus blessed you with, by going on the cross. Okay? So make your own decisions. I'm not here to guide you. I'm not a bully. I'm here to warn you. And I'm going to leave that with you. And you could talk to Petrol all day long and twice on a Sunday. But I don't like, and damn, you know I don't, don't you?
Look, I know you from quite a while now. We've spoken on
Okay,
it.
years
We've never.
Years on your years. Years. When you had hair. I used to comment when you had hair.
Yeah, we've never had a problem. We've never had a problem. Now I do know, and don't take this the wrong way, Scott. Okay, there has been some times recently when I think that wires got crossed in the chat when you was trying to say that somebody was trolling you using another. Using your name on another channel, and I think what lines got crossed and people kind of fell out a little bit at that point. Okay, and you was getting.
I don't know what lines were crossed down, but on Christmas Day, people were coming into the chat room with my name, Scott Andrew Hong. Multiple.
I mean, before that, I mean, Christmas Day and that I wasn't really about, so I don't know what was going on. Over that period, but
isn't it? It's not rocket science. You've got to, you've got to have something wrong with your mental well-being. Okay, now I can accept people are mentally unwell. I'm suffering suicidal thoughts for 3 years. Okay, I've been led to nearly do suicide, and I'm Roman Catholic believing Father Jesus is not supposed to take your life. I've been close to doing it, and when you've got a troll, and it's the same people that are going into other chat rooms because I go under my name. I don't use handles like Petrol Head or Bill Ben and the Flower Pot Men or Yippee Ki or Twice Removed Biscuits or I can't remember what I was called when I was born onto the world.
Yeah.
I'm not trolling no one. I'm not a horrible human being. But what I will do is I will warn my brothers and sisters because I've been taken in by trolls. I've given my email address over to trolls and they have actually turned out to be trolls. Trolls are the worst narcissistic people you will ever come across, ever. For me to be duped was something that I was shocked at. I was like, wow, my moral compass is pointing in the right direction. How did I ever get duped by, and I won't name them, but how did I ever get duped by this woman that's turned out to be a narcissist? And then everybody then come forward to tell me, Scott's is this, Scott's is that, Scott's is the other. Now, there's two of them doing it, maybe three of them. All right, maybe they've another one. And I've got no time for these absolute scumbags that trolled me because I was religious and called me a bigamist and called Father Jesus fairy in the sky and told me I'm on drink and told me I'm on drugs. And then they removed all their posts to make me look like a fruit and nutcase, if you'll pardon the terminology, Father Jesus, I use, and Dan, if you'll pardon the terminology I use. But that's what they tried to do. Now, in your chat room, and how upsetting it is for me to see the likes of Dave that I respect, Richard, Miss Angela, Polly even, everybody, this imbecile's rooped you in. It's not nice for me when he was laughing at the loss of my son. It's not nice for me when he was telling me I'm gay, bipolar, mental. Now, I'm not gay, by the way, but I don't care if you are gay. But these barbaric, I'm bipolar, I'm mental, I'm schizo, this is the same person that said that that's in the chat room being super duper nice now. Now, I don't know them. I've never met them physically because I'd be arrested.
Right.
Simple as that.
It's one of the
and I would be done.
One of the things I've said for a long time is that I don't want anybody to feel that they can't come into the chat on this channel. Okay, that the community on this channel is really important for me.
I'm not the chat show host. You are, but surely in today's society, with the amount of trouble and hangings and suicide that we've got going on, I'm going to let you talk today, because you're a gentleman and a scholar, and you're letting me talk. I'm passionate about this. If I didn't say anything, and then one of my brothers and sisters got duped in by this person, okay, and then they turned nasty and they committed suicide, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. So I'm telling you what happened. Whether you believe it is up to your free will, earthly minds. But if any of you think that I'm that sad that I would attack someone for no reason, then you're sorry, you don't know me. Because I don't operate like that. I tell it how it is. So be warned, isn't it? Because these people they prey on getting you to like them. They prey on then getting you round them. They prey on then getting your personal details, and then they start attacking you. If you want to be attacked by these people, then you do what you want to do. I have a duty as a terrific human being, which I know I am. Someone my man in heaven is proud of, that's for sure. Someone that the whole of heaven is proud of, and that is a fact. I have a right to tell you that you do what you want with your own free will, Dan, and it's your channel room, and I would never tell you how to suck eggs. But I'm not going to sit back and let me say easily taken in. I'm not going to be sitting back and letting good brothers and sisters that are vulnerable adults like me that battle with their mental health, whether it's suicide or mental health. I mean, what that Alex Belfield said, I've written him the right act on a post to him. And I like some of his views, but he needs to wind his neck in. This is a vulnerable time of the year. This is a vulnerable time of the year when we ain't got lockdown.
Listen, Scott, you're
scumbags doing what they're doing.
You're absolutely right. Okay, the amount of people that are suffering at the moment is getting worse and worse. Okay,
it's scary. I'm scared for them.
Now, if I see somebody, and it's not always possible for me to see every comment that goes through the chat. Now, but if I see somebody that I think that if somebody turned round and if I ever saw somebody say something like what you've said, if I ever saw that in the comments.
No, they've not said it in your room, Dan. They're very clever trolls, aren't they, brother?
Well, they are, mate. Yeah, they are.
Come on, Dan. Hang on. You're a sensible man. You're nobody's fault.
No,
they have not said it in your. They've not said it in your room. But what they know,
I get that.
They know that their name will upset me just seeing it, because they know, just as I know, that they've done everything I say they've done. So they know that if they come on your feed after abusing me and laughing at the loss of Jimmy Joe and doing it over Father's Day and saying you're gay, bipolar, mental schizo, and all the nasty, disgusting, vile things they said for 7 days, 8 days, a month solid, if not longer, because they use multiple handles, these people. They go under multiple different handles.
I know,
okay?
I know, mate.
So,
I know.
So they don't come on here, do they? Somewhere where they know I get on with everyone. Somewhere they know I get on with the channel host. They're not going to come on here and go, hello, Scotty, we can see everybody loves you gay bastard, you bipolar, schizo, mental, as Jimmy Joe. They're not going to do it on your feed.
No, Scott, I know that. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that they'd use those words specifically. I'm just saying if anybody said anything like that, and I saw that in the chat, that would be a disgusting thing to say to anybody. Okay.
Well, they said it, and they said it in a Men of God video. So that needs to be said. They're the same people, Dan. They've not changed. They're the same people that was abusing me months ago.
Right.
Just because they're being narcissistic and lovely with everyone in the room, that's a typical troll's narcissistic behaviour. So I'm telling you what they said. Take it or leave it. It's your decision as a host, and it's the brothers and sisters of mine that are good in the chat room to do what they want. I'm not a bully. Talk to this geezer. Maybe he's having a bad day. He's never apologised, Dan, which is what I'm angry about. If he turned around and gone, do you know what, Scott? I was bang out of order. I got involved with things I shouldn't have got involved with. I see Tai Chi Tube doing it. I see this one doing it. I thought I'd jump on the bandwagon. But he was the main instigator with it all, and he said some of the most evilest things about my little boy.
Right, which obviously should, nobody should say anything about people's children.
No, he's got his own kids apparently.
Scott.
So there you go. Anyway,
Scott, I know you're a sensitive guy. Okay, And that, you know, and that's
anyone who's about their children, mate.
and
What flipped the lid with me when he brought my son into it.
that's not me being patronising or anything like that, Scott. Okay, you're a sensitive guy.
Dan, I can take any abuse. I'm a big 6'2", big built geezer. Nothing bothers me, brother. I'm sensitive because of where my heart on my sleeve, my brother. I love you. I love you, Dan. Right?
Yeah, mate. I know
Nothing
that.
bothers me word-wise. But when he was calling me gay, when this one, that one, bipolar, mental schizo, we're calling the mental health up, we're calling the police. They threatened the police on me. So I rang the police up, I marked their card. When you're going to get a phone call from Petrol or Twice, one of the lot, they're threatening to get me section, but they're abusing me on a Men of God video and removing their posts and deleting them to read something else. So I've marked the police's card and I marked the mental health act's card about what these scumbags were doing, okay? Now, I took all that abuse. It didn't bother me. I thought if you're abusing me, you're leaving someone else alone. But what flipped my lid with them and what made me super sensitive is when you bring in my little boy that I lost, right? I lost him to a woman that's not a very nice lady. 16 years he's been out of my life, in and out of it. Yeah, that's evil. I love Jimmy Joe. I'll love him till the day I go home to heaven. He's destroyed my life using him. Destroyed it. And I do not care for no petrol head, Bill Ben and the Flower Pot Men, or any idiot to bring my son's name into something when they don't know me and they don't know the damage that woman's done to my life, taking him out of my life. That boy I will love. He was my little bit of heaven on this disgraceful earthly world that we live on, full of idiot, satanic, scumbag, soulless people. And I lost my little bit of heaven, Dan. And now in the meantime, I've got to be abused by satanic scum via the fucking internet. No, it ain't happening.
The thing is, Scott, the other thing as well is that when people do troll you and excuse me, and I'm not taking anybody's sides apart from the fact that nobody ever should say stuff about other people's kids, okay? When people do this, because I get it myself, right? I've had my kids brought into conversations and comments, and it's done for this exact reason, Scott. It's done to get a reaction, you know, and I know that it's not easy to not give a reaction because it hurts, mate. I genuinely understand that, okay, because I've had it myself when I first started the channel, when I started getting comments.
Because on the 1st of January, I lost my boy, 2005. We are only the 4th now at the early hours. Now, I've been strict to talking to my extended family because someone's blocked me. So I can't talk to anyone now. And I'm struggling. So what gives you the fucking right to block me when I've done good by Father Jesus and God and the whole of heaven by warning you of what's going on? And I've been blocked, though, 3 days ago, 16 years ago, I lost my little boy. And you don't think that's evident on my brain right now? So I've had to sit in the... I'm not watching you down on the old chat rooms there. You're a lovely fellow. You're a credit to your kids, and I've told you that before. And I can't join in and speak to Miss Angela now, and I can't have a chat with Dave, or I can't have a word with, Stacey, or Lee, or any of the guys and girls that are my family out of Rob's room that love me. Because if you think Rob would have this petrol in his room, you've got another thing coming, go, out, fucker, get out. You're not welcome here. Yeah, it's simple. Because we've known Scott for years, we know he ain't no liar. So you know, that's our slant on you. But what I'm saying is, I've lost my little boy. All right, I've battled through Christmas. It's been horrendous, Dan. Like it's horrendous for you. Christmas is not a good time of the year for me, and I love Father Jesus. So I say, happy birthday, Father Jesus. I have a toast to him, but it's a very difficult time of the year for me since I lost my son.
And I get that.
Now I'm blocked out the room, not able to engage with anybody that I love and adore, right? And that'd be that. And wouldn't these people be absolutely loving that? Oh yeah, they'd be loving it, Dan. And then I've had to sit there, get more and more frustrated and more upset. And then, of course, I don't come across on the phone very well, probably. But that's neither here nor there. That's human reaction, isn't it? I'm upset. And I have every right to be upset.
And I get that you're angry. I fully understand that you're angry, right? As I've said, I would be angry. I would be angry. No, I know that. I know that.
I'm not angry at anyone else. I'm angry that these trolls are able to cause this sort of diversity. That's what I'm angry at. It seems we've not got enough human beings down that are like-minded like me, that are good like me, that are for the righteousness of this earthly world as Father Jesus put himself on a cross for, to do the right by their fellow man. I've done the right by my fellow man yet again, and guess where it's got me? It's got me kicked out of a room for 3 hours.
Listen,
what am I supposed to do, Dad? Shut my mouth?
No.
Get on with it.
Scott, come on, look, you're talking to me. Come on, calm down a little bit, please. I know.
I'm sorry, my brother. I apologise.
I know it's upsetting. Okay, I genuinely, and I'm not just saying that. Okay, I genuinely know that it's upsetting.
I'm sorry to be how I am today, but I'm awfully upset with the time of the year it is, and I'm awfully upset that someone is to boot me out of the room for being honest. We can't be honest in this earthly world, can we? It gets you nowhere.
Listen, I think what it is, right? You've got to understand that if stuff has happened in other chats, in other rooms, on other channels, that's happened somewhere else. And because if we've not seen it and we've not had to deal with it ourselves as channel owner and as moderators, we can only base a decision on what's happening.
I've not ever had a go at Molly. I didn't come on here and go effing Molly this and effing Molly that. I know Molly's got a hard job to do. All I'm trying to warn Molly is be mindful, Treacle. Be mindful. These people might not be being horrible in here, darling, but I promise you on my soul, mate, go to hell if I'm lying. They absolutely destroyed my mental health. Destroyed it.
But again, Scott, this is the thing. It's very difficult for a moderator or channel owner to boot somebody out.
It's not difficult, Dan. It's not difficult, I'm afraid to say.
No, Scott.
If you know somebody from other rooms and you know that their mindset is to be a decent human being, there's nothing difficult about it. Because if you've got a bad publicity from me from Rob's chat room, then doubt my speech, I should say. And if you've had a bad negative response from Jamie, then doubt my speech. Or if anyone's got anything to say about me that thinks I'm negative, then doubt it. I don't care if you've had photos, screenshots. They're typing as me. They're opening up accounts in my name. So anyone that
which I've seen, I'll
start questioning why it's being shown, because they're opening up accounts with my name, typing as me, and then screenshotting it. What, to show good human beings a load of old nonsense about me?
Look, Scott, I know that Scott, I know that people have been making accounts, okay, because I've seen it myself, and I had to boot a load of them out. I had to boot a load of them out of civil disobedience live, or Shelley's live a week or so ago. So I know that people are doing that. I genuinely do. The thing is, as I was trying to explain, and I'm not trying to disregard anything you've said here, okay? So just understand that. I've seen that there's been a account in your name that I've had to boot, but I've got no way of linking those to anybody. Therefore, I can't say for sure that I'm 100% sure that somebody is behind that or is responsible for that. Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear you. I can hear what you're saying, and I fully sympathise for everything that you're going through. I really do. Again, I not distrust you because I've got no reason to. Okay, but the thing is, I've got no reason.
There's no reason for you to distrust. No, I don't like.
But Scott, I've got no until somebody lies to me, until somebody does something to me.
That's the unbalance of the earthly world that we live on now, Dan, isn't it? It's so unbalanced and unjust and unfair. It's an absolute fucking disgrace, this earthly world. An absolute fucking disgrace.
It is.
There's no other words for it. There's no other words for it. The people in this on this earthly world have lost their soul to the devil already. They're walking around as soulless entities, waiting to go and meet their soul in hell. There's no compassion. There's no empathy. There's no understanding. There's no nothing. It's over and I'm done.
Yeah.
I've wasted enough of my time and my effort as humanitarian and doing right for this earthly world on many videos on YouTube. I've reached out to many terrific human beings that have come back to thank me for my kind words. I'm not here to cause diversity. I'm not here to cause upset. I'm not here to put myself in hell like these trolls are doing. I'm here to put myself into a better place in heaven, which is where I'm going, by helping out my brothers and sisters that are struggling. If you want to struggle and you want to be having these imbecilic fools around you that are satanic with no soul, that are evil, that are absolutely disgraceful, then you have them in. that's your choice, Dan, and not mine. But I'm here to do right by you as a brother. And I'm here to do right by all my brothers in the chat room that I love and the sisters. And that is it. And I'm going to stay out the chat room for a little while. Because, to be honest with you, I find them quite negative.
Scott, it's not about believing some people and not believing other people for me. That's not what it's about, okay? I have to, because of what I do here, and because I believe in free speech, okay?
Don't block me. Why have I been blocked? Why have I been blocked?
Listen, Scott, calm down.
I've told your chat room, right, that there's nasty people that are in the room. I've done right, haven't I? That's not wrong.
Scott, I've not said that. Listen to me. Right? I said.
So can you tell me, my brother Dan, why I've been blocked?
Well, I'm trying to explain to why I think you may have been blocked there. Okay. And again,
thanks for blocking.
It wasn't me that blocked you. Okay. I can only tell you why I think.
I'm thanking it for a sarcastic tone. No, because I'm a human being still living on. I haven't gone home to heaven yet. I'm still here.
No,
yeah?
but
so I would like to be sarcastic and a little bit tongue-in-cheek because it seems to get you everywhere, doesn't it, Dan?
Right,
when you're a sarcastic mug, you seem to get everywhere.
But please,
when you're honest, you get a slap in the face every single goddamn time.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
You know why?
Right.
Because this world is overtaken with idiots.
Scott,
that's why.
Scott, remember, it's me you're talking to here, so please calm down. I've not,
Dan,
I know. Listen, Scott, I know that. I know, and I understand that. Fully understand that. Okay, but you're angry.
And I've got no problem with Molly, and I've got no problem with anybody that's good that comes from a good place. I have every right to be angry. I've got every right to be angry when we are losing human beings daily to suicide, when we are losing the human beings that are good every single day to trolls that are trolling them. I have every right to be angry because I'm not going to be slow to anger no more. I'm sick and tired of being walked all over. I'm sick and tired of doing right and then it doesn't come back in the space that it should come back in. I don't do things down for pats on the back. I do things because I care for the humanity race that we live under, or we live with.
Right.
I care for my fellow brothers and sisters. And I'm sorry, Dan, to say this, there's not enough done, okay, when someone as good as me's talking, or Alex that said some very good points in the past, but he's made a mistake with the mental health thing today. And there's a lot that you do correct that I compliment you about, and there's a lot that Rob do. But I'm sorry, when you're blocking somebody for telling you that I was attacked in another room by vulgar fucking words, and I'm getting blocked for 3 hours, and I've told you I've lost my son and all that years ago, it's very upsetting that these trolls have managed to get me blocked for being honest about what they said in another room. And I did mention it was in another room as well. I said it was in the Men of God room, a Men of God video, when they're not men of God. I am a man of God. I believe in Father, Jesus and God and an ever-growing, ever-loving heavenly family. Amen. So why were these scumbags in a room that they don't have no faith or belief in? They were in that room to troll me, simple,
Right.
or to troll anybody that's religious or believes in heaven. That's why they went in the room in the first place. They didn't go in there to go, we love Father Jesus too. Well done. They went in there to abuse me, simple. And they got what they wanted.
Scott,
I'll shut up now, Dan.
Scott, they listen. They are getting, the trolls are getting what they wanted because they want you to be upset and they want you to get frustrated. Exactly how you're being, right? And that's and again, anybody would be the same if people were saying stuff like that to them. So I fully understand
Can
that.
I just interject very quickly? I'm going to interject very quickly, my brother Dan. I'm not getting upset. I could give a rat's pajamas about these trolls. I'm telling you, they're going to hell on D-Day.
Right.
That's 100% going to be happening on Father Jesus' name, okay? The next sentence is important. I care about my vulnerable brothers and sisters.
Right, and I get that.
These trolls can't fucking come nowhere near me, Dan. Do you understand me? But what they can do is they can hurt Miss Angela. They can hurt Molly. They can hurt you. They can hurt others. I have a right to do right by my word to Father Jesus. I won't sell no one up the river. Now, if you want to talk to these, I said earlier on in the conversation, it's your free will. But when it all comes to tumble and they let their masks slip and slow themselves up, I will be able to unwind up by now to protect my sisters and my brothers that might be more vulnerable than me, and they've got the strength of character that what I've got.
Right,
All right,
Scott.
and we'll leave it at that. because I don't want to upset your room any further.
Scott,
than I've unfortunately
Scott,
I've had to upset it.
Scott, one of the comments has just said you can be put on timeout. It says you can be put on timeout for being misunderstood, and that's frustrating. Okay, and that's true. Okay.
No, I'm on timeout. I've been banned. My comments are
Right.
I'm now banned. This is why I'm upset, because it's not a timeout. Because I've checked. I posted a comment. I come out of your feed. I come back on my comment wasn't there. So my name has been banned, and I was threatened to be banned by Molly, which I was upset about. She went, "Next,
Right.
I'll ban you." And I thought, ban me for being honest. Wow.
Again, Scott. Right, it could be down to being misunderstood. Now, let's just hear me out for a minute.
Well,
Just hear me, no, Scott. Just Scott. Just hear me out for a second, okay? If somebody comes into the chat and says the same thing about somebody, several times. Okay, for example, I'm just using this because I don't know what was said in the chat because I wasn't looking at the chat at the time. I was talking to the camera. Now, if somebody comes in and says, so and so done this, so and so has done this, so and so has done this, so and so has done this, again as an example, then that could be looked at by moderators as somebody spamming the chat. Okay, so they might get they might get timed out. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying that's not what happened. Okay, but it does and can happen. Okay, now
I'm fully aware of that because I'm a highly intelligent man, my friend. But what I'm trying to say to you is, YouTube are aware of this. Petrol head, I'm letting you know, the whole fucking world is mother's aware of it. Yeah, so carry on when you're being all super nice. I'm never going to talk to him, and I'm not going to mention this subject ever again. But unblock my name, please, because this is my difficult time of the year. I've got some lovely human beings that I love in that chat room, and I hope they love me as much as I love them. I've never physically met them, but they've got a lovely bond with me. And I'm not having the likes of that scumbag upset my feed that I've been going on, where he weren't even coming into the room. He's only started coming in the room. I never see him before. I never see him last year. He doesn't post any comments on your comments because I've been posting comments for 2 years. To you. Right,
Scott. Let me just put this to you. Okay. I understand. I fully understand where you're coming from. Okay, you've been trolled. You've had people take the piss out of you, and you've had people say horrible stuff to you. Okay, and I fully get that. Now, one of the things is, and one of the things that and I'm not saying Molly, I'm saying moderators in general, is people bringing outside problems into a channel, for example. And I understand what you're saying. You're trying to warn people that there's people in there that may not be what they seem to be. The thing is, Scott.
Very briefly, it's people that have never been in your fucking room. Do you not get it?
But Scott, calm down.
Go and look at your videos. Hang on, Dan. Go and look at your videos and see where they are months ago. They're not in your room.
Scott, I get that. I understand that. But the thing is, as I've said, as a channel owner, I've got to be, I can't just kick somebody out if they've not done anything in the room. I can be cautious. I can be cautious if somebody warns me. I can be cautious of them. And I'm sure that there are people in there in the chat now that you've made this point, and I'm sure there's people in there that are thinking to themselves, okay, I will be cautious of those people, and I'm sure they'll keep themselves, safe in that respect.
10 and 20 years, mate. I don't go around monstering off people for no reason at all. I'm nobody's fool, okay, and I don't bully anybody. But I'm warning you, that's what happened to me.
Right.
Now, whether they've never done it before and they've done it just this one, we will never know. But the bullying of me for being religious was absolutely horrendous. The bullying of me over my Jimmy child, they were putting links to my Facebook. They were talking. Another thing they said as well. What do you expect when you're calling them, the mother of your son evil? So this child has read through some of the things that I leave up on my Facebook, which has got no friends on it. Put up for my little Jimmy Joker. Hopefully, get in contact with me one day, and then I can go through a few things that I used to do in my life with him. Or if I don't make it, Dan, and I pass over. One of my pals of 10 and 20 years will go, his dad used to write a few things on Facebook in the hope that you might see them. And he'll have electronic diary there of, you know, Daddy was having a row with Eon that day, or Daddy had a problem with the police that day, or Daddy was fighting trolls that day. He'll have something to remember me by. But these trolls have been reading through that, getting personal information. Listen to this yesterday I had someone come through mentioning my ex-partner's name, Linda, and going, I went, I pity you trolls. I left it as simple as that, because they also troll me on posted comments on YouTube videos. They troll for my name. They scroll for my name. They look for my name, and then they attack me. They don't even watch the videos, Dan, because when I question them on what the subject matter was, they can't answer. So they're just trolling for my name, Scott Andrew Wong. So one of them went, just like Linda, give us a good Christmas, or words to that effect. Right. And they knew my ex-partner's name, and I'm like, you're just scumbags, ain't you? You're just utter scumbags.
And do you know what?
Carry on.
I get the same thing, Scott. In fact, I've got some idiot in the comments at the moment who is a long-time troll of the channel, and I'd like to get him on a call, actually, because I want to see what he's got to say for himself, because he's an absolute penis.
Yeah, brother, you know, couldn't you? They never ring up, though, my brother, Dan, do they? They never ring up, do they, Dan?
Well, we'll see if he's got the balls to phone up.
Why don't you trolls that are trolling have some balls, mate, and get your voice on the telephone?
But listen, Scott. Right, again, I understand. I understand you're upset, okay? But I've got to be honest with you. It seems like you're taking out a little bit on me. Is what it seems like.
Not
at the moment.
taking out on you. I apologise if that's come across like that. I'll give you a big hug and a big kiss, brother. Listen to me. I'm not taking it out on you. I love you, Dan. I love Rob, and I love Jamie. I'm not taking it out on you. Please, if it come across like that, I'll hold my hands up. I've been hours getting upset, so I might have come across on the telephone, not my normal self. But I'm very passionate about suicide that's happening at the moment, okay? And we've got a major problem on this earthly world at the moment. Major. Okay? This is a major thing that's happening. And I am passionate, and if it's come across wrong and it's upset you, then please give me 1,000 apologies to you, Dan. I'll give you. Because it's not directed at you, my brother. You know I talk like this if I was standing in front of you. It's just my passion. I've got passion. Don't confuse passion with an attack. I never would attack you in a million years, brother. I'm just attacking the fact that we've not got enough of us good human beings united. I don't get it. What is happening? Why are we all so divided and all over the place?
Because
we've not got enough of us to come together.
Because unfortunately, that's human nature now. People have turned into this, and unfortunately, all we can do is make sure that we have our own integrity, and anybody else. You know, we've no matter how upsetting some of the things can be, we have to let a lot of it go over our heads. Yes, some of it is going to affect us, and I fully get that, especially if you suffer from mental health. But we've got to understand that there are people out there that are trying to upset us purposely. And we have to...
Oh, I know, and that is absolutely barbaric and shows the state of this modern world that we're living on. This is an absolute barbaricness that I've witnessed, and I've not just witnessed it with my own good self. I've actually heard of it happening with others. I mean, Miss Angela, I've built a friendship up, if you'll pardon the terminology, but we talk in Rob's or this room. She's been attacked. Others have been attacked. It's people, good human beings, are getting attacked by soulless people, as far as I'm concerned, because to have humanity, you first have to be human, right? Because I wouldn't dream of getting up in the morning and going, oh, yippee-ki-yay, let me hunt down petrolhead and start attacking him, because I've never attacked him in my life other than defending myself against his barbaric talk about me. I've never attacked anyone, but I will not be bullied, and I will come back with some stern, responses. But I don't get up in the morning, make a coffee, spark a cigarette up and go, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to look through all the videos, the names of people I don't like. You know what I mean, Dan? And
I know, mate, I know. But there are some people that find pleasure in doing just that, mate. Listen, Scott, I like talking, so I've got to try and get this person.
No. Apologise. I can't see the tablet. I apologise to my brothers and sisters. I know there's probably loads of them going bandy about this, but so be it. Go bandy. I've done the right thing, and I don't care what people think of me. So, because the people I'm not interested in. It's the human beings I'm bothered about. People can do one. So I wish you well, Dan. I love you like a brother from another mother. Sorry for this. I apologise for this, but it needed saying. I've
Right.
also given you my word as a man, and my word is like oak. I will not be mentioning on any chat, any comments, or any physical conversation that we have. This name, that word will never be leaving my mouth, other than if it's to say about something else. I will not be directing any conversation towards this person again on your feed, Dan, or anybody's for that matter. But I've said what I needed to say, so it needs to be said no more, basically.
All right, my man.
And if I've upset you, please forgive me, yeah?
All right, listen. No, it's not about upsetting me. It's just about.
I've upset the side room, which I can't see about. I apologise, but I had to do what I felt was right, and I feel this is right. Just very, very quickly before I get off the blower to you, I want to be giving you £15, Jamie £15, and Rob £15. I have been emailing you, but you've not got back to me. I can't do it on my tablet because it's been hacked by one of these trolls. That's a fact. So can we speak on the phone on Saturday?
Right, email me with your number. Email me with your number. I know your number.
It ends in 909, Dan. It ends in 909.
All right, hang on a minute. Then let me jot this down.
So ring me Saturday, give me your bank details. Could you be a gentleman and pay Rob and Tracy if I paid all the money directly to you, 15 quid each? Get yourself a little takeaway. It's a New Year treat for what you've done for me.
Yeah, of course I can do that.
Yeah, because I can't do it on my. I don't want to take the risk, my brother Dan, because the tablet is boiling hot. It's lagging. One of these trolls got me email, and I think, I don't want to put any of my bank card details on there.
Right.
So I'll speak to you physically, and I'll do that. And that's a little. Get yourself a little Chinese on me, my brother, and sort of. And I wish you a happy New Year. Yeah, and I'll speak 909. Give us a ring Saturday. Give us your details. I'll transfer 45 quid over for you, Jamie, and Rob.
No worries, Scott. I'll give you a bell on Saturday, mate.
All right, I love you, brother, and I'd like to say thank you. Sorry that I had to feel the need to. I didn't even feel the need to do this, but I had felt the need to do it, and I've gone with my gut instinct to do it. So,
right.
I'm the right thing as far as I'm concerned. But I wish you well, and have a lovely, pleasant rest of the evening. Yeah.
All right, mate. I'll speak to you soon, Scott. All right.
Yeah, speak to me Saturday, mate. So you ring me, yeah.
Yeah, we'll do.
You ring me.
Will do.
All right, my brother.
All right, mate.
Ta-ra, Dan.
Bye, 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 bye.
Come on, mate.
Coming in, Tierney. What have you got to say to yourself? Give us a ring. No, you're not going to phone me, Mr. Tierney? You're just going to do your usual and just leave some random comments and not back them up. Is that how it works, is it? Hello.
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 Oh, hello. Is that Dan?
Speaking.
Hey.
How you doing?
Just muted the telly. Wow. I'm really surprised I've got through.
Who are we talking
Mate,
to?
you look like you need a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Chill out. I must say that I really, really love your program.
Thank you.
You've had, tonight you've had such a varied and just a fantastic range of calls from all sorts of different people, and like the patience that you take with people and the respect that you give to people. You come across as, well, no, you are a gentleman, I must say. You are an absolute gentleman. And it's so good to see that with all this bad juju going on in the world.
And there's plenty of that going on at the moment.
Oh, God, yeah. It's horrendous. I'm just going to put you on speakerphone because I can't actually hear your response. So,
Right, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Speak to me, see if this is working.
Is it working?
Oh,
Is that any
no, it's
better?
not. Hang on.
No.
There we go. I've got you. I can hear you now.
No worries.
Oh,
Who am I talking to, by the way?
Oh, God. I'm George.
George.
First
Hello,
time caller, George. I've been watching you for a couple of months, and yeah, I used to watch Bell and Belfield, but
Okay.
I've given up on that, and I've decided to leave the dark side and come over to the light side.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you phoned in as a first time caller. As I said to the other callers as well, it's nice to get to speak to as many people as possible, especially the new guys. So welcome to the channel.
Gosh.
So how was your Christmas and New Year then?
Oh, it's a very difficult time, isn't it, for a lot of people? Very
Indeed.
difficult. Yeah. It was as good as it can be. I'm on my own now, really. I've lost my parents and my family, falling out with the family. Not from my end. I'm really nice. I didn't piss them off. They're just really horrid. And because my mum left me the house, because she hasn't left me the house. She's made provision that I can stay in the house because I looked after her till she passed away.
Right.
And of course, the rest of the family were like, "No, we want the household. We want our bit of money." And so family's not family anymore. So it's just me rattling about on my own. I've seen quite a bit of my one friend, but usually I'm happy on my own in my own company. But I don't know, it's just a bit strange at Christmas, really. But it's good. It's okay. And yeah. So yeah. I heard you say earlier that. Did I hear you say that you just had a few drinks and listened to the radio over Christmas?
I did, yes. Yeah. I did. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I had an offer to go somewhere, but unfortunately, because of my own mental health issues, I ballsed that up. So I ended up spending Christmas on my own. Unfortunately, that's
precisely the fact. Actually, I had an offer to go somewhere, and I thought I was going to be okay to, but it came to Christmas morning, and as so often happens with, like, I don't know, when you're going through shit and stuff, things kind of overtook me, and I didn't feel strong enough to kind of like push through it and go out and put on a face and be cheerful and that. And I just sort of phoned my friend and said, "Look, I'm feeling a bit upset. It's best if I just kind of, miss my birthday in a couple of weeks." So she said I can go and celebrate my birthday with her instead. So,
well, that's nice. But it's nice that your friend understands. I mean, for me, I have my own issues. My own issues is that I tend to push people away, and I tend to punish myself for things that don't exist. So I ended up pushing away somebody who offered me to spend Christmas with them, and punished myself by thinking that I should spend Christmas on my own. Unfortunately, that's the old mental health kicking in and causing me to have some stupid thoughts. But unfortunately, that voice in your head can be very powerful at times.
Precisely, yeah. It sounds like we suffer with the same condition. I was diagnosed about 15 years ago with borderline personality disorder, so I get exactly where you're coming from. And sometimes you do have to just really acknowledge what is. It's good to be able to recognise what is wrong with you, and to sort of like second check yourself and say, well, look, there is a reason. It's good that you can kind of look back and see why and where, but that doesn't always help you, even though you know what's going on. It doesn't always help you be able to overcome what, even though you're aware of it, because it is an immensely powerful thing.
and that's one of the things that agitates me about it, is that I know that what I'm doing is not the right thing to do, but you simply can't stop yourself from doing it in some cases. And as I say, I pushed this person away, and even though I know that I'd have had a much nicer day, not much nicer Christmas, had I spent Christmas with them and had Christmas dinner and everything else, and unfortunately it's one of them where I ended up punishing myself. But it's not good. It's not good.
What infuriates me about this whole Alex Belfield thing, and not just him, there is an awful lot of presupposition and stigmatization and total lack of understanding of mental health. If anyone, unless you have been there, I guess you don't really know, because it's because, like you say, you do punish yourself because it's frustrating.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be like that and you want to change, well, the majority of people do, and you want to change, but you're not strong enough, and it's a painful business. But just have to sort of go easy on yourself in a way, I guess, and then think, well, tomorrow's another day, and as long as you just keep trying your best. But like you say, it is frustrating, and it's bad enough because you blame yourself, and then you get idiots like bloody Belfield blaming you as well. It's like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I mean, as you said at the beginning of the call, it's nice that you have a friend that understands. There's a lot of people out there that Alex as an example, that don't understand what it's like to go through and what it's like to have a specific kind of mental health problem, because at the end of the day, they're all different and it affects people completely differently. So there's never, as I said earlier in tonight's stream, there's never a blanket fix. Everybody has a completely different path that they've got to take, and unfortunately, because of that, it makes it very difficult for people to understand what people are going through. And that clearly causes a lot of problems for a lot of people. But as I say, for yourself, as you say, friend, it was understanding, and you're going to go and spend your birthday with her, which is, or him or her, which is nice that they're understanding in that respect, and you've got a friend like that. So, you're very lucky.
Yeah. Right. Have you got a cigarette there, Dan?
I've got a roll up here somewhere.
Yeah. Have a cigarette. What's some doggies doing?
I think they're asleep in the front room at the moment. They'll be in shortly. I'll be wrapping up in about 15-20 minutes anyway, so they always come in before I go on my live stream.
That's it. I'm looking forward to that. Gosh, I'm a bit shocked. I actually got through, so I hope I haven't. I hope I've made sense.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's difficult because it rings for a while and then it will cut off, and then you have to ring back, and it will ring if I'm on a call and when it cuts off, somebody else rings before you again. Then sometimes you can go to the back of the queue again.
That's it. That's why I was surprised when.
So that's why sometimes I ask for people for the last 3 digits of their number. So if it shows up, when the phone starts ringing again and it shows up, I can answer their call first. But generally, I have to answer in order, and some people, unfortunately, it's difficult for them to get through.
Yeah. No worries. It was lovely to speak to you, and
to you.
Yeah, and I might ring in again sometime when I'm a bit more composed.
No worries. No worries.
Now.
No worries.
So,
and it's lovely to meet you.
Yeah,
virtually, of course.
And can I say hello to the chat as well, because everyone is really generous and supportive on the chat as well, and very understanding. And it just, I don't know, with all the negative shit that's going down around at the moment, it's just really nice to see all the love on your channel and the understanding and as I say, I think yourself are very gentlemanly, and yeah, it's just great.
Thank you.
It's a good boost to the morale to know decent folk are still about.
We've got to do what we can. Everywhere else is shutting down and leaving us to it. So if we can't help each other, then what have we got? So
yeah. Right then, I shall speak to you on and look forward to hearing you all next week and the rest
no
of
worries,
the show.
George. You look after your.
Oh, I will. Give the dogs a cuddle for me.
I will do. Don't worry about that.
Okie dokie.
All right.
You take it easy, Dan.
You too,
You've
George.
earned your money tonight.
I really haven't.
Oh dear. Well,
All
keep
right.
smiling, lad. Keep strong.
No worries.
That's the message to you all. Keep strong, keep smiling, and hopefully I'll have a chat with you another day.
No worries,
Bye-bye.
George. Take care now.
Bye.
Bye. What a lovely lady. Hello.
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 Is that Dan?
It is.
You right, Dan? First time caller.
Hello there. We're having a lot of first time callers tonight. This is great.
Right. Police issue.
Yes.
Right. Got assaulted last Christmas in the street by cocaine and ketamine users. Walking along the street, I came round into the street, the other end of the street, out of another junction. I have known one of them for about 8 years.
Okay.
And confrontation started. The other geezer with this guy I knew for 8 years started, being on the big one and giving it large and threatened to smash me round the head with a bottle.
Right.
And then the next thing I remember is coming round in hospital with lacerations across my head.
Okay.
The hospital staff said, when you were admitted, you were highly intoxicated, and the bystanders who found you said that you'd been taking drugs. I don't drink. I don't take drugs.
Okay.
And I had things missing, and the hospital staff said, your neighbours have got it. You were found in the road near your home. And I'm like, no, I wasn't. I left my friends, walked home, and I was 20 minutes away from where I live. So what's going on? They were like, well, this is what we were told by the ambulance crew. I rang the police and said, look, I don't know really what happened because I got knocked out and I came round. I can remember hearing a clock tower chiming at a private school, and I came round at 4:20 the following afternoon in hospital. And I can't really remember what happened. I've got blank section of what actually went on.
Okay.
But I need to go and try and find my wallet because of my bank cards. I said, yeah, that's fine. Rah. Walked down where I thought I was, and I found my cap, my wallet, and thought, right, okay. So I wasn't anywhere near my home. 3 days later, with black eyes, banging head, these lacerations on my head, You could see my skull where they'd split my head open.
Wow.
3.25 inch scar across my head with other scars as well. And it was like, how did this happen? And 3 days later, 20 to 9 in the morning, bang, 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 bang on my door. I was like, what, how? Got my curtains drawn, laid out on my sofa, my head was banging, light was hurting my eyes, And it's the police. Oh, can we come in and have a word? And I was like, what do you want to have a word? Don't want to discuss it in the street. So they came in, wrenched my curtains open, and then started shouting at me to listen what they were telling me, because they were the police and I was to do as they're told. And I was like, excuse me, don't talk to me like this. Not on an invitation into my home. And when I've got injuries like this, don't you think my head's banging enough as it is? He told me to shut my mouth. I'd led a very extravagant lifestyle and got a nice home. What business is it of theirs? How I got my lifestyle and my home by going out and working hard for it.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are you trying to make an allegation of? You're insinuating. I consider you're insinuating. And he went, well, don't you think it's about time you moved? And I'm like, what? Get out of my home. Don't talk to me like that in my home. Young copper, steroid, sleeve tattoos, in a short sleeve, and his partner was stood there in a high-vis jacket done up, gloves, hat. Oh, it's freezing. It's so cold. And I'm looking at this young guy, pumped up, tattooed up, and I'm thinking, you're freezing, but he obviously isn't. What's he on? Well, got him out my home. He shouted at me again at my front door. No sooner had they gone, my neighbours were like, what the hell? Who was that shouting? And I was like, who do you think it was? It weren't me. And they were like, that's out of order. So I thought, right. And I get a phone call when I'm out one Friday afternoon, a week later. It's a police officer wanting to meet me. Where was I? Where had I been? And I was like, excuse me, that's none of your business. Well, I said I was going to a petrol station. I was at the petrol station, and who come in the petrol station yard? This police officer wanted to talk to me, and I was like, I've got nothing to say to you. I can't remember what happened, and whatever you're trying to dig at, I can't give you answers, because I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember what happened. Started asking me questions about this person, that person, and all the rest of it, and I was like, no, I think you're talking to the wrong person, because I don't associate in that circle, never have done, and never will do. So whatever you're trying to insinuate, and that other police officer who's shouting at me is trying to insinuate, you better go and work it out, because you're working it out wrong. This copper left, got home, my neighbour come out and was like, can you tell your police friend? And I was like, it's no friend of mine, what are you on about? They were sat in their car and kept getting out of their car outside. They were parked where you usually park, and they kept banging your door for half an hour, and I had to come out and say, well, he's obviously not in. What are you doing? And I was like, really? Well, in 2 weeks, about officer come into the police station
Right.
in the car and asking me to talk. I had a police sergeant ring me and start asking me questions about my lifestyle. And I was like, what's this got to do with anything? What are you ringing me up for? And he was like, oh, I just want to get a bit of a background. And I was like, for what reason? What are you on about? Well, you seem to have done this, you seem to have done that. And I was like, yeah, I'm entitled to. Everyone's got a life and they're entitled to live it how they choose to live it. And how I chose to live my life by going out and working and achieving something in my life is my business, nobody else's. And he didn't like that at all, as you can well imagine.
Right. So what is it that they were trying to get at? What you know, what's the end result of what the police were trying to get at?
Right. This guy, who I knew for 8 years, his female partner stalked me in the street and accused me of being a cocaine dealer.
Okay.
And I'm like, excuse me? You need to go home and ask your guy, who is the cocaine user, the truth. And get him to tell you the truth. Because I'm disgusted. You can stand in the street and shout abuse at me like that. Well, I think he told the police a load of lies. Because, Dan, they came and arrested me.
On what charge?
Harassment. Because he said that I was intimidating him.
Okay.
Now, I had a...
Go on.
Sorry.
No, go on.
I had a police sergeant ring me up just before I got arrested on his day off on a mobile phone number, what wasn't in my phone history, calling me a liar. And I'm like, excuse me? I'm a liar of what? You're a liar. And I was like, I don't have to listen to you. You're ringing me up on a day off, you told me. And you're on a mobile number I don't recognise. Stop harassing me and leave me alone. And then, as I say, I got arrested.
Okay. Was this recently, or was this
last January?
Last Jan. Okay.
Yeah. Well, from when I got released, I didn't hear anything from them. And then I kept having knocks at my door and guys going, oh, there's a guy talking in locally that he's going to get you taken down no matter how. He's going to get you taken off the street because you know the truth about him. And he's scared that you're going to tell people and it get found out by people he's told lies to. And I'm like, really? Right, okay. Well, this kept continuing, different weekends. And I was getting annoyed with it because this is like 1:30 to 5:20 in the morning at a weekend. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I ring the police and say, look, this is happening. What are you going to do? Because it's obviously this guy who was there when I got threatened. Then I came round in the hospital with the lacerations on my head from this other guy he was with. I'll smash you across the head so you can't hit us. And I'm not even talking of any violence or showing any violence. So what's your problem? I can see through your eyes. Your eyes are like glass. What have you been taking? And then I come round in hospital.
Okay.
And then the police are like, well, what do you want us to do about it? And I was like, and you've got a duty towards the public, haven't you, to protect the public. And they were giving me attitude, talking to me like I was a piece of dirt on their shoe, accusing me of being drinking, accusing me, had I done anything else? And I was like, I don't drink, I don't take drugs. So
even if you had been drinking, it's got it's neither here nor there. It doesn't make any difference unless you've committed an offence. Then there's no reason for them to be asking those questions, and certainly no reason for you to be answering them.
Yeah, sure. But I've got nothing to hide, Dan. I haven't done anything wrong. And I was like, don't insult me by re-questioning me when I've already said to you I don't do what you've insinuated I have been doing. And they were giving attitude because I was talking back to them as like that. Things went on. The lockdown was lifted. I was going out exercising. I was getting people walk up to me. I didn't even know, going, you're brave walking on your own. You're going to end up being taken off the street and found somewhere dead. I'm like, really? Who's been telling you this then? Oh, well, it's being said by certain people, but I'm not saying who it is. And I was like, well, if you're not going to tell it all, don't bother saying any.
Right.
If these people are that big to talk about it beyond the back, go and tell them to come and stand in front of me and talk about it, and I'll talk to them civilizedly. I got stalked by the guy who threatened me in a shop under CCTV camera, walked up behind me and went, you're lucky I didn't put a fucking knife in you. You're going to end up dead. I rang that to the police, and the police said, well, there's no audio on the CCTV camera, so what's any good of us going to get that footage? And I'm like, well, it proves the fact that they've stalked me and they've approached me and threatened me.
Right. I mean, is this something that's still happening to you?
Right, it's still going on. The guy I knew for 8 years, cocaine addict.
Okay.
I've known of him for 8 years. His brother approached me in the street. He glared me out while I was stood in the supermarket queue, actually, first off, and I'm like, how does he know who I am? I don't really know him. I'm known of him by people saying what job he does, but I've never seen him before, and I've never spoke to him before. So how is he just known to walk past me and glare me out? And then I saw him in the street when I was out walking. And he was like, oh, do you want to talk to me? Had a chat. It was a bit, wasn't heated, but it was, things were said, sternly, not abusively. And he admitted that his brother had caused a lot of trouble in the family with cocaine addiction, had money off his dad, had money off his brother, had money off his auntie, pull it up his nose. And I was like, well, your brother needs the help because he's obviously got the addiction. He told me ages ago he'd been taking it since your mum died. That's nearly 20 years, and he's still doing it.
Yeah.
He needs help, getting the help he needs. Well, I was still having these guys knocking at my door, warning me about being taken down. So I messaged him saying, do you want me to send these to... I messaged his brother saying, do you want me to send these guys up to your house and get them to tell you what's being said, which is obviously coming via your brother or the associates he mixes with. Didn't get a response from him. He originally messaged me his phone number, which I didn't respond to. 2 weeks later, knock at my door again. I get arrested. Yet again.
For what this time?
Harassment, taken off the street to protect the public and the vulnerable.
Okay.
And I'm like, what the hell? I'm at home. It's lockdown. I got made redundant. I'm at home. I'm going out for walks like we're allowed to go out for walks because of the coronavirus. And I'm keeping myself to myself. I'm not even socialising with my neighbours because they're in and out, in and out, in and out. I don't know who they're associating with, and I don't want the association with them. So how am I doing what you're making the allegations to me?
Well, I've got to say, I think one of the things that it sounds like you're going to need to start doing is recording any of these interactions that you get. Even if you don't want to pull your camera out and film it, just put it on and put it in your pocket so it can pick up the audio.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing recently, Dan.
Right. Okay.
I've got recordings of all communications what have been, from the police. And one PCSO who rang me said, "Oh, you're going to be arrested for wasting police time." And I'm like, wasting police time? How? Well, you rung up and you said that people were coming to your door. And I was like, yeah, as they were. Well, you were reporting it more than once. Yeah, because it happened more than once. Then I had another phone call off the PC, and she was like, well, hang on a minute. This isn't the people who were investigated. And I was like, well, that's misconduct with inside the police force, because you've obviously, your colleagues have made a major mistake.
Okay.
And I'm still getting things happening. I'm getting my vehicle tampered with, parked outside. I'm getting my door knocked and nobody's there. And it's like, what am I meant to do? I ring the police up and they're against me, not against the perpetrators. They're coming after me.
So the thing is with the police is I don't know what area you're in. I don't know what police force it is, but a lot of.
Do you want to know, Dan?
It's not Greater Manchester, is it?
No.
It's not Derbyshire, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's run by Nick Adderley, Northamptonshire.
Northamptonshire, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What a load of bent, corrupt, lying instigators.
Yeah, well, he's not exactly anyone to go to when you got any problems, is he? Is the one that said he's going to start going through people's bags and setting up roadblocks, or he quickly retracted it. Listen, what I would suggest. I mean, I said to you about recording. Any interactions that you have now, not just with the police. The thing, what I'm going to say to you is that you really need to try and record the interactions that you're having with these people that you believe are causing you the issues. Okay, so when they turn up, when they stop you in the street or anything, if you see them in the street, get your phone out, just put it on record and pop it back in your pocket before they come up to you. Okay, if you can, and just record all of these interactions. The more of these that you've got, then you can, as Dan Bradbury's just put in the comments there, build a case against them. Okay. I don't know what happened there, but goodbye then. Oh, this might be you again. Let's have a look. Hello.
This might be you again. Let's have a look.
Hello.
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 Hello, is that Dan?
It is.
How you doing, mate?
I'm all right. Who's this?
This is Dave.
Dave,
Birmingham.
didn't sound so sure about that there, Dave.
I know, yeah. Not real, no.
Is that an alias?
Yeah, that's it.
That's all right, mate. No worries.
Many of them. How's it going, mate?
Not so bad, pal. How's you?
Yeah, not too bad. I thought I'd just call in late night, you know what I mean? So
It is a late one tonight.
it's 5 hours, mate. That's nearly a job, that is.
Oh, it's not my record. My record's 6.
6.
6 hours is my record, yeah.
Jesus, you got patience for the same. I apologise first. I've had a couple of beverages. But,
no worries.
But mine's a non-police issue. I'm sort of phoning, sort of having a purpose. So you know when you get to a certain age,
yeah,
and you still try and find that purpose, and if it's worth it. I mean,
right.
you look like you're in your 20s, so I don't know about you, but me,
What are you trying to butter me up for?
I'm in my 40s, and I think when you get to your 40s, if you haven't found your purpose, you sort of question if there's still a reason to find a purpose, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well,
and I think that can relate to mental health issues as well.
Just to upset you a little bit more, I'm actually in my 40s as well, so you know.
Well, you look a lot younger than that, mate. But you do. You've got 4 decades under your belt. You sort of realise that you're probably not going to have another 40, and if you do, probably the last 10 of them are going to be pretty rough.
Yeah.
So you sort of, if you haven't got your path paved and all your daisies grown, it's sort of like what is your purpose in life, and how do you find that, and what's the point in having a purpose, or do you just go day? And I suppose with this lockdown, it's highlighted it more that how sad our lives are sometimes and irrelevant.
Do you know what?
Make sense?
Yeah, of course it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, there are people that are quite content to do nothing, like literally nothing. Okay, I like to keep myself busy, and there's a lot of people that just like to do things. And now we've had this lockdown thing, and this is completely new to everybody, and all the rest of it. And we're put in a situation like a lot of people who get to retirement age and they retire and they realise that they've got nothing. Their life has been about one thing, which is their work, and then all of a sudden, what am I doing with my life now? And I think a lot of people are now faced with that, many, many years too early, without getting to retirement age, because a lot of people have been furloughed, a lot of people have lost their businesses and all the rest of it. And I think there's a lot of people that are now stuck and not knowing what direction that they're going to take with their life, and that's a scary thought for a lot of people, not knowing where their life, what direction their life is now going to go in, because there's no, everything's up in the air and there's no certainty with anything at the moment, and it's a very scary situation to be in for a lot of people.
I think as well with the lack of community, and the local pub,
Yeah.
things like that. I think those sort of things disappearing have sort of isolated ourselves more. Even before this lockdown, I think a lot of us was drinking indoors, smoking indoors. And I don't know, I think to me now, at my age, I mean, I've got no mental health issues or anything. I can understand mental health issues, but and I can see where they stem from. But
Yeah.
it is that sort of what do I do now? What is it worth starting? So I mean, tried to start several businesses over the last 20 years and pretty much failed. And you think to yourself, is there any point in? I mean, it takes about 15 years, 20 years to build a business. So I'll be in my 60s by the time that business is successful. So
What have you got? Have you got
I
any
know family is important. Oh yeah, I got my hobbies was I was in a band, and not a successful band, not a very good band, but that was my hobby, and that was my love, true love. But as you get older, those band members have families. I had a son pretty young. I was 16 when I had my son. I'm now granddad, but I do have sort of hobbies, but I think when you get to 40s, in your 40s, those are hobbies. A lot of people grow out of. So you sort of, I'm going to have to start knocking around with 20-year-olds. So.
Well, there must be something that you enjoy doing. You've got to remember, the best businesses stem from the love of doing something. Okay, so a lot of businesses, small businesses, will stem from some hobby. So if you've got any kind of hobby, something that you just enjoy doing, without even thinking about it, without having to push yourself to do it, you just enjoy doing it. Is there anything that you can think of, that you do? I mean, even if it's fishing, for example, any kind of hobby that you like to do.
Mine is just purely music. That's all it's ever been.
Okay.
So I have got projects. I've always had projects. I've always done something. I've got a lot of projects that I'm doing now that involves music, and I sort of I do something that I'm able to film young bands and edit videos for them. So I don't get money for it, but that's sort of an hobby of mine.
Okay.
That keeps me sort of lively. But I mean, not just myself. I mean, in general, for a lot of people. I mean, I'm quite lucky. I've got a few mates still, and close mates. But I can imagine a lot of people there sitting in their flat, 45 or even 35, 55 maybe, and sort of just preparing yourself for the end without being too morbid.
That's what it seems like we're doing, though, doesn't it? To be fair, with all the scaremongering that's going on at the moment, and again, I don't deny, in my own opinion, that there is the lurgy is out there, but I do feel that for some reason we are being pushed into a direction that is making things look very bleak for us, when in fact they're not as bad as it's being made out, if that makes sense. And unfortunately, because people haven't got anything to do, all they've got is what they're listening to and watching on the telly, which is further condensing the fear and the potential dark times ahead.
So what's your purpose? I know you've got your YouTube channel, and I'd give anything to have your YouTube channel and a few followers and enough people to listen to me talk all night. What is your purpose? Are you happy with your YouTube channel? And I don't know what you do.
Yeah, I mean, I would love nothing more than for this channel to be, in a position where it can pay my bills. I don't want to be like YouTubers that go out and buy Lamborghinis because they're so successful. I'm not asked about that. All I want to be able to do is pay my bills, okay, and have a little bit left over. Do you know what I mean?
And know you've got that purpose as well. Which is the key word, isn't it?
I mean, I excuse me. I do my normal videos, which is the reports, the daily reports.
I watch all them, yeah.
Now, I do that because it's something to do. I enjoy the interacting with people, in the comments more than I enjoy making the videos. I've got to be honest. But I like, which is why I do these phone-ins now. I just like giving people some time, if that makes sense. I mean, I've got time on my hands. I'm not doing anything all evening tonight, for example. All I'd be doing is sitting, maybe listening to the radio, giving the dogs a stroke, and that would be it. Now that is a waste of time. Yes, it's a bit of me time, but I get me time whenever I want. So if I can put my time to use and maybe help somebody, even if it's just listening to what they've got to say, then that is, that really does it for me. Whether that's my purpose or not, I don't know. I couldn't say. I enjoy doing what I do. If I know that I'm helping somebody somewhere, and that makes me happy, if that makes sense.
It does, yeah.
But I would like to be in a position where I can do this, and even if I turned it into a business, if you like, in inverted commas, and I had enough to pay my bills, and as I say, have a little bit left over, and I could do this all the time. I'd thoroughly enjoy doing it. Again, I don't know if it is my purpose as such, or whether it's just something that I like to do. But as long as I'm able to do it, I'm going to keep doing it. But as I say, it's something that I enjoy doing. And I mean, it's like work, isn't it? If you've got a job and you don't like your job, you regret waking up in the mornings and having to go. And when you've got a job like that, you generally don't do very well in it, because your heart's not in it, if that makes sense. Whereas this, for me, I just enjoy doing it. I enjoy listening to people's stories. I enjoy giving people the chance to be able to get stuff off their chest if they need to. I might not be able to help anybody physically, but just giving somebody an ear to bend for 20 minutes, half an hour, can make a massive difference. And as I say, I enjoy doing it, and I'd like to keep doing it for as long as I possibly can.
I think helping people is rewarding, in a sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing, as I say, I don't come on here to offer people the chance to just talk to somebody because I want something from them. But that's a lie. What I want from them is to leave the chat, where possible, feeling a bit better. So that's what I want from people that phone in. If they've got a problem and I can help them out, regardless of what the problem is, whether it's a policing issue that they've had, or whether it's somebody just needs somebody to talk to because they've not seen anyone for the last 9 months. If somebody leaves a chat with me and they're feeling a bit better, or they're feeling a bit happier, then that for me is more than enough.
That's brilliant, Dan. I think that is probably your purpose then. As you say, you don't want to be a millionaire, but helping people and being able to pay your bills is probably is what you're going to do. And I hope all the best for you, mate.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I genuinely appreciate it. Did you say you're a first-time caller, by the way? Or
yeah, definitely. Yeah,
you
first time
okay.
I've called.
Brilliant.
If anyone's trying to guess my accent, I'm a Scouser.
Are you really?
No.
I was going to say.
Oh, probably, mate. And it's not black country. It's probably, there's a big difference. That's like saying the Beatles are from Newcastle. But I'll let you go, and I won't bore you anymore. But yeah, fantastic,
no worries,
mate. I thought I'd just give a call. Things I'm up late, having a few beers, and
why not? And I appreciate the call. Genuinely appreciate the call.
Brilliant, mate. Cheers, Dan.
Well, you
all
take
best,
care of
mate.
yourself, and you.
Have a great New Year, mate.
You too, my friend.
See you later.
Bye. Bye. Right, guys, I'm gonna take one more call. It's 2:30 in the morning, and I've got to get up to do videos tomorrow. So I'm going to take this call. Hello. Hello.
Is that to me?
It is to you.
Sorry, I was shocked to get through, Dad.
That's all right. How you doing?
Well, that's another story. I have a massive policing issue.
Okay.
My name is Tracy, and 3 years ago, on the 26th of the 1st, 2018, my son was murdered with his two friends. My son's name is Josh, and his friends' name are Harry and George.
Shit.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
That's okay, Dan. My issue is, originally over the weekend, after it happened, the police tried to inform us that this was a terrible accident. By the Monday, we realised, because there's sort of 4 families involved here, that the police were lying. Cut a long story short, because it is a long story.
Okay.
I've been speaking out. I've been on the streets. We've been fighting for the data for 2.5 years. The police still refuse us to give us the data to date. We acquired the CCTV. We required the collision report, which showed the opposite to what the court had said had happened.
Okay.
So I know you deal with a lot of police abusing powers, but we've had meetings with the Deputy Commissioner, Matthew Horn, the Borough Commander, Colin Wingrove.
I've actually seen your story before. I can't remember when and where, but I have I've literally, because of what you've just said, I've just tapped it in to the computer, and I remember reading about this story some time ago. So it's a bit it's quite freaky that not in a bad way, but it's quite freaky that you've called in actually on a story that I remember reading. And this is about the drunk driver.
Yeah, that was never charged with drink driving.
Right.
See, over the weekend, after it happened, the media fed the whole country that narrative, which was an intentional thing from the media to do.
Okay.
Us families were speaking to the media right up until actually Josh and Harry had their funeral together, right up until that day. And the media never reported once anything that we ever said. They just stuck to the narrative and kept ignoring our plight, kept ignoring the evidence we had. So 3 years I've been fighting this. Boris Johnson is the MP to one of the parents. He has seen part of the evidence and has ignored it. My MP at the time was Minister for Policing, which was Nick Hurd. Okay. And on the 1st of August 2019, he sent a letter to the Attorney General. At the time, it was Geoffrey Cox, with 4 points for a retrial, because we showed him the evidence we had.
Right.
Now, to date, Geoffrey Cox, obviously it changed to Suella, but it was sent to Geoffrey Cox and CC'd again to Boris Johnson. To date, we have not even had a courtesy response to that letter. I then sent it to Suella when she became Attorney General. To date, not a response, not even a courtesy response to her. From her. Now, the police know that we hold the evidence because we've had meetings with them, showed them what we have, which they already have. The CCT we have, TV, sorry, that we hold, they have doctored, they have took out the time and dates, they have made the background dark. I don't want to say too much on here for obvious reasons. I don't want the police to know everything that we do know.
Yeah.
With regarding this. Now, I've had to do demonstrations. I was also one of the first 34 to start the Yellow Vests in this country against all the injustices. I've had the mainstream media do fake stories on me. I've had BBC Newsnight do fake stories on me, which obviously I get because I speak out against the government and against the police. So, of course, I'm going to get that.
Yeah.
I've been, I've confronted the Sun at their offices because they've also lied about me. The coroner, I'll just wrap this down because there's a lot to it and you might want to say something. The coroner that we have, our boys were entitled to an inquest under subsection 2 of the Coroner's Act because they suffered a violent death.
Right.
Now, the coroner was on suspension at the time. We had the Pret a Manger coroner who was going to write to us with a date for the inquest, and we thought, great, because, with an inquest you can call witnesses and so on and so on. So we thought, we'll get them there. Well, anyway, this coroner was on suspension. He came back in the October. He went into the office. He took our boy's file. He then wrote to us and said we were not having an inquest. So, every angle we are going out, they're just shutting those doors. And it's continual, it's misconduct in office from the police.
Yeah, failing to act, yeah.
So when you're hearing something like this and you're getting so much abuse from the police, like I've had to learn a lot. I've had to learn a lot of the legal side, the law. There's so much that goes into this, Dan, and it's very hard to put into, 10, 15 minutes in my first time talking to you. I'm shadow banned on Facebook. I'm shadow banned on Twitter. I'm shadow banned on YouTube because they don't want our story out there, because one of the things with our boys' case is it's not an isolated case.
Okay.
And it would open the doors to many other deaths that have been classed as an accident and are not.
And I'm sure there are many.
Yeah. So how would you address when all you're getting from the police is, the solicitor we had, we know works for the police and doesn't work for us. They work for the Law Society. They're all in a club together, and they all back each other up. Especially in a case like this, no one wants to seem to touch it.
Right.
So the solicitor has wasted our time for 2 years of that in trying to get the rest of the data. I've had 2 complaints. Well, they call it complaints, but when it's perjury and corruption, it's not complaints, is it? But that's what they do. They water it down. Go through the Met Police. The first lot, obviously, even the IOPC went against their own policy and procedure. Subsection 8, page 44, when it's to do with cover-up and corruption, they are meant to deal with it and not the Met Police. They passed it straight back to the Met Police so that when we appealed, they would only have to look into how the police dealt with it and not the actual complaint itself.
Yeah, not reinvestigate it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a sickening policy. Absolutely sickening.
Yeah.
For me, I've got to say, Tracy, I think in some situations it's about the noise that you can make. And what I mean by that, and I can see, from what you've said and what what's showing up on a quick search on the internet, it shows me that you've been making some noise. But the thing is, it's the more noise you can make, the more chance you've got of somebody doing something. Now, if you think about, for example, let's use this, let's use the Black Lives Matter thing just for a moment. Something happens to a person of colour, and you get so many people come together to make a fuss, so much so that people have to pay attention. Now, it's very difficult for individuals, families, individuals to be able to get that kind of support from people and make that kind of noise. The mainstream media, as you say, don't want to touch a lot of the stories. One of the things that I've been saying to people lately is that if you've got a story, take it to an alternative media outlet rather than the mainstream media. The mainstream media will pick up on it, so you'll still get your end goal, and that is everybody gets to hear about it. But if you take it to an alternative media outlet, it will get reported how you put it across, if that makes sense. It won't get watered down. It won't get changed for political, agendas or anything like that. And what you say will get reported on. Then, because it's been reported on, the mainstream media have to report it the way that it's been reported on in the alternative media. And people will start to make a noise, more of a noise over it, if that makes sense. I mean, this is a big thing, and the last thing I want to do is to try and, give you some advice that I know is not gonna help. Do you know what I mean? So, and because it's such a big situation, a big case, if you want to put it that way, it's down the legal route, it's a bit above me in that respect, and I've got to say that, because it'd be wrong for me to pretend otherwise. But I do know that they will try and hide things. I do know that they will try and put a lid on things so that people don't look bad in those positions. But the only way that I can see really of anything getting done these days for the average Joe, so to speak, is to make that noise. I'd need to look at some of this stuff a bit more to see what kind of stuff that you've done already. And I know you've explained a bit about what you've tried to do as well. But again, and it's really difficult for me, because I feel really, really bad for you because of what's happened and what you're going through, and I wish I could say something that I know is gonna work for you. But I've just got to be honest with you. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not going to lie to anybody about anything or pretend that I know more than I do or anything like that. But I genuinely think that what you need to do is to try and make some more noise. I don't know if you've tried to get in touch with Priti Patel. I know that's probably a waste of time, but it's a route that you could go down if you haven't already. A petition. Maybe if I don't know if you've tried to do that either. Maybe that's something that could be looked at to make people more aware of what's happened. Again, I don't want to. What's that saying? Teach you to suck eggs. I don't know what you've done already, and what you haven't done, or what you've thought about doing, or what you can't do. I don't know, because we only have a short time to sort of go through, to go through this. I don't know whether you want to email me, and I can try and spend a bit more time trying to come up with some ideas, or put you in touch with some people that I might have contact with. But I'm probably assuming that because of what you've been going through and the amount of time you've been going through it, you've probably been in touch with most of the people that I could probably think about sending you to. But this is definitely, I would say, or as you say rather, it's definitely misconduct. They're definitely not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
No, that's great, Dan. Honestly, I so appreciate your honesty in saying, you're not sure what you can do. You don't know what we've done. We've just to answer some of the messages in your chat, I've done petitions. I've been there where I've been on the streets and met a lot of MPs. I even stood as an independent in the last election to stand against them, because I know once I came out on the street, I thought we was just the third biggest cover-up in the country.
Right.
When I came out onto the street, I met many families that are in pain and suffering and sitting in the same position that I'm sitting in now. So what I did, you know, I went against everything I detest, and I stood as an independent in the same borough as Boris, but not in the same constituency, because I'm in the Hillingdon borough.
Okay.
So being out on the streets, I've seen a lot. You know, if you want to go back to Black Lives Matter, that's a Marxist setup, which when you're on the streets, you can clearly see that. But as you said, the media will only show a certain side and not another side. When I
Yeah.
was in the yellow vests, with many brave people and many families who were out there fighting their own injustice, also against the police, we was attacked many times when we were just ordinary people, because the media didn't want to show the people in this country, the ordinary people being out there. So I'd be really happy to, email you some of the things we've done, and then maybe you will be able to think of something or another route that we can go. Because right at this minute, I've tried many things. I'm obviously not going to give up. That's why I'm attacked continually by people for obvious reasons. Yeah, Uxbridge. I'm not from Hayes, Norfolk. I'm nearer Uxbridge, but our children were on a way to a 16th birthday party that night in Hayes when this happened. So yeah, I've dealt with the CPS. You know, there's deeper, darker things going on in the country that the people are not aware of. And being out there on the streets, you see a lot of propaganda, and you see the games and controlled opposition they play to stop the people in the country really realising what is going on.
Yeah, yeah. Tracy, I'm so sorry for your loss and for what you've had to go through. I genuinely am. And you know, it sounds to me like you've really, you know, you're the kind of person that it sounds like you don't leave any stone unturned in your mission, and that's good. I genuinely hope, I might not be able to, but I genuinely hope, you know, just have a chat in email. I'll give you my email address in a second. But I genuinely hope I might be able to, as a second pair of eyes, so to speak, might be able to see a route that you might be able to take. I genuinely can't promise anything, and I wouldn't. But if there's anything that I can do to help you, or even if you want to share the story, maybe you want to come on one day and let's have a chat on camera maybe one day, and you can share your story, and you know, I've got 28,000 subscribers on this channel. You know, maybe we can get the story out to people that don't know about it. I know that people on this channel, the people that watch these videos are generally a very decent bunch, and I'm sure that if I ask them nicely, they'd be happy to share the story as well on their social medias, and see if we can raise a bit more awareness for you at the very, very least.
Yeah, that would be fantastic, Dan. It'll probably be easier as well. I'll probably be more prepared for you actually answering the phone. I wasn't prepared. So yeah, that would be absolutely great, and I can get some of the evidence out, which I can read on your channel as well, which will help when you read the media version to the actual facts and evidence. Thank you, Jake.
Okay.
Yeah, so anytime. How would I be able to get your email?
Well, the email should be in the description under the video, but it's very simple. Police abusing powers, all one word, lowercase, @gmail.com. So it's the channel name @gmail.com.
Fantastic. So what I'll do, I'll email you, and then whenever you have some free time, I'll come on and we'll go to it more in depth.
Yeah, well, we'll have a chat with We'll send us your phone number if you don't mind. I'll give you a ring at some point during the week. I can't give you an exact that it'll be yet, because I need to get back into the swing of things this week after my 10 days off. But I will give you a ring at some point this week, and we can have a chat, and then we can arrange maybe getting you on a what's it called, like a conference video call thing, and have a discussion on there that maybe we can put together a video to get out and push the story out there a bit more.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you very much, Dan. I do have a YouTube channel. It is shadow banned, but you're more than welcome to look at a couple of videos on there, whatever you choose, so you can see a bit more yourself as well of who I am and what I'm about.
Some proving Molly's just popped the link in the comments there. So I've literally just popped that into my browser now. So I will certainly take a look at that. In fact, I think I may have seen a couple of your videos in the past as well. I'm sure I have.
Yeah, I've burst into the CPS, I've burst into the coroner, and I've burst into the Attorney General's office.
I'm looking forward to seeing those videos.
Yeah, no, fantastic, Dan. Thank you for taking the call. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for listening and responding. And thank you, and I'll email you, Dan.
All right, Tracy, no worries. Well, listen, again, thank you for the call. I genuinely appreciate you calling. I know it's a very difficult thing that you must have been going through, and as I say, I'm genuinely gutted for you, and for what you've had to put up with as well in order to even get to where you are now, which isn't where you want to be, but hopefully we'll be able to, if nothing else, raise some more awareness for you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dan.
All right, Tracy. No worries. You take care of yourself.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye now. Bye. Right, this is going to have to be my last phone call, ladies and gentlemen. So, hello.
Dan, it's me again. For trouble, you might. Hey, Dan, can you get me off block or whatever Molly's done? Because
Right.
I'm on the feed, but I can't comment.
Right, I'll have to do that when I'm finished on this live, mate. I'm afraid, which is going to be finished any minute now. To be fair,
all right, no worries then. And I've just been watching the feed and read back the card. I don't know who's this Molly, Dan. How is she a moderator?
Well, Molly's a friend of mine. She's been around since. Well, oh God.
So you know Molly then?
Over a year.
You physically know her?
Yeah, I've met her. Yeah.
Well, Molly, I'm very disappointed in Molly. I'm reading, having a one-on-one conversation with this person, and he's basically telling me I need help. I don't need help, Molly, love. Everything I said this person done, they done. Okay, so we'll leave it at that because you're a friend of Dan's and I respect Dan very, very much. But I need no help with anything. Okay? So if you want to engage with this person and you think he's a wonderful human being, then I'm here to put your hat on straight for you, Molly, until you know he's not. All right, now, I said I wouldn't talk about this person again, but it's very upsetting to see someone as nice as Molly taken in, because I could just tell Molly's a nice, but just taken in by this idiot. So, yeah. Tell him, and incidentally, for the record, I never threaten no one's wife and children. I don't operate like that. Okay, and anyone that knows me, life from 10 and 20-year friendships, know that's not the way I operate. I don't conduct myself like that. I've got respect, moral compass, and that's the way I control myself and handle myself on this earthly world. I don't tell lies either, Molly, just for the record. Okay, and Dan, and everyone else who wants to listen. Everything I said that person done, they've done. Every single thing. So, for him to say in the side chat that I see it, it's worrying. He really believes it and it wasn't said. Is he for real? Is there something clearly wrong with this person? I will also tell you I've reported every comment, including yours, Molly. I don't lie. I'm no liar. He's been causing me harassment, watching you and him bounce back to one another like he's some wonderful person. He's not, and as I don't lie, I'm here to tell you I've reported it. If he wants to meet me, feel free to organise a meet. Where Dan can be there, you can be there, so he doesn't fear for his life. And we can have it out, can't we, Dan?
Well, let's just not have it out on my channel.
No, not
That's
on your
what I
channel,
mean.
my brother, but it's upsetting my mucker that I've been on your channel for absolute ages. Molly wasn't a moderator, I don't think. And all of a sudden, Molly and this petrol head of buddies, mate, the way they're talking.
Well,
Like, you think they were mates, mate, from the old days. I know you wouldn't do that, petrol head, that's not you. Blah, 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 blah. Really? So I'm a liar then, Molly, am I?
No, I think the thing is, though, Scott. I think the thing is,
I promise
people.
Molly this. I promise Molly this. On my earthly life, everything I say that petrol head done is done. There's not one Chinese whisper. There's not no added up, made up story to exaggerate it and accelerate it. I said it for exactly what it was, Molly. You take it or you leave it. I don't swear on my little boy's life lightly. And incidentally, to add strength to it, I swear on my soul, if I'm telling a word of a lie about another person, being or human, on this form, on this platform that we live on called Earth, mate, if I'm lying about this brackets petrol head, which obviously isn't his real name, but whoever the handle holder is of that name, if I'm lying about him or her, may I go to hell if I'm lying. All right? Now take it or leave it, whatever. I'm sick and tired of reading this petrol head posting like me, talking like me. So these people have screenshotted as well the way I operate and the way I talk and post. Yeah, I might put it on your channel again. The reason I rang up this time, Dan, is because I didn't know how long it was going on, and I would like to talk to some of the others in the room that are actually decent. So if you could take me off, tell Molly I won't be engaging with Petrowhead, and I don't need to be seeing them having a conversation about me for the last hour. I'm not even in the bloody room. It's a wind-up. It's bloody wind-up, Dan, isn't it? When they're backward and forward about me and talking up to crap.
Scott, as I say, the issues that you've got with people, other people aren't going to have those
Dan,
same issues
right,
with
mate.
them.
I haven't got any issues. I'm not trolling people. I'm not making up accounts. I'm not coming in and ruining up Christmas Eve or Christmas days. And I'm not trolling someone in the Men of God video just because I'm religious. I'm then not coming on your channel, which is a brilliant channel, and saddling up to Molly like I'm some wonderful human being just to get that Molly to hate me. Hate me? Do what you want. Think what you want about me. I don't care. This is just sums up this world, doesn't it? Of what we're living on. You know, there's me telling you an honest, on my soul, truth. And I'm getting booted out of the room and I've got to stand there and I've got to witness all these backwards and forwards conversations. Plus there's other good human beings as well that I value that are involved and they're putting their tuppence worth in. And then this guy, just, male or female, just because he calls himself Petrowhead, could be a fucking narcissistic woman. But all I will say is this, find some time to spend with your children. Because if I had Jimmy J in my life, I can assure you this, Dan, as much as I love you, I really wouldn't be on the feed as much as this Petrowhead. And this Petrowhead's talking and that I've come for him. No. He started back up on Father's Day. He started back up on Jimmy Jones' birthday, the 1st of November. He approaches me and he's in my notifications on my tablet. And any police officer worth their salt can come and get my tablet and view it. I never, ever, ever on my life look for this person, ever. I only ever answer him when he's coming into my YouTube and he's questioning them. And when you get the little notifications come up, Dan. I swear that on everybody that I love and adore living on this earthly world. He's notificating me again recently. I've got the brass neck to lie in the chat room and say that I'm coming after him. Fuck off. I've got better things to be doing, Petrowhead, you dopey fucking mug. And if you want to meet me, please meet me. You drop that you know I live in the Ilford area. Come and meet me in the Ilford area, because he's found that
Scott,
out.
Scott.
Hang on.
No, Scott, I've got to say, Scott, I need.
So you can go to the police. I don't care because the police are aware of it.
Yeah, but
I'm sick and tired of it, Dan. It's been going on for months.
Yes, this is
Now
going
they're
to.
coming into rooms that I get on with, and they're upsetting the whole room. I'll tell you what I'll do, Dan. I'll stay out of the room if what.
Scott, listen to me. All I'm saying now at the moment is please don't be saying stuff like that on the channel because it's going to affect this channel because that's you're.
Just to clarify, it wasn't said in a threatening way. I'm saying if you want to meet me, but stop lying over the thing. That's what I meant. I didn't mean it as in I'm going to knock 7 bells of shit out of him. What I'm saying is stop lying because you can't lie to my face. If you want to meet me, just to clarify, meet me and lie to my face, but do it to my face. Stop doing it over the internet. Is what I meant, Dan. So I'll take that back. I wouldn't want to cause your channel any animosity, mate, or any upset. To get me, but yeah. Bottom line, I'm sick of the lying, Dan. That's the bottom line. So or bottom line, leave my name off your mouth, all of you. I've got nothing positive to say because I'm not a dog, I'm not a monster. But it's very difficult when I'm getting attacked now, and I'm not even in the room, and I'm still getting spoke about like I'm the wrong one. I'm not the wrong one. I've offered to meet this person to have it out with them, as in talk, and I find out what their problem is with saying about Jimmy Joe. The exact comment was, how's your wife, how's your son? Loads of laughing empty faces, you lost your son 16 years ago. Then they put a link to my Facebook, which has got no friends on it, out of purpose. So they were looking at my Facebook, getting personal information that I'd write for Jimmy Joe. I'm no liar. Please, Molly, can you please stop talking to him about me? That's all I'm asking you to do, Treacle. You're probably a lovely woman. If you're any friend of Dan, you're probably a super duper human being. So can you promise me something, Molly? Please stop talking to him about me, babe, because it's upsetting me. It's upsetting me because I don't lie. It's upsetting me. So can you please just leave the conversation with Petruet to your personal moment if he's a wonderful, great person, you want to remain him. Get his number and speak to him off the thing. But please don't talk about me, Molly, on that because he's upset. I wouldn't do it to you. I wouldn't do it to Dan. It's like you're doubting my integrity and it's upsetting me. And I want it to stop. I've been bullied enough by these people. They've been doing it for 5 months under various different names. As it was proved on Christmas Eve and on Christmas Day, Dan was in a room and he was seeing loads of multiple Scott Andrew Horn accounts coming in. So they're writing about me, posting comments like me. They're even trying to talk to me, and one of them's had the brass neck to say we're going on videos and we're typing as you on YouTube. How sad. How sad. So if you can all understand that for whatever reason they don't like me, I don't care why, I'm not interested why. It started on a religious video. That's what I want you all to understand. This isn't like they know me in the street and they just don't like me. This started on a religious video, me supporting heaven, me supporting the good versus evil sort of thing. This is how it all started, and they've been trolling me ever since. All right, so I'll leave it up to you, Dan, my brother. The only reason I rang again, just for clarification, is I've been watching the feed. I haven't gone off the feed. I've been watching you because I'm interested in me like-minded good brothers and sisters that ring in, and I was very sorry, by the way, to hear that lady ringing with her son. God rest his soul, home to heaven, with that ever-growing, ever-loving heavenly family. Amen. Horrible to hear that at 18 years old. Horrible. And I feel for you, my darling. And that's why I rang in passionate, because I wanted to type that to you, to give you some sort of a cuddle and some sort of that I was thinking of you. But unfortunately, babe, I've been stopped from typing on the tablet. So when I heard a horror story like that, I weren't able to reach out to you. So I'm reaching out to you now. I've explained why I'm ringing again, and I'm reaching out for you. That was one of the reasons, Dan, I've run back in, because I've heard that someone's been murdered, and I haven't been able to type what I wanted to type to this beautiful lady. I was brave enough to ring in and share her story with you, okay? And that's upsetting when there's a good human being here in myself, which I am, a great human being. I'm proud of that. It's not ego. That's me talking, because ego is controlled by the devil. I'm a good human being. I know exactly where I come from. And I've not been able to reach out to that lady, and it's hurt me. And then on top of that, I've got to listen to that sad story from that lovely human being about her beautiful son gone home to heaven earlier than he should have done. And I can't type because people are talking about me backward and forward, Molly and Perpetuate. We'll leave it off, innit? Leave it off. I'm not interested, whether you believe me or not. But get me unblocked, because I promised Molly and I promised Dan, and I promised the rest of the side. I've said my bit with Perpetuate and what he's done. It needs to be not mentioned again. There's your free will. Take it, use it as you will. But I will not allow myself to be stopped speaking to brilliant human beings, which is what's happened today, this morning. I can't reach out to someone to share that story with us. And I'm sorry, that upsets me more than what Petrol had done. So, you know, I'll leave it with you. If you want to take me off the thing, Dan, you know, that's up to you. If you don't take me off it, then there's nothing I can do about it, and I'll just have to watch your feeds, which I will do, because I respect you as a gentleman, and I respect the majority of your viewers, because they're like-minded, good human like me.
All I want,
much love to that lady that rung up with her son's situation. Terrible.
all I want is for everyone to get on. Right? Yes, there's going to be times when people fall out and they don't get on, because that is the nature of life. In that respect,
I can unfortunately promise you this: I will never be getting on with that petrol head, and I'm a very forgiving man.
Well, no, well, this is what I'm getting at.
I can't tolerate the lies.
This is what I'm getting at.
Liars, Dan. And well, you know, if he apologises and holds his hand up instead of lie, then maybe I will be the bigger man, and I will say, okay, thank you for the apology. Let's wipe our mouth of it. But it's a constant denial. Now, everybody that knows me, whether you physically met me or not, you know full well that I'm no liar.
Right.
So, you know, that's quite evident. Anyone with a brain in the head would know that about me and my name and what I stand for. So, man up. Admit what you've done, let's wipe our mouth of it if that's what you want to be. Or meet up, let's have a coffee. Perhaps you can have a talk with me, and then we can understand why you've behaved the way you've behaved, Perpetuate. But don't come on here trying to be clever and tricky and turn everybody against me, because it's just not going to work. Because I'm not the sort of guy that's going to allow you to lie about me. Simple. Told you when you was doing it. I'm no liar, and I will have my day with you, whether it's on the phone here or whether we meet over a coffee. I said that, Dan. I wasn't prepared to let the bullying that was done, that was very, very, very heavy bullying, continue to be done. So there it is. There's the offer, Petrol. If you want to have a meet up in Ilford, you drop where I live or the area that I can get to, then come and meet me. I'm happy to come and meet you any time of the week, twice on a Sunday. I guarantee you this, though, my good friend. You won't be bullying me in my front of me. That won't be happening. So... Right. There's the offer, and it's said with the righteous way it was meant to be delivered. Dan, there's no threat there. Okay, so I'm putting it on a public feed. So if anything happens to Petrol, there you go. So I'm saying, come and meet me, be a man. Let's have a discussion about your barbaric treatment of me over Father's Day. Okay, or wipe your mouth of the situation, apologise in the chat room, and we'll move on. We won't be friends. We'll probably never be friends, but I'll tolerate you from a distance. And I'll do that for you, Dan.
Okay.
I'll do that for you and Molly. I won't be doing and my brothers and sisters in the side chat that I love and adore, because they don't deserve the bad vibrations either. So I'll do that for everybody else, but not for him. It'll be for everybody else. Can't say no more fairer than that, can I, Dan?
Okay.
At the moment, I'm the one blocked, and I'm the one obviously a little bit more upset than he is, because he's having a field day, he's having a talk. Everything's good for him. He's been the actual instigator of all the bullying, but he's in the room getting the cuddles and the accolades and the beautiful treatment. Amazing. But there you go. It won't be the first time I've been disappointed with this earthly world. It won't be the last, I dare say, before I go back home to heaven. But right. That's why I rung, Dan. So I'm sorry I rung again, but I was hoping to speak to a few, you know, people that do respect me, human beings that do love me, people that do care about it. It's a difficult time of the year for me, like I know you do. So I haven't been able to do that. I'll wrap it up now. Love to you, love to Molly, love to everyone in the side chat, love to even Petrohead, because I pity you, Petrohead. I pity you. I pity your D-Day, boy. That's what I pity. Dan, I'm going to leave it at that. And if you could look at getting the thing listed, so I can at least talk, whether it's tonight or in your next live chat, which will probably be in a week sometime.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, Dan, I didn't know any other way to do it. I didn't know any other way to tell you that I can't talk in the chat room.
Right, okay.
So,
all right.
There you go. All right, brother.
All right then.
All right, take care, Dan. Much love, and like I say, I'll stay out of the room if you wish, or I'll come in the room if you wish. Whatever you prefer me to do, I'll do out of respect to you. So,
Listen,
think about it and let me know. And
all I want people to do, and this is to everybody, if you're not getting on with somebody,
don't talk to one
then
another.
block them so you can't see their comments. And don't worry about what people have got to say. Do you know what I mean? I know it can be upsetting. It used to, when I first started this channel, and I used to get fucking trolled by people, it got to a point where I nearly gave up on the channel several times. Okay, I'm glad I didn't. I got to the point where I just look at it and laugh now when people try and troll me. Yes, there are situations where people say things that are genuinely hurtful, but again, if I respond to that in the way that they want me to respond, then they win. Do you know what I mean? So it's easier for me to laugh at them or to ignore them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying, I fully understand. Okay, fully understand that when people bring your children into it, it is fucking hurtful.
It took it to another level. Yeah.
But again, people will do that purposely to get a reaction out of you, and
he did get the reaction he wanted as well. I went fucking ballistic.
And by giving them the reaction, then they get what they want, don't they?
Bring my fucking son into anything again, there's going to be a big, big fucking problem. And I meant it because you're taking it to a whole nother level. You've looked up on my history on fight. He's done all this on his own accord. He found out where I live. He's doxing my address. I wouldn't care. I'll bring you into my home. You'd never get out of it again.
Right,
I've got no problem with things like that, Dan, with doxing on my address. But do you understand it's evil to do that to someone? It's evil to put someone's address out there and make threats like what they've done. Okay? I said, I don't care that I live in Ilford or around the Ilford area. I went, and what? Now, you and I both know, Dan, because you're very sensible. He's done that and dropped that, expecting me to go, oh my God, oh God, he knows where I live. I didn't give a shit. I went, yeah, and? I went, I'll come and meet you in Ilford. Don't find out where I live or where the area is where I live and expect me, while you've been bullying me, to go all meek and feeble. Because I swear to you, as soon as he dropped it, a little bit of weed come out. I got so excitable. I was like, brilliant. Come and meet me now. Come and meet me at Ilford now. And I'll find, I don't live in Ilford now, but I can get to Ilford. And I went, I'll come and talk to you now, Petulant. So what I want you to know is he's done that. I didn't tell him, did I? I didn't go to him, by the way, Petulant, you know you're trolling me. You're being vulgar. Can you get to Ilford Exchange? I'll come and meet you. I didn't say that to him, did I? He found that out on his own. He then also found out that I complimented a shop in Dagenham. So he's been doing all this digging and all this trolling of me, okay? And that's what's been going on. So just, that's it. If he wants to meet up, I'll wrap it up quick, Dad. If you want to meet me at Ilford, come and meet me at Ilford. All right? If you've got anything to say, come and be a man, come and meet me. Otherwise, shut your mouth, Petulant. All right, Dan, I do apologise and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Much love, my brother.
All right, I'll speak to you. I'll speak to you later.
Yeah, well, ring me, like I said, my good brother, ring me Saturday. I've got no problem with you. I've got no problem with anyone else. But I'm not the sort of guy, Dan, that friends of 10 and 20 years I've got. You do not get friendships of 10 and 20 years if you're a monstrous scumbag. I'm not a monstrous scumbag. I also don't get bullied by anyone, and I don't care who they are. Yeah, no one bullies me. And that's a fact that anyone can go and check out if they don't believe me. And someone will go, yeah, Scotty, don't bully him, mate. He don't care who you are. He won't tolerate it. Right. And I won't get bullied because, I'll tell you why I won't get bullied, my brother, Dad, is I don't bully anyone until I'm attacked. If you attack me, I'm going to attack you back. If you are nice with me, you're going to get my niceties, aren't you? But I'm certainly not going to be meek and feeble while people are attacking me. It's not going to be happening ever while I've got soul, heart, compassion, empathy and understanding for human beings, which they haven't got for me. So it did happen, what I said. That's on my soul. That's on Jimmy Joe's life. So crack on. Talk to him. That's your free will, Molly. That's your free will. I promised you earlier on that I wouldn't bring it up. I've had to block. Once I'm unblocked, I promise you, Dan, for the love for you and the chat room, I won't engage with this person unless they go, Scott, can I have a meet up with you? I won't mention him. I won't talk to him. I won't bring any diversity into the chat room. I won't try and warn anybody else. If anybody gets hurt by him or any of his cronies that he's got wrapped around him, then I warned you, didn't I? Don't come running to me. In the meantime, I will get on with my early hours in the morning with a cup of tea. I'm going to try and chill out, watch the rest of your feed, Dan. If you want me on the feed and you want me to be able to talk into the side chat like it used to be able to, then if you could please release the block. If you don't want me in the side chat, my brother, for whatever reason, then that's your prerogative. I will still be your friend and I'll still talk to you on the telephone, if that's what you want to do.
Listen, as I said to you earlier, Scott, there's not a lot I can do at the moment while I'm on the stream. I've got windows open everywhere and everything else.
At least I'll let you know, my brother.
I'll
let you know that.
I'm going to be wrapping this chat up.
With you, but yeah, you're wrapping it up soon. Yeah, I know. But yeah, if you could release me. If not, then just let me know, and then I'll still watch the channel, Dan, because I respect you. But if I won't be like a little crybaby that goes, oh no, they don't want me in the room no more. So boo hoo hoo. I'm not going to watch it because I'm not a mug. I like your channel and I respect your channel. I think you do a lot for the community. So I'll always be watching the channel regardless of whether I can talk in the side room or not. Simple as that.
Right.
So I'll leave it up to you, my brother.
Right. Well, I'm going to have to end this call because I've got to wrap this up now. This video because
go on, mate. The only reason I rang you is just tell you that and pass on my regards to that son, the woman who lost her son. God rest his soul.
Yeah,
Take care, Dan.
I'm sure she's listening still anyway, so I'm sure she heard that. So.
Well, I hope she is. God love you, darling. May God be with you and the strength of Father Jesus wrap around you. Whether you're religious or not, it comes from a good place from me. So I hope you get through this difficult time. The loss of your son on your mind. Take care. Take care, Dan.
Right. All right, Scott.
Bye, son.
Bye. Right. Folks, I'm sorry, but that is it for tonight. That's been a long stream, and still got a bit of coffee there. It's been a long stream, and we've heard some how can I put it? Some touching stories, shall we say? Some emotional things, and I am worn out after that. So I'm going to be getting off in a few minutes. Oh God, they are burning up. I've got videos to do tomorrow as well. It's already 3:15. I wasn't expecting to be on this late, to be fair. Enlightening callers. Yeah, we've had a very wide range of calls tonight, which is nice, and a lot of first time callers as well, which is really cool. And I'm really glad that we've had first time callers phone up as well, especially letting me know that they're first time callers as well, because it's nice to hear from new people that join the chat. Not just because they say nice things about the channel, but it is just because of that. Ikra, I do apologise. I am sorry. I think this was the. I think this is probably the busiest phoning we've had since I started. I think. And it can be, it can be difficult to get as many people answered as possible. Obviously, as you can tell, I like to let people say their piece. I don't want to get involved in in the middle of issues that other people have, and you know that other channels have had issues with each other, and I've been dragged into it before, and well, I've tried to drag me in, and I won't go there because you know, I may hear things about people, but for me personally, as much as I feel for people that have been done wrong, for me, I have to wait until wrong is done to me, if that makes sense. I'll always be cautious of people that I'm warned about, but you know, I don't want to get him into the middle of other people's situations, which is why I've not spoke about that. I've let Scott say his piece, and it's why I've not hung up and then discussed it, if that makes sense. So there. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna smoke this cigarette and then I'm gonna get off. So you got about 7 or 8 minutes, maybe 10 if you're lucky. How are we doing? Oh, still 119 people on. Oh, don't worry, they will. The dogs will be in shortly. I did paint the skull, yeah. It still needs a bit of work done to it. I've got to paint, obviously, the eyes and the nose cavity. I've got to do them black. I need to do a bit of shading around the mouth and around the nose. There's a bit of shading that needs doing. The helmet, I need to find some gold or silver paint to do the top and the badge. But yeah, how mental was that? It's cracking it. Oh, spirituality. I am sorry. I did look out for your number. I've written the last 3 digits of your number down, and I was looking out for it. And I would have answered your number over other numbers that popped up. And that's why I did say in the chat earlier. That I need you to call as I'm ending a call, if that makes sense, and then your number will come up, and I could have answered it. But I've had to. It's all. Dafter, there's a Discord link in the description underneath, my friend. Okay, so I'll tell you what then, folks. How about we stop going on about it now. I don't want to get involved in I don't want to be stuck in the middle of people. Okay, I've got no reason to fall out with Scott. I've got no reason, to fall out with Petrolhead. Nobody's done me any harm personally. So just because two people don't like each other, and until somebody does something to me, there's no reason why I can't be polite to everybody, and until they piss me off. Do you know what I mean? So I would like to be able to talk to everybody still, and I don't want to get in the middle of people saying stuff in the comments, or Scott phoning up because he's upset, which I will say I don't blame him in the sense if somebody's been saying stuff about his kids, because nobody should say that if they have been, and it shouldn't be said. But please, let's, if people can't get on, let's just not talk to them. I don't want this channel, I don't want this chat, I don't want this live stream to be a place where people don't want to come because they're frightened of being blocked, or they're frightened of being slagged off, or whatever it might be. Do you know what I mean? If you don't want to talk to somebody, if you think somebody's a dick, just ignore them. And and I'm not, Scott, if you're listening, this isn't directed at you, by the way. This is directed at everybody, and I'm not saying something because I've turned the phone off now, but I just want people to get on. There's too much shit going on in this world at the moment, and we've got to stick together. And yes, there will be people that want to be cruel and say horrible things to get a reaction, and given a reaction, unfortunately, however difficult it is not to, it gives them the ammunition they need to do it even more. So that's my 2 cents worth anyway. Run away. I'm going to hide under my desk. I've got to get Miss Angela out from under there first, though. Well, do you know what, DJ Sonic? That is one of the reasons why I was hoping that I don't know if you saw him in the comments earlier, Dan Tierney. He was coming on, giving it, being a prick in the comments, in the chat. That's why I was hoping he'd come on, because he said things about my kids before, and I was hoping to get him on, but he shit out and didn't bother ringing like an absolute pussyhole. No, it's not gone off, Graham. I've not had any issues with it yet. Bobby, you're absolutely right. It is wrong when people say things about kids. Absolutely. Again, unfortunately, people tend to do that because they know that it's going to invoke a reaction, which invariably it does. You know, I've had it quite a bit, and it used to get to me at the beginning. It used to get to me, but I've learned now to I kind of understand where they're coming from. Do you know what I mean? I understand that the people that say things about kids are sad, very sad, lonely, pathetic individuals who literally have nothing better to do. They've got nothing going on in their life. They've got no sense of integrity or morals. They're probably single. If they're not single, then their partner is as bad as they are. You know, and they sit there laughing at causing other people grief. And it's sad. It's sad that people have to be like that. But unfortunately, there will always be people like that, and we can either let them get to us, and we can either let them cause us pain, or we can ignore them and feel sorry for them. Well, oh, this is my longest ever live stream. Oh dear, nearly 7 hours. Oh my goodness. That's like that's a full day's work, that is, sat here. What's the meter running at? 6 hours, 54 minutes and 12 seconds. No, well, I'll get some out, Graham. I might just have to do a few more extra ones tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, I'll stay on for the full 7 hours now. So 6 minutes and 8 seconds. Sorry, 5 minutes and 8 seconds. No, 6 minutes and 1 second. 5 minutes. Oh God, I don't even know what I'm talking about. 6 hours, 30 minutes, 15 seconds. Was that civil disobedience's longest one? Oh, I said I was gonna beat him, but I didn't realise it'd be tonight. Well, Brian, you say you can only get one cunt in a pair of knickers. It depends how fat the bird is, doesn't it? You know, whether she's gender fluid, or whether she's a binary code or whatever they're called these days. Yeah, well, Jake the Snake, I'm not in a competition with DJ Vix, so there. Have I worked out the difference between south and down yet? What do you mean? What do you mean, Norfolk? You mean like down south? Well, we'll see, DJ. We'll see. I'm going to go for a 24-hour live stream at some point. Don't ask me why. I just just thought I might just do it for the fun of it. Right, what are we on? Oh, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Oh my God. Right, do you know what I need to do then? We need to get these girls in, don't we? Oh, I've got a sore arse sitting on that chair. Oh. That down a bit. Oh. Hello. Hello, baby. Jilly, come on in. Don't worry. Yes, we love you too. Yes, we love you too. Yes, I do. Hello. Hello, my Daisy. Hello, my baby. Andrew, come on, babe. Oh, yes, I know. Hello. Hello. Hello, baby. Yes. Come in. Oh, God. You're such a bully. Hello. I can't see you there. Come here. Come here. Oh, God. Shh. Stop with the noise. Right. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. 7 hours and, well, 20 seconds now. So, I am going to say goodnight to you all. I want to thank you for joining this evening on another record live stream. Thank you to everybody that's called in. Very much appreciate your time in calling in. Thank you to everybody in the chat who has kept the chat going, because it would be very boring if there was no chat. So it always helps. Yeah, look, I don't want people to apologise. I just don't want people to argue. Do you know what I mean? I know it happens. I know it can't be helped sometimes. I just hope that if somebody doesn't want to speak to somebody else, that rather than saying something to trigger that person into a response, or arguing back, just ignore, just block the person, and try not to let it get to you. And that's it, folks. That is me done. So with that said, stay safe, look after each other, film the police, and of course other officials. Good night all.